Good morning and surprise! Here we are. As you can see, I've already got this pulled up. This is our surprise coverage of the Zach Adams post-conviction hearing. This thing started months ago, and this is the continuation of it. Yesterday, and one of our beloved cranks, Yellow Jacket, was like, "Are you going to be covering this thing?" And I'm like, "Man, like I want to." They weren't streaming it yesterday. They are streaming it today because as I was tweeting at Cassie Russell, I'm like, why aren't y'all streaming this thing? This is a crazy case, and it's all related to the brutal death of Holly Bobo, a former nursing student back in 2011. And the surrounding circumstances under which that guy, Zach Adams, was convicted is spurious at best. So where we're at in this thing's been going on. We're joining it late. This is like walking in the middle of a movie type deal. During breaks, I'll try to catch you guys up. But what I can tell you initially is that there was a full recantation. All right, so Zach, his brother, he has a brother, and a third person were the three people that the TBI, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, for some reason landed on. And it sounds like it was based on Holly's mother saying that these three kids back in fourth grade came from a shit family and they're known to be bad people. That's what got law enforcement on it. So let's listen.
All right. Anything we need to bring court's attention before next witness is called?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Banks, you call Ms. Thompson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, stand right there, be sworn. Here's
Swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I did.
please have a seat, ma'am.
I hope the mics are working better than the judge's mic. I mean, it's picking her sitting up very well.
State your name, please.
My name is Jennifer Thompson.
And can you spell your last for the record?
THOMPSON.
I'm going to ask you questions about your professional background. When did you obtain your law license?
1996.
And you've been a lawyer in good standing ever since.
Yes.
In 2014, I'm going to ask questions about your practice at that point. Where were you practicing? What city?
Nashville.
And how was your practice divided?
Well, I did mostly criminal defense with some family and divorce law.
How many years had you mostly done criminal law?
Since 1996. So to 2014, is that 18 years?
Okay. Federal and state, or just
Federal and state, yes.
divide it geographically between cities and rural?
I did mostly Nashville area, but I had been hired to do some cases in surrounding counties and some more distant counties in Tennessee.
Had you ever had a felon case in West Tennessee?
No,
How many murder cases had you had?
I don't know. Many.
Okay. Death penalty?
This is my first death penalty case.
How many assistants and paralegals did you have?
At that time, I had one assistant, a paralegal.
Okay. Did you have any more assistants through the case of representing Zach Adams?
She was the only assistant that I employed.
Describe the process of being retained by Zach Adams.
Well, I was on the board of directors for the National Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers at the time. Was very dedicated to defense and indigent defense. And so I had been going to the national meetings for the National Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers, NACDL, I'll call it. And I had got a call from a cousin of Zach's in Atlanta, and she had gotten my name from an attorney in that organization as someone in Middle Tennessee that did criminal cases.
How soon in the process was this?
It was after Zach was arrested, but before there had been any court.
Okay.
Yeah, real quick. This is clearly Zach's trial counsel. So Mandy, that's apt that she's not feeling confident. I mean, he's basically saying she was incompetent, that she was ineffective, like that she's getting on the stand. I'm assuming to lay on the sword, because when I get into what this post-conviction thing is and what they convicted this guy on, you guys are going to be like, what? All right, let's keep going.
And did you charge a fee?
Yes, I did.
Was he in general sessions case or in circuit court?
No, it had been indicted. It was a direct presentment
Okay.
indictment.
What fee did you charge?
$50,000.
Was that a flat fee?
It was a flat fee.
Okay. And you were paid that.
Yes.
At some point you became appointed.
Yes.
And how does that process work?
I think it was about a year in, and I had done work. I had done enough work where if I had been billing at an hourly rate, I would have run through the retainer. And Jim Simmons had already been appointed. And I think that somebody told the judge they needed to appoint me in order for me to keep making a living while I was doing the case.
When you charged the $50,000 flat fee, did you have any idea how voluminous discovery would be?
I had no idea.
Had you charged a fee that much in your past?
Yes.
When you were retained, was it a death penalty case?
No, it wasn't a death penalty case.
When it became a death penalty case, were you appointed or still on the flat fee representation?
I was appointed, I guess. Maybe that's what it was. It became a death penalty case about a year after, in May. I think it's May of 2015 that it became a death penalty case. And that's when I think I got appointed.
When you came on, who was the district attorney at the time?
Hansel McAdams
Then you were present.
and Beth Boswell.
You were on the case during the time Matt Stowe was.
Yes, so that was a complete crazy happening.
Then General Wyrick's office, ADA Nichols and Hagerman prosecuted till the end.
Yes. I think that was in the fall of 2014.
Take the court through your initial work after being retained in Zach's case.
Well, they kept saying that they were going to get me discovery, and they kept saying, we're going to get you discovery. We've got the discovery. We're going to get it. And so I was retained, I guess, in late February, early March
Of what year?
of 2014. And so then the district attorney, Beth Boswell, mostly, said that they were going to have DNA evidence because they had searched Zach's house and they had done all this testing on things. And she said, we're waiting for the DNA evidence. We're going to have DNA evidence. And so that's when I got Jim Simmons to come on board as co-counsel. Jim Simmons does a lot of death penalty cases, and he is excellent at getting a guilty plea out of a case that normally might go to trial, and he tried to end. And at that time, I believed Zach Adams was guilty. I assumed that because the state had charged him with a crime and they had been doing intense investigations, that he.
Oh my fucking God. Did you hear that? This is his lawyer. This is his lawyer who just said because he was arrested and because they did such a thorough investigation, I just assumed that they were right. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Was guilty, and there was going to be evidence of his guilt.
All right.
Charged him, Adams was guilty, and out of a case that normally might go to trial, and he tried to end. And at that time, I believed Zach Adams was guilty. I assumed that because the state had charged him with a crime and they had been doing intense investigations, that he was guilty and there was going to be evidence of his guilt. So it wasn't.
Let me stop you right here for a second. Were you aware of Zach being arrested in a general sessions case?
What he had a lot of arrests in general sessions.
In March of 2014, were you aware that he had been arrested and the victims were Tara Carrington and Amber Bray?
And what was the case about?
Statements they made. Valerie Trout was the affiant.
I lowered it. Is it better? Yeah, I boosted the sound on the court. Is this better? I put it down. Is it okay?
And he was arrested for assault?
In general sessions court.
I'm sure I was aware of it at the time, but it doesn't come to mind right now.
All right, so you were being told search warrants.
There was going to be DNA evidence, but it wasn't until the fall after Matt Stowe had come on board, that I think it was after Matt Stowe came on board, that they gave me a hard drive. It was a 4 terabyte hard drive full of discovery, and they just handed it to me, and it was a mess. It had 4 files in it, file folders, and they didn't describe anything. It said binder 1, and then had massive PDF files in binder 1. And I think the binders went up to 10 or 12. It had audio tapes and videotapes. I didn't know whose voices these people were. I didn't know who was talking.
I'll just tell you, lawyers like this woman almost plead out every case. I'd be curious to know how many times she went to trial, because there are plenty of criminal defense attorneys that I know personally that have never gone to trial. They just plead their clients out. She strikes me as one of those types of lawyers. Like what she just said on the stand in terms of what she thought about her client. Oh man, this is a death penalty case, y'all.
Know who was being interviewed. These people were audio tapes and videotapes. I didn't know whose voices these people were. I didn't know who was talking. I didn't know who was being interviewed. A lot of them were interviews that the Bobo family had done. And so I was lost. So for the first 6 months or so, I was lost in the case because they didn't give me the IRs, or they gave me some IRs, but they were mixed in. So there was no narrative that said, this is what happened. Someone came into the yard and took Holly from the carport. There was nothing like that. And I had to figure out, these binders were binders that the TBI had, and they had just scanned them from page 1 to page 500. I guess they were huge binders, page 500, and just scanned them in straight. No naming or labeling what things were, what reports were. And so for the first 6 months, I was lost and didn't even know what had happened. And so I just slowly was eating my way through all this discovery.
This was when General Stowe was the DA, or was this, who was the prosecutor during this time?
I think either Beth Boswell or General Stowe gave me this discovery. It was not provided by Jennifer Nichols.
When Mr. Simmons came on board, was there a division of assignments initially?
Initially, is the microphone not working?
Sounds great to me.
Initially, we were both just going through the discovery. We had a hard time even copying it. It took days to copy. So the disk was so slow. I had an external hard drive that we had copied this onto, because 4 terabytes at the time was really high storage termination or volume, and you couldn't find a lot of hard drives that were 4 terabytes. So I had gotten one disk that was 4 terabytes, but I'd gotten it at like Office Max, and it was really, really slow. So if you tried to search on the word, and a lot of these documents were not OCR'd, meaning they had not been converted from just a picture of the page that it was to searchable text. So you had to go in and read each of these documents. You couldn't do a search, but if I were doing a search on something, it would take minutes for the hard drive to come back. So at that point, I did some research, and I ordered online a special hard drive that was about this big. So it's about 10 inches long and about 8 inches high. It had 4 hard drives in it, and it was 6 terabytes, but it was really fast hard drive. And we hired a computer expert to transfer the disk that I got from the state over onto this Pegasus hard drive.
And I'm going to hand you your document, if you can please review.
All right, witness being handed discovery in this case, which I'm sure the record, but we'll mark it as exhibit 126.
Okay, the judge's mic is not on.
So this is my motion that I filed March 27th, so early on.
Fairly standard motion.
Standard motion. I got one from a friend of mine that practices law. I rarely change the discovery motion.
Okay. And you felt like that covered what you were authorized to receive under Rule 16?
Yes, it should have been a broad discovery motion requesting any and all evidence that they had against Zach Adams regarding the murder, rape, and abduction of Holly Bobo.
Who were the co-defendants' attorneys?
Well, at that time, there were no co-defendants.
Okay. When did they come on?
I think when the case was re-indicted by Jennifer Nichols,
Okay.
they added charges, and they added co-defendants.
Who were the co-defendants added?
Okay, so Matt Maddox, which I did not know Matt Maddox, Paul Bruno, which I did know, they were for Dylan Adams, and then John Herbison and Fletcher Long, both of whom I knew were attorneys for Jason Autry.
Okay.
And I think that maybe somebody had tried to hire Paul Bruno. I think that maybe Jason Autry had tried to hire Paul Bruno, and they had actually had a discussion, which I'm not sure why there wasn't a conflict of interest there after they had had a discussion, but they had a discussion. Jason did not hire Paul Bruno, and then Paul came on as appointed counsel for Dylan Adams.
Did the co-defendants' attorneys ever have a joint defense representation agreement or?
We never had a written one, but in the beginning, we were all talking about how there was going to be a joint defense
What is that?
plan, meaning that everybody said they were not guilty. And by this time, Shane had already taken his life. So Luke Evans had been Shane's attorney. And so everybody gets together and says, we're all not guilty. We're going to work together to present a defense in this case and combat these charges.
At some point, did you tailor the rest of your practice to accommodate this case?
Yes.
How so?
I got off almost all of my other cases. All of my federal cases I got off of, and almost all of my state cases. I think I kept one or two state cases, but I got off of all the other ones. So I filed motions to withdraw so that I only had this one case to work on. I'm not sure that the other attorneys did that.
At what point in this process were you able to devote exclusively to this case?
Probably starting in about summer of 2015 or 2016.
Okay. After you got your discovery, what were your thoughts on the case?
Well, I just kept looking for the evidence against Zach, and there wasn't any evidence that they had. Zach had talked to people. Zach had made some statements, and there were reports that Zach had made some statements to people that were wild and crazy, like, I'll do you like I did that bitch, but I'll tie you up like I tied up Holly Bobo. But there was no evidence of his involvement. And also at that time, I was not an expert in cell phone records and cell phone towers and which tower was hitting off of which phone. And I studied it, I researched it, and I became a mini expert in cell phone records.
Did you understood that there was Terry Dicus and Art Viveros and John Walker?
I think at that time, I didn't necessarily understand. So many people in the TBI had been involved in this case, and there were so many
Now, just so you have an understanding, Dicus is like kind of the main TBI guy. So Dicus is who they just mentioned is one of the primary investigators that really decided to have a hard on for these three guys. And I'm talking about Zach, his brother Dylan, and then the third guy. When we get the first break, I'm gonna give you kind of a background on this case. This case is fucking insane. How they convicted this guy is terrifying. I think he's getting a new trial. That's why I didn't give a shit if we missed the first day of it. I think he's getting a new trial. I think he deserves a new trial.
Different agents that had done IRs. I'm not sure that I understood what Terry Dicus's role was in the beginning.
Okay. Do you remember when Dylan Adams got charged?
I think Dylan Adams got charged with the new indictment,
Okay.
the one in the spring of 2015.
Were you provided a video of statements he made?
At some point, we were provided with a video of statements that Dylan Adams had made at the TBI headquarters in Jackson.
And that was in September of 2014?
That sounds, I don't know if it was in September of 2014, but I can't remember when I got it.
Okay. You had the interview transcribed. Do you remember having it transcribed?
Yes, that was much later that we had the interview transcribed when we were getting closer towards going to court, that we had the interview transcribed. Wow.
Does this woman think this
But I
is a
thought with
fucking
this
joke?
interview of Dylan Adams, we were going to be able to win the case because Dylan's interview was terrible. It was very suggestive. So the investigators, the agents just sat down and fed Dylan information as he's spitting it out. You know, they're correcting him and they're feeding him information. And some of what he said just could not have been true. And I thought that we were going to be able to win the case by showing the inconsistencies in Dylan's statement.
If you can look at the transcript. What?
All right, the witness has been handed the interview of Dylan Adams, transcript from the interview of Dylan Adams, September 17th, 2014. At this stage for identification.
Yes, this looks like the transcript of Dylan Adams.
I moved to make it an exhibit.
Without objections, we note this transcript exhibit 127.
Was it your understanding that Dylan was going to be a testifying witness in this case?
Yes. Dylan, I think it was I thought it was more about December. It was after we had gotten the initial agreement, or we had agreed as a joint team that we were going to do a joint defense. And I remember sitting in the jury room in Decatur County Courthouse discussing this with the other attorneys because Mike Scholl and Robert Paris were from Memphis.
All right, let's pause here, introduce those to the court. When did they come involved?
They became involved in spring of 2015, I think.
Okay. Why did they come into the picture?
Well, Fletcher Long had been tried for crimes and had lost his law license in Clarksville. And I think John Herbison had also lost his law license. And so we had two disbarred attorneys, or if they weren't disbarred, they were on probation and suspended. And so they couldn't represent Dylan. So we had Paul Bruno and Matt Maddox come on. that spring. At the same time, they appointed Jason Autry attorneys that were Robert Paris and Mike Scholl.
Had you ever worked with either Mr. Scholl or Mr. Paris?
No, I did not know them.
Was it the still undefined defense agreement when they came on?
So Jim Simmons is a very quiet man. He's very subdued and quiet. Mike Scholl is very outspoken, and he's like, every time we would have a court hearing, he would go out and give a press conference. I didn't speak to the press at this time before all the time it was going through trial. I refused to speak to the press. But Mike Scholl would go out and give statements. And so Mike and everybody was like, yes, we're going to all do a joint defense agreement. And then at some point, Paul Bruno and Matt Maddox kind of began to pull away. Even though we were going to do a joint defense agreement, we weren't having a lot of meetings, like a team meetings and stuff that you would think that we would have. We were having I don't remember having any team meetings with them where we got down and said, okay, let's look at this discovery. What did you think about this report? What did you think about this report? So we never had any of those type meetings. It was just in the jury room at Decatur County Courthouse.
By this time, had you gone to TBI offices to review physical discovery?
I think that happened in the spring of, I don't know when that happened.
Okay.
Matt Maddox and Paul Bruno were still part of the joint defense team when we went to TBI and began to look at the discovery. By this time, I had looked through the evidence enough to recognize that Terry Britt was a really good suspect in this case and seemed like the person that had committed the crime. And so when we went to go look at the discovery, I already had Terry Britt as an alternate defendant in this case.
Did the other attorneys curtail their practice?
I don't think so.
And what was your rate of pay that you billed?
I don't know, $60 an hour maybe. I was second chair, and second chair gets paid less than first chair on death penalty cases at the time. And so I think maybe I was making $60 an hour. It was much lower than what I normally would charge.
Are you able to bill your assistant's work as well?
No.
You brought on private detective.
Yes. Well, do you want to talk more about the viewing of the evidence at TBI?
We'll come back to it.
Okay.
Who did you hire for a background investigator?
Well, at first, Jim Simmons hired Danny Mulligan, and I think it's Brian Smith, to work on the case. Because Danny, I knew Danny. I'd known Danny for years. He'd worked on other cases for me. Danny and Jim were very close, and Jim always hired Danny. Jim did a lot of death penalty cases, and he always hired Danny to do death penalty, his investigations.
Okay. All right, let's go to the TBI physical evidence meetings.
Okay.
How did they go?
It went very badly. So at this point, there were 500 items to view, and I don't know how many of them were about 500 items to view, and I don't know how many of them were at the TBI headquarters. But I, at this time, believing Zach was not guilty, because the evidence didn't show that Zach was guilty. The evidence was showing me that Terry Britt was guilty. And so at that time, I wanted to go in and see all the evidence. I really felt, I was a very enthusiastic attorney, and I really believed that we.
All right. This woman terrifies me. Terrifies me. We have a job to do. It's not based on whether or not we personally believe our client is guilty or not guilty. And for her to have feelings about her client in terms of her preparation for trial and whether or not she was effective is terrifying to me. I mean, she's laying on the sword here. Like, I mean, if she gets hired by anybody after this thing in Tennessee, I'll be stunned. Like what? So when she starts to think that her client's innocent, that's when she starts working the case? Wow, man. Just wow.
Needed to attorney and see all the evidence. I really felt I was a very enthusiastic attorney, and I really believed that we needed to look at every piece of evidence in a case before you try it.
Yeah.
And that was just a given.
Yeah.
And the other attorneys did not want to look at every piece of evidence. And Jennifer Nichols, who I think is very astute at figuring out dynamics between teams, Jennifer Nichols insisted that we start with number one and go with item number one all the way through item 500. And we go in number order. And we were all supposed to look at this. Well, the other two teams were getting irritated and frustrated with me. They actually took me, like I'm the child, they took me into one of the other TBI lab rooms because we were in a giant room bigger than this courtroom with all the physical evidence. So they took me into another room and said, Jennifer, what are you doing? Why are you looking at all this evidence? This is a waste of our time. And I said, no, I want to see every piece of evidence. And they were like, why do we have to sit here and do this? So they were trying to tell me
What the
that
fuck?
this case involved a lot of people trying to tell me how I should do the case and how attorneys would do the case. And it was against what I believed a good defense attorney would do.
You complained about this to Judge McGinley at a
Well,
motion.
first I complained to Jennifer Nichols.
How'd
I
that
said,
go?
guys, pick out the items that you would like to look at, and then we'll look at those first, and then you all can go, and I'll stay here for the rest of the week and look at all the 500 items. And Jennifer Nichols said, no, we have to go in number order. And I'd never had a case where the DA stood over you and looked at the evidence while you looked at the evidence. And she was standing there right next to us. So if I said I wanted to see a pair of pants with a stain on them, then she knows that I think that that's important. So the other reason to not single out different items is because then the DA is going to get a hint as to what you think is important in the case and what you want to look at. So she said no. So we sit there and painfully go through, and the other teams are getting frustrated with me.
Can you approximate when in relation to Jason Autry's proffer?
This is well before Jason Autry's proffer.
Okay.
And well before, and this is before Dylan is going to testify and be a testifying witness for the state.
Okay. When was Dylan going to be a testifying witness for the state?
I don't remember when that happened, but when we were at TBI, we were all still supposed to be on a joint defense. I say it in quotes because we really weren't working jointly.
Did you present your problems of discovery to Judge McGinley?
Yes, I went to court and presented the problems to Judge McGinley.
How'd that motion go?
Judge McGinley blew it off and said, well, they have a right to be there. They can be there while you look at the evidence. You know, usually there's a neutral person, somebody from a law enforcement agency that's making sure that you don't spit on the evidence and put your own DNA in it, mess up the evidence, but somebody that's neutral and that is not going to go back and report what you're doing to the other side. Judge McGinley poo-pooed my complaint.
Did the defense attorneys take up for you?
No.
Did they? All right. Did your relationship with the other defense attorneys improve or get worse over time?
Well, after this, viewing of the evidence, and I've talked with the mitigation expert that we had hired on, a mitigation expert at this point.
Who was that?
Oh, now I can't remember her last name. Lee. You want to remind me?
If the witness could be past Exhibit 34, she could maybe just keep her binder because she might refer to others.
I'm just trying to recall his name.
We're going to
Her
go through
name.
the memo also, Your Honor.
You said
You
34.
are through with the transcript.
Yes, Your Honor.
A witness been handed exhibit 34, you said, right? Mr. Justice?
Yes, Your Honor.
Lee Norton, yes. Lee Norton was a mitigating specialist psychologist that Jim always used in his death penalty cases. And Lee gave me some advice that I really held on to throughout this case. First of all, I was complaining to Lee that they didn't stand up, that everyone was attacking me, because when they pulled me aside at the TBI, all the defense attorneys were attacking me. Not so much Matt Maddox and Paul Bruno, but especially Mike Shull and Robert Paris were treating me like a child and fussing at me for being so picky about everything. And I called Lee Norton, and the first time, this is the first time in
Wait, wanting to review the evidence is being picky? This woman terrifies me. And it sounds like she was the only one trying to do the work. It sounds like the co-defendants' lawyers were not wanting to do any work. They were all assuming this thing was done and done. Weren't going to do shit. Sounds like she was trying to. I don't care what co-defendants' attorneys are going to do. That doesn't dictate how I'm trying a case. I'm going to investigate my client's case. Like her kind of trying to push the blame to the other people in terms of her not doing the job falls on deaf ears with me.
all the years that I had practiced law. And I called Lee Norton, and the first time, this is the first time in all the years that I had practiced law that I really felt that there was sexism going on, that the men in the case were discounting what I had to say and the information I had because I was female. And they were all very masculine, not so much Matt Maddox and Paul Bruno, but Mike Shull and Robert Paris were very masculine, man, we're going to do this cowboy type attorneys.
As you reflect on your services at this stage in your representation, do you feel you were competent?
At this point, I still felt I was competent.
You were diligent?
I was diligent. I was going to look through every piece of evidence. I was going to make notes and make sure that I knew what it was.
I was gonna, or I did. She's gonna lay on the sword at some point, but she should be laying on it now. I don't give it, like, I am certain that what she was feeling from these male attorneys was accurate. Female attorneys are still dealing with that shit all the time. Sexism is consistently going on in courtrooms all over this country, from the bench, from male attorneys. Like, I have no doubt. So the fuck what? In terms of her representation of this guy, that does not stop her from doing the work. That's how you shut a couple of fucking guys up. Come at them with the evidence and say, dude, shut the fuck up and look at what I just found. Shut the fuck up and look at what I just found. That's how you shut up some sexist male lawyers. Do the work.
And the things that I thought were important, I was trying not to look at extensively. And I was trying to throw them off a little bit by looking at some things that I thought were not important a little longer, just so that they didn't know what I was interested in.
So through 2015 through 2016, in a given week, how many hours would you work on the case?
I don't know, a lot,
40?
maybe.
Okay.
I'm not sure I billed 40 hours, but I didn't bill a lot of the time that I worked on it.
At this point, had you talked with Zach much?
I had never talked with Zach much. One of the problems with talking with Zach is Zach he did not commit this crime. And he didn't have any information. You know, usually your client's done something and you'll say, well, tell me what happened. Tell me confidentially what really happened. We're going to sit down and go over this. And then you take their side of the story and you look at the evidence to try to see what proves or disproves this. Zach didn't do this, and he didn't know anything about this. And so he didn't have much to provide.
All right, let's stop here. And there's two types of criminal defense lawyers: those who say, don't tell me anything, or tell me what really happened. Is that a fair?
Sure.
Which one are you?
Don't tell me anything. So usually it's don't tell me anything, because when you get in there and you're talking to your client initially, the first few times, the client will say, oh, I didn't do this. I didn't do this. So now they've told you a lie that's between you and the client. So usually I say, let's not talk about what happened. Let's get the discovery. And then I get the discovery and I go back to the client and say, look, this is what the discovery shows. The discovery has DNA placing you in the apartment, or, you know, whatever it is. And then I say, how are we going to explain this? Then I want them to tell me everything. But I try to not have them tell me everything before I get the discovery. Does that make sense?
Did you have those discussions with Zach that you just talked about? Review the discovery and say, hey, did you do it?
I'm not sure I did with Zach, because there wasn't anything, you know, Zach early on said, I don't know anything about this. And so I probably didn't have many discussions with Zach about what was going on. And Zach was a little meth high. You know, he was short sentences, up and walking around. He was still kind of, I think his brain was still kind of methy.
Okay.
And he was not easy to really sit down and work with. I would have been happy if he had been, let's sit down and go over this, but he wasn't really in that disposition state of mind.
Any idea how many times you met with Zach over the course of the case up to the beginning of the trial?
10.
Okay. At any time did he give you any pause for concern that he committed this crime?
No, never.
You created or received list of digital evidence.
Heads and debutantes.
What's been handled in documents?
Thanks, Mandy. I needed a little Hank. This lawyer was pissing me off.
Do you recognize whose handwriting this is?
This is my handwriting.
Okay. And what are we looking at?
I don't know, digital evidence in the master case file.
Is this something that the
provided to me in 2017.
okay? Is this what the state provided you? The typed
Yes, and this is after Jason Autry, or around the time Jason Autry is going to flip and begin his lies about Zach.
And then there's a physical evidence list on the third page.
Yes,
What is that?
this is a list of evidence that we got showing what was where and saying where it was being kept. A lot of this evidence was being kept in West Tennessee, but they brought many, many pieces to Middle Tennessee for us to review. It's my memory.
And the handwriting throughout on that document,
Is not all my handwriting.
you know whose else handwriting it is?
It might have been Jim's daughter's handwriting. So my handwriting down at the bottom where it says Kevin, that's my handwriting. My handwriting is not at the top where it says Nash office, 6/15/16. So this must be when we went to go view the evidence at the TBI lab.
All right.
So 2 years in.
Are you,
And Simmons, I think that's Simmons' handwriting right there where it says Simmons on the page.
and are you confident these are documents that were prepared or worked with in your course of your work representing Mr. Adams?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to enter them as the next numbered exhibit.
We're at 128, correct? All right. Ms. Bates, the witness was handed exhibit 34, and we never,
We're going to go with that now.
so it's at 34. All right, we're at 128.
If you could look at, not that exhibit, exhibit 34, the memo from Dr. Norton. And go to page 4 at the bottom. Where it says ATM.
Yes.
How did you know the ATM, evidence from an ATM machine would be important?
Well, Zach did say what he had done that morning. And he said that Zach, Dylan, and Shane had all gotten into Dylan's truck and had driven down to Parsons. I think they got something at Sonic, and they went to the ATM to get some money because they were going to get some Xanax bars. And so they got money. Shane had been working at a job, and Shane had some money in his bank account. So they were going to go withdraw the money from Shane's bank account, and we're going to go buy some Xanax bars. So I knew that this video was going to be very, very important.
Had you read in Discovery where Joe Walker, Agent Walker, had subpoenaed Shane's bank records?
I'm sure I had.
do you remember going over that with Zach?
I don't have a clear memory of that, no.
Do you remember issuing a subpoena to CB&S Bank?
I think Jim Simmons was involved with that and Brian Smith. Yes, I remember that they were going to get a subpoena for the bank.
And what came of it?
Well, my memory is that the bank had changed ownership and that when they had done the transition to the new owners, that they had the day.
Allison's texting me that I have to look up at the people. She is a priceless gem. Look, during an all-day hearing, I'll be having to text. I'll be having to tweet. There will be times that I'll be looking down. Deal with it.
That the money was withdrawn, but they didn't have the time of day. And so that information had been lost.
Did y'all ask for videos of it?
I think we were asking for videos, yes, because showing a video of when he drove through a bank teller window would be great alibi evidence in terms of what he had not done or what he had done that day and where he had been at certain times.
I was speaking to you
receive
guys.
video?
No, they said that they didn't have any video.
Had the state supplied you with the hard drive that had surveillance videos on it?
Well, now I know that allegedly they did, but at the time I did not know that they had supplied me with the video.
Did you review Terry Dykas's notes of surveillance?
I think so. I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to.
The witness can be passed Exhibit 90.
Mr. Bates, just for a little clarification, I may have heard this name before. I believe the witness testified that Jim Simmons and Brian Smith were involved in something.
I can clarify. Who's Brian Smith?
Oh, do I have his name wrong? So Danny Mulligan had a team that he was employing, and it included Brian Smith was one of the investigators.
Okay.
And is his name right? Okay.
Okay. Can you review Exhibit 90?
Yes, I see Exhibit 90.
No, Ashley, it's boosted, and I think the sound's spectacular. I think you got to turn your shit up on your end. You guys think this sound is great? I mean, we've had some trials with some really, really bad sound. I can hear her. I can hear Zach's lawyer perfectly, and I can hear her. They have two mics on her. I think you just got to turn yours up, Ashley. There's nothing else I could do. I have it boosted. It's cranked as loud as it'll go.
And do you remember seeing that in your work?
I don't remember it.
Okay. You can now go to Exhibit 23.
Fuck off, Mandy. Say that with love.
Okay.
And do you remember this IR?
Ooh, what's that noise?
Ms. Thompson, do you have a cell phone on? Do you have a cell phone on? It's causing that.
I think it was because I was too close to it.
All right, yeah, do it some more.
You see at the bottom third, the transactions for April 13th.
Yes.
Transactions for April 13th were as follows: $120 from the ATM at Community South Bank, $22 from Shell Service and Holiday, $10 from MAPCO in Parsons, $9.84 Shell Station in Parsons, $6.78 from Sonic in Parsons. A check of video recordings from the date is to be done when a player is obtained for the MAPCO and a BP video from 641. The other places were not covered by our videos.
Yes.
Do you remember seeing this?
I don't have a specific memory of it, but it sounds familiar.
Do you think this is important?
This is very important.
Why?
Well, I mean,
All right, am I still too loud? All right, hold on. I'm manually going in because I can crank this. All right, so you guys tell me, but be quick about it as I'm going because I'm going to use the slider. So I'm at like a 30 now. I was just at a 40. I'm at a 30. How's that sound? Does that sound good? Let me speak while this thing's going. So you guys, because I want to be able to talk and I don't want to be blowing your ears out. And I do want you to be able to turn this up, the hearing, if you're having a hard time hearing it.
it's got some potential.
How am I now?
Alibi evidence for Zach. He doesn't list the times here, but I think it's important that he's saying that what Zach said had happened was being backed up by this IR.
Do you on the Exhibit 128, it's just newly entered. Can you find any ATM video listed?
No, I don't see anything that
Did-
says ATM video.
Did you ever pre-trial file simply a motion that says, we don't have this ATM video?
Is it on this report, the ATM video? I don't see it.
IR 2743. Says $120 from ATM at Community South. Says the other places were not covered by our videos. How do you interpret that?
That there's no video.
Dr. Norton told you that you need to get this.
Yes.
Did you ever bring it to the court's attention by just a simple motion to compel or bring the bank in to compel them to look a little harder?
No,
Why not?
I don't know. It was very important.
Yeah. You think?
It's the best you can do is say, I don't know.
This is
Yes.
fucking alibi.
I don't know why not. I guess I thought that it didn't exist.
Wow.
And I thought that we had searched, we had done due diligence. I thought we had done due diligence and it didn't exist.
What due diligence? What? What had you done? Ask that, please. I want to know.
At some point, you filed another motion. I'm going to hand you in the court a copy of.
All right, this is in the record, we'll mark it as exhibit 129. Motion question in the court. The time certified.
And can you review this motion?
Yes.
All right. And can you go to page 3 of 9?
Yes.
And paragraph 5, what is that? Can you read that to the court?
Any deal, promise, inducement, or benefit that the government has made or may make in the future to any witness the government intends to call as a witness in this case.
And you went on throughout. Is this a motion? Where did you receive this motion? The template?
I don't remember.
Okay. You're right.
I moved it in as 129.
Yes, sir. Thank you. You were present in the fall of 2016 when there was a series of motions before the court. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And there was a motion to continue by Mr. Scholl.
Yes.
You remember what all motions you had before the court?
I don't remember.
Do you remember when trial was scheduled to start?
Easter?
Okay. And what was your takeaway from that motion hearing?
Well, I think the judge was very negative about everything that we wanted. I think that I just got the feeling that the judge wasn't going to rule in our favor on things.
At some point, you attempted to bring in Luke Evans.
Yes,
When was that?
that was in February, I think, of 2017.
Okay.
That was very disheartening.
What took place in between the motion hearing in the fall of 2016 and February of 2017?
Well, Jason then had flipped and had made up this whole story about he was with Zach when Zach shot Holly Bobo.
Mr. Scholl called you and talked to you about this.
Yes, he called. So I was downtown Nashville. They were having the little rally downtown Nashville for women. And I was in downtown Nashville with my family and my phone. And I got a call. I think I got a call from Jim Simmons. But then Jim, I can't remember how it went, if we did a three-way call, but I was in a Jack's Barbecue down on 2nd Avenue. And I went outside upstairs to a balcony. It was cold. And I went out to the balcony to try to get some quiet so I could hear what they were saying.
And Mr. Scholl told you what?
That Jason was going to flip.
And did he outline?
He basically outlined the story.
Now let's put a pin right here. At this point in your representation of Mr. Adams, do you believe you are providing constitutionally effective counsel?
At this point, yes, but my heart sunk.
Okay. Why did your heart sink?
Well, because Dylan had already flipped. Jason was going to flip. And these guys were innocent. I just didn't understand why 3 guys or 2 other co-defendants that were innocent and had not committed this crime would flip to say that they did and put themselves somehow in this. It just stirred me to no end. It disturbed me to no end that his attorneys were having him do this. I felt at this point, I felt that the other attorneys did not really know the case. I had quit doing other work and I was doing this case only and was super absorbed in this case. I came down to Decatur County. I drove the roads that were in maps. I drove different roads. I went by different people's houses. I studied everything. I had been down here trying to get to know some of the people. I'd been involved with the family. I had completely immersed myself in this case. And the other attorneys were still doing other cases and weren't reading the evidence. They kept saying, well, why? I mean, he's guilty. Why doesn't he just plead? And they put in tremendous pressure on me to get Zach to plead guilty. I've never in my life had so much pressure put on me by other attorneys in the defense to have my client plead. This was the worst case that I've ever done, the most pressure that I had ever been under, and it was horrible. But I knew that Zach Adams did not kill that woman. He did not kidnap her, and he did not rape her. And I was going to stay in the case regardless of how they treated me, because I knew that justice needed to come forward.
You were in court in February.
Let me ask you a question. Let me just ask a question of the witness. At this stage, were you providing effective assistance of counsel in essence? Are you alleging that prior to this stage that she was not?
No.
So from here forward, is your IAC claim from Mr. Autry's proffer and the telephone call from Simmons and Scholl informing Ms. Thompson from the scene?
Well, let me clarify. There are points.
The judge was low. So the judge asked, he wants a delineation as to when counsel is stating that the ineffective assistance claim starts. So that's what the judge asked him, are you at this point, from the point that Autry makes this proffer? And again, on break, I'm going to go through this shit because I really want you guys to know the factual background, because it's going to blow your mind. It's going to blow your mind how they convicted this guy. It's in Holly Bobo was a huge case down in Tennessee. And Allie was screaming at the beginning of the stream that I should call Steve Yonke, our former private investigator, to get on. He actually moved. He retired, moved from Illinois, went down to Tennessee, and moved to the hometown of Holly Bobo, not because he knew anything about the case. It's just happenstance. It's where he bought his property. And like when he moved down there, this was years ago, he called me. He's like, have you heard of this Holly Bobo case? He's like, people are coming to me because like he had told people he was a former sheriff, elected sheriff, before he was a private investigator. He's like, people are coming to me telling me that I should like investigate this case because these guys they arrested are the wrong guys. So, and I talked to him recently and I asked him like, what's up with the Holly Bobo shit, man? And it's like, there's this post-conviction thing going on. He's like, I don't know. He's like, he's like, you really shouldn't bring it up down here. He's like, people get real defensive about it. So it's a thing down there. It's a thing down there. So that's what the judge had asked, specifically whether or not the IAC claim, the ineffective assistance of counsel claim, is starting in time, at least in the estimation of counsel pursuant to their petition, at the time that Autry makes this statement, which was the key piece of evidence against him. So this guy's statement, this dude who says that I was with Zach that morning, we went by this river, I stayed in the truck, Zach went under the bridge with Holly Bobo, I heard 3 boom, boom, booms. I'll go through it all, but he makes this statement that becomes the key piece of evidence in the case against Zach Adams. That's it. I'll just tell you flat out, there are no forensic links at all with Zach Adams and Holly Bobo. They found nothing forensically connecting him to Holly Bobo. So that's, I'll rewind like 10 seconds. So
Prior to
Simmons and Scholl informing Ms. Thompson of the same.
well, let me clarify. There are points prior to this that lead up to trial that are ineffective, as alleged.
I'll let you point those out close.
Do you remember February 2017's motion hearing?
This is for Zach Adams or to have the judge recused?
Court's recusal.
Yes, I remember the court's recusal.
And did you have it transcribed?
Probably. Because we appealed it.
All right, the witness has been handed a transcript. I'll let you go on this one. We'll mark it as exhibit 130. There's going to be objection to this transcript.
So it's at this point that Jim Simmons and I really severely parted ways.
Describe that.
Well, Jim Simmons did not want me to file a motion to recuse the judge
Why did you file it?
because the judge absolutely was biased in this case.
How is the judge treating you?
It's shortly after this, they tried to put me in jail. So I would say they were treating me terribly.
How are they trying to put you in jail?
Well, I had been going to the evidence reviews and I had been recording them. It was no secret. I had those little cameras that you used to put on everything. I've forgotten what they're called. But a little sport camera that you could set down and film. It had a wide angle view. A lot of sports people use them and put them on their helmets or their bikes or their motorcycles. And I had one of these little cameras, and I wanted to go see, there were some items of evidence that were still in Jackson, Tennessee at the TBI headquarters there. And I wanted to go see these. None of the other attorneys wanted to go. Jim Simmons didn't want to go. I was the only one that went. and Jennifer Nichols was there, and we were opening up different items, and I had the video camera sitting there on the table, and it has a red light when it's on. It's on. I had been recording at the office, the TBI office, in that summer in June when we went to the main TBI office in Nashville to look at the 500 items. And I had been recording there. Everybody knew I was recording. So Jennifer Nichols, at some point in the middle of this review, said, "Are you recording this?" And I answered honestly, yes. And so she blew a gasket. She had a fit. She went out and got the head of the TBI office there in Jackson, came in and said, "How dare you record this?" Well, first of all, Zach had a right to see this if he had wanted to see any of this material. And I needed to remember what was there if something came up. So she came in and said, "How dare you record this?" And the TBI head of the office said, "How dare you record this? We have all kinds of cases in here. You're not allowed to record in here." Nobody had said I was not allowed, and I wasn't doing it secretly either. And so I stopped recording. I think we kind of stopped the evidence review at that point. And we went back to Nashville, and Jennifer Nichols filed a motion saying that I had been surreptitiously recording things, and that that she wanted me to be found guilty of this and to be put in jail. I think that's how I remember it.
And do you remember Mr. Scholl's conduct at this motion?
Oh, so we had this hearing back in the judge's chambers. He didn't have this hearing where the public could see. And he took us all back into chambers, and Jennifer Nichols spews out, and she's just so hateful and mean. She just spews out this tirade about how I've been secretly recording everybody and how this is against the law.
All right, for frame of reference, Jennifer Nichols was one of the two prosecuting attorneys, just for frame of reference. So who she's talking about was one of the two prosecuting attorneys, along with a guy named Paul Hagerman. All right, so Paul Hagerman was lead prosecuting attorney. Jennifer Nichols was his second chair.
And how I need to be disbarred for this. And I can't remember. There's a transcript of it. But she's just pouring out this poison. And Mike Scholl and Robert Parrish got really, really upset. And they began to say, Judge, they began to say, "Well, were you recording me? Did you record me?" And Jim Simmons took a step away from me. He was standing next to me. We were all standing up. He was standing next to me, and he took a step away from me and said, "Your Honor, if they're trying to put her in jail, I think she needs counsel." Nobody ever said it's legal. It is legal. What I did was legal.
Did you ask them to point to the rule of professional conduct that says you can't record evidence to show your client a death penalty case? Did you say?
You know, at this point, I was so beaten down. Now I'm getting beaten down. I was so beaten down.
Can you help the court with the timing of this?
Well, this is after Jason has flipped, and the case is going to go to trial. Right now, we still have an Easter deadline for trial, and everybody is turning on me. At this point, Jim Simmons and I are not working together at all. We are not communicating hardly, and we're not working together.
I'm going to ask you some personal questions now about your mental health.
Yes, my mental health was declining.
Wow.
When did it start to turn?
Wow.
Well, it started to turn early on when Jennifer Nichols came into the case. Jennifer Nichols is just so aggressive. Usually in even in criminal cases, I can be in the worst criminal case, but you talk to the DAs and they're polite to you outside of court. They're nice to you. You have nice chats and nobody takes it personally. Jennifer Nichols was hateful to me at all times. And so I had gone to a doctor and said, it's really bothering me. I'm really getting depressed because this case is bothering me. First of all, the TBI had been coercing witnesses, I think. And the state had been doing all kinds of wrong things. I've never in my life had a case where if I put my mind to it and I worked really hard, that I couldn't get a good outcome. And in this case, where I knew the facts were on my side, I could not get a good outcome. And I worked harder and harder and harder. And it just got worse and worse and worse.
How was your mental health?
I was suffering from depression and I got some antidepressants and they weren't enough. And I went back and I got more antidepressants. Now, I was having some anxiety also, but I never got anxiety medication because it can decrease your mental acuity. And I didn't want anything that was going to interfere with my mental acuity.
When was this?
This is the whole time. This is from 2015 on through the case.
When did it get increased?
It increased every time I saw the doctor. At some point, I was taking Zoloft and Wellbutrin, and I was taking so much Zoloft and Wellbutrin, it was over the FDA recommended dosage.
Did you ever tell Zach, my mental health is declining?
No, I'd never told him my mental health was declining.
Do you agree he was entitled to that information?
Probably.
Did you tell the court?
No.
Did you consider withdrawing at, say, when Jason Autry changed his proffer, or provided his proffer, January 2017?
I think the real turning point was when the judge didn't let Luke Evans be an attorney.
When was that?
That was in February, perhaps, of 2017, after Jason had turned. Luke Evans had from the Board of Professional Responsibility an all clear. They said it is not a conflict for you to represent Zach Adams, that Shane Austin had died, that there was nothing further that the state could do against Shane Austin. And there was no way that anything that Luke did in Zach Adams' case was going to affect Shane Austin's criminal outcome. And so they said, you may represent Zach Adams.
Why did you ask to bring Luke Evans?
Because Luke Evans is a dynamite attorney. He was like me. He fights for everything. He fights for innocence. And he was going to fight this case and make it, he was going to help me win this case. And there was a turning point for the judge, because the judge had been saying, I've talked with the AOC, we're going to get you a third attorney, because we had two attorneys. Simmons wasn't doing any work on the guilt innocence part. He was only doing the mitigation work at that point. I was the only one doing the guilt innocence. That had not been my choice, but that's something he decided he would do that would give the jury more credibility. He would be more credible if he didn't take part in a guilt innocence trial. And so the state had 4 attorneys that were working on it. And so Creed McKinley had said,
Yeah, I'm going to do that all day. Right. I heard. Okay, so just a real quick if you're late to the game, this is a post-conviction hearing. And where we're at right now, we've got former counsel, trial counsel. Her name's Jennifer Thompson. She's on the stand. And this portion of the post-conviction petition is relative to her ineffective assistance of counsel. So they're not blaming it all on her, but they're definitely blaming it a lot of it on her. You'll see there's a lot more here. It's not just that she shit the bed, but it's her shitting the bed and what that ended up accounting for or not accounting for in terms of the job she did, in terms of getting exculpatory evidence introduced at trial and fighting evidence that they were putting on in terms of timelines, cellular data. There's a lot. So there, but again, like I'm going to skip lunch. We're going to go through the claims in the post-conviction petition so you guys have a real clear understanding. This thing's a banger. We haven't gotten any word back on Todd Mullins. This is stronger than Todd Mullins. I'm going to tell you that right now.
The AOC is going to let you have another attorney. This is an extraordinary case. It's out of the ordinary. It's like no other. It's the biggest investigation in TBI history. It has so much information, and we're going to let you have a third attorney. And Creed McGinley had said this to me. And then I brought on Jennifer Nichols, and we had a telephone call. I usually recorded my telephone calls with my recording pen. I had a very nice, I still do have it, pen that will record as you write down. As you write things, it'll record what's being said. And so I almost always turned it on during telephone conferences with the judge, but I didn't on this occasion. And but my assistant, it was a call in, it was a large conference call. And I was in West Tennessee at a Cracker Barrel with Luke Evans and an investigator or two, one or two investigators. And we'd eaten breakfast, and then the judge said he wanted to have a conference call. And we went out, and the judge said something to the effect of, well, I've talked with Jennifer Nichols about this. And so right then I knew something was wrong. He had been talking to Jennifer Nichols about this, and what they had decided is that Luke Evans, if he came onto this team, this case was never going to settle. I fully believe that she said, if you bring Luke Evans on.
To what Ms. Thompson fully believes might have been said. This is total speculation.
This is speculation.
It is.
Objection sustained.
So the judge said, I talked with Jennifer Nichols, and I'm not going to let Luke Evans come on. There's a conflict. And so at that point, we had a big hearing about the conflict. The Board of Professional Responsibility, which is the board that decides whether or not there's a conflict, said there's no conflict. And the judge still refused to let Luke Evans come on to the case.
Did you feel you needed another attorney?
I needed another attorney. I tried to find other attorneys that would come on to this case and try this case with me.
How many other attorneys did you try to find?
Multiple.
What did you do?
I called people that I knew were death penalty qualified, and I called people that I knew were good, hard fighters and could try a case, take a case to trial, try it to the end, and get a good outcome. And so 2 attorneys that I know that I called that spring or that winter, I called Jody Bell, who's an excellent attorney in Nashville, who's just been appointed judge. And I cried on the phone with Jody, and I begged her to please come do this case with me and replace Jim Simmons.
Why were you crying?
Because I was so exhausted and so worn out from all this. And she said no. She said, Jennifer, I've gotten out of death penalty, and I cannot do another death penalty case. And I called Kim Hottie, who is an excellent attorney in Nashville. And she does excellent work. And I said, will you please come on this case with me? And then I talked to several other attorneys. And I think word got back to Jim that I was talking to attorneys trying to get people to come onto the case. But no
All right, another quick update. So Zach's current attorney is his name is Doug Adams, or I'm sorry, Douglas Bates. He was appointed by the judge who is Judge Bradbury. Okay, so I think he's just a practicing. I don't think he's associated with an innocence project per se. And he was appointed because obviously Zach didn't have any money. So we will have a situation where we've got Doug Bates, and it looks like he's got a second chair, and I'm assuming that they were both appointed by Judge Bradbury here.
But it would come, nobody of attorneys. I think word got back to Jim that I was talking to attorneys trying to get people to come onto the case. But nobody would come, nobody of quality attorney skills that I thought could really try a case would come onto the case with me.
When go after the February hearing date, the April 3rd date, was it moved?
Yes,
And it was set for when?
July.
All right.
And at this point, after Jason Autry changed his story, I went back. He now is talking about a white truck. So the Adams family had a lot of cars available. They were on and off working and on and off available, but they had a lot of cars, trucks, really. And so Zach had been driving a black truck, a little kind of beater truck, and Dylan had a nice gray, I don't know if it's an F-150, but it's a nice gray full-size pickup truck. And so Jason Autry now says it's a white truck, which I knew that the white truck was not available to Zach at that time because he had run through the fields, gotten arrested at the Natchez Trace, and his grandfather had taken the truck from him. So Zach did not have transportation at that time. And so I knew that these were not available. And so when Jason Autry says it's a white truck, I start from beginning then. He has a whole new story. Dylan Adams' story was that they raped her at the house and he walked in and they were raping her and they forced him to anally rape her. And Dylan's story was so incredible, it was unbelievable. Jason now has a story that starts at the Tennessee River. Jason has seen the discovery and he has crafted a story.
I'm going to object to her speculating about what people have seen. She has absolutely no proof of that.
I do have proof of that.
Do
He
you have-
testified.
Our-
The objection is sustained to the way the witness was answering, so I'll let you rephrase or ask more specific questions.
What makes you say Jason Autry had the discovery?
Well, because he was giving Rita Austin and Jimmy Austin he was showing them pieces of his discovery, printed material that he had.
How does she know this, John? Is it based on hearsay? Did she witness it? Again, it's speculation.
I did research.
Speculation at this stage. It's objection sustained.
Jason Autry testified at trial that he had some of the discovery in his cell.
Did you see Mr. Scholl's motion to continue in August of 2016?
Yes, I'm sure I did.
Witness be passed. Exhibit 123B.
Good on him.
And can you review this motion?
Trace, this is a 12-page motion.
Yes.
You got something specific you want to?
Page
go to?
3.
It's already been authenticated and entered.
Can you read page 3, Ms. Thompson? You see where Mr. Scholl says where they meet,
Yes,
and Mr. Scholl provides discovery to his client.
yes,
Now, did you bring that motion out to the jury at any time?
no.
Right.
I should have.
After Mr. Autry's plea, and you said that you were talking about the truck, the white truck.
White truck.
You then received in discovery a recorded conversation between Brent Booth and Victor Dinsmore.
Much later.
Okay. And you had it transcribed.
Yes,
Why did you have it transcribed?
because it was so significant.
What made it significant in your opinion?
Brent Booth was absolutely telling Victor Dinsmore how to testify. Victor Dinsmore had denied that the white truck was parked in his garage, his shop. And throughout the interview then, Brent Booth continually says, this is what Jason's going to testify to at trial. And so Victor Dinsmore then changes his story and says, yes, now he remembers it. It was a terrible example. It was a perfect example.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to her characterization of what witnesses intended. The jury heard all of this proof, and Ms. Thompson has not been offered as an expert for the
Okay,
court.
you measured this.
Thank you.
Her characterization is
Your Honor, if I respectfully submit this evidence, her opinion of the evidence and her failure to bring it in is important.
failure to bring it in, I understand. Significance, okay, but not her continued
I understand that.
characterization of.
I understand that.
All right, so objection sustained.
Okay.
Can you rephrase your question?
All right. In your opinion, it was important.
It was very important because it showed, it was very important.
Okay. At
One of
any,
the witnesses now been handed a transcript of the Brent Booth. It says call with Victor Dinsmore.
what it says call.
It says call.
I will mark for identification at this stage. 31.
Is this a transcript from the May 18th, 2017?
Yes,
And you remember it was a phone call or was it an in-person meeting?
I know Brent Booth went up there to meet with them. So at one point, something was in person.
Okay. And who is Denise Parker Gonzalez?
She's a court reporter.
She verified it at the end.
Yes.
Mark into it.
All right, objections, this transcript.
No, sir.
It's exhibit 130. But let's do clarify, so there's no confusion. This is the interaction between Brent and Victor Dinsmore. It's already been entered as a recording.
Yes, sir.
We could figure out which exhibit number that is, and I'll reference it for the record.
103 is the first meeting.
No. Exhibit 58, Your Honor, is the May 18th recording.
All right, court's in agreement after looking back at my notes, exhibit 58, so this exhibit 131 is a transcript of the audio interview. It's marked as exhibit 58. All right, thank you, Mr. Vice.
Did you, now we're in spring, state finds a 32 revolver. State finds a 32 revolver, remember that?
Yes.
And did you remember the prior statements of other people about possible weapons?
To some degree.
All right. What was your understanding of prior statements regarding weapons?
Well, my memory is that Jason Autry had said that the revolver was much bigger caliber.
You know what he said?
Maybe he said it was a 36.
Okay. Do you remember reviewing IRs of his proffer?
Yes.
Do you remember what Victor Dinsmore said the gun was initially that he had interactions with Shane Austin in a recorded conversation with Dennis Benjamin?
I think he said that it was a bigger caliber weapon also.
Do you remember a recorded conversation between Victor Dinsmore and Dennis Benjamin?
Not specifically.
Do you remember if Mr. Dinsmore referencing a 32 revolver?
No, he didn't reference a 32 revolver. Maybe he said that he had thrown one in a pond.
Okay.
At some point, I know that Victor Dinsmore said that he had had a 32 revolver that did not shoot, that would not fire right. And so he threw it into a pond at his cousin's house, I think.
Do you did you have a strategy leading up to the trial now, May 2017?
Not really. I was still trying to go through all the evidence and put everything together. Because the discovery was given to me in such a disorganized fashion. And I, being hesitant to really change anything that the state had given me and reorganize it, had not reorganized the discovery. And because it was such a large terabyte, and I had to spend so much, I spent several $1,000s buying the hard drive, the big hard drive that would spin really fast. I didn't have enough space to copy it onto another hard drive and then manipulate it. So it was still in the disorganized manner that the state had provided it.
some point, Jerry Gonzalez comes on the case.
Yes.
When?
That spring,
Why?
I begged Jerry Gonzalez and he said, okay.
Jury selection began in July.
Was it July or April? I can't remember, but jury selection began well before trial.
And who performed voir dire?
I did most of the voir dire. I did most of the beginning voir dire. And then at some point, the judge had yelled at me so much, I refused to get up and do anymore. And I made Jim get up and do it. The judge, one of the witnesses was crying. And
Wow. Oh my God. The more that I hear this woman speak, the scarier this entire situation is. I mean, Zach Adams has been in prison here for a hot minute. We're like, I'm telling you, we're going to get to it. It's worse. It's worse than just her in terms of the case against Zach Adams. It's worse. But man, she is, you know, and it's that thing where you'll lay on the sword for your clients, especially if you believe that they're innocent. You know, if you fucked up, you'll say, I screwed up. I didn't do this. I should have done that. I didn't do it. You know, like her thing's a little deeper than just, you know, not questioning certain witnesses or, you know, not doing certain things that she should have done in terms of challenging evidence. You know, those are things that are bad. But like she had other, like the depression thing and her affecting her ability to be able to do her job properly and not advising her client that was going on with her is really, really scary. You know, and you can tell she's, in my opinion, too thin-skinned to be a defense attorney. She's too thin-skinned to be a defense attorney. I do not have a link to the docket, but you know who does? You know who has all the documents or can get them? If you go to Seeking Justice, the Discord, and you sub up over there, and then you ask Tracy really nice. Say, Tracy, could you get me some documents? Tracy will dig up documents. Tracy dug me up both the petitions this morning, but Seeking Justice, that's the spot. It is your one-stop shop for all documents on all cases of note. And I am sure that if you ask Tracy super nice, hey, this is a case we should put on the radar, she'll be down for it. She'll be down for it. All right, I'm going to go get a coffee though, yo. Yeah, maybe.
I said I'd like the record. One of the potential jurors was crying. She was on the stand and she was so bothered by the taking of Holly Bobo, she began to cry. And I said, I'd like the record to reflect that the juror is crying. And the judge snapped at me and said, I'm sitting right here next to her. Her voice is cracking. Something like her voice is cracking, but she is not crying. She was crying. And he snapped at me so much. I just, at that point, I gave up. And I didn't want to do any more voir dire.
How would you assess your mental health at this point?
And at one point, Jim Simmons wasn't even there for part of the voir dire. He had another case in another county, and the judge insisted we go on without him. So at some point, Zach had only one attorney present. My mental health was declining.
Did you consider withdrawing at this point?
I didn't, because I felt that because of the mess with Luke Evans and Luke being so eager to try the case and to really work on the case tough, I felt that if I withdrew, that the judge was just going to point somebody that he knew that was going to just take this case and pleaded out because Jim Simmons had tried very hard to get Zach Adams to plead guilty. And he had come to me and said, on one occasion, he said, I've talked with Zach. He's ready to plead guilty.
Was Jim working on guilt innocence?
No, he was not working on guilt innocence.
And did Mr. Simmons file a motion to withdraw?
Well, Zach, after that, Zach told him he wanted him to withdraw. And Jim Simmons filed a motion to withdraw under seal where he said something to the effect that he believed the client was guilty and that withdrawing in the case would be detrimental. I couldn't believe that his affidavit said he thought that the client, something about the client's guilt or that evidence was overwhelming and that it would be detrimental to the client under the ABA standards to withdraw as attorney of record, something like that. And the judge didn't let him withdraw. And the judge should have had him withdraw.
Your office then filed a motion to continue prior to the September date.
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that motion?
I was not ready to go to trial. The state had given us all the IRs. So I can't remember at what point the state gave us all the IRs, but they've never given us all the IRs with the materials attached to them. And the state had dumped on me all these hundreds of IRs and the materials attached to them. And so I had gone back and I was chasing butterflies at this point.
Blah,
I'd
blah,
gone
blah,
back
blah,
and I
blah,
was
blah,
reading
blah, blah,
the IRs. They'd given us a witness list of 200 something witnesses that they said would testify. And these people had names I didn't even recognize. And I could sit down and search in the discovery and not find their names because it was not OCR. And so we were desperately trying to figure out who these witnesses were going to be. So instead of doing my witness prep like I should have done and sat down and thought about each witness and what I was going to bring in and what evidence I was going to put in, how I was going to get it in, how I was going to cross-examine them, I was out looking at these new materials. They gave us lab reports shortly before trial. So all these materials were fresh to me, and I was desperately trying to digest them.
And I've handed you the motion to continue. Is this your motion?
It looks like it.
And who argued this motion?
I don't remember.
And you attached the various complaints you had about discovery in an affidavit.
It looks like it.
Your Honor, I'd like to make this the next numbered exhibit.
All right, this is Zachary Adams, motion to continue the trial. That August the 8th of 17.
Yes, Your Honor.
And mark it exhibit 132.
And the motion was denied.
Yes.
Were you ready for the trial?
No. I still thought, up until the day of trial, I still thought we were going to ask for another continuance, and I was hoping we were going to be granted an additional continuance.
At this time, had you communicated to Zach that you did not feel prepared?
No,
Did you communicate to him that your mental health was declining?
no,
Did you communicate to the court there still are these videos of an ATM that nobody has seemed to have found?
probably not, because at that point I thought that the videos didn't exist. They had converted to a new company and that the system had been wiped out.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Had you talked at this point to U.S. Marshal John Walker?
Yes, I had, I
When
think.
did you talk with him?
I don't remember.
Do you remember meeting with him during the trial?
Yes. Well, I have a vague memory of it.
Okay. Had you met with him before trial began?
I'm not sure I had met with him before trial began.
What was your understanding of Marshall Walker's qualifications?
Well, he was the one that did cell phone tracking for the Marshal Service. So when somebody would disappear, they'd run off and he couldn't find them and they had a federal case, he would go in and he had secret methods, which he wasn't going to disclose. He would go in, search their phone and figure out where they were. He could do it kind of by figuring out what road they were on or what area they're most likely to be in. And he had said, made a report that said that Holly was most likely going to be found above, north of the cell phone tower where she was found. She was found north of the cell phone tower. And he said she most likely had been in that area.
Do you remember seeing, I'm going to project exhibit 5 on the screen behind.
I'm muted. This shit is not boring. There's cases where there's boring shit. This shit is not boring. They need to be able to show that she was ineffective. And when your lawyer's ineffective, you don't get a fair trial. This is not boring shit. This is the nightmare that defendants all around this country. And this guy paid her 50 grand. Somehow they came up with the money to pay this woman $50,000, which in a death penalty case ain't shit. I'm just going to tell you that right now. That's probably works out to $3 an hour. They need to be able to establish exactly just how fucked up her representation was. They have to do this. This is very important testimony. And when you're gonna, and we're gonna go back. I am not dipping on this case. This thing I think is gonna probably go to next week, I imagine. And we're gonna go back, and I definitely want to watch the day that preceded this one, for sure. But I know this has kind of been a long-winded bit of testimony here with her on the stand for White, but I mean, she repped him. He's got to get into all of it. All of it. He's got to find out what was going on. And look, Doug has spoken with her at length. Like, she's not being surprised by anything that he's asking at all. They know. They know coming into court the things that he's going to talk about, the deficiencies in her representation. And like I said, I mean, this is one of those things where, as a defense attorney, you will lay on the sword, fall on that sword hard if it's going to get an innocent person out of prison. You know, I mean, you got to check your ego at the door. And Auto Docket asked a good question whether or not, if this guy ends up getting a new trial, Zach gets a new trial because of one of the primary things being ineffective assistance of counsel. If that's a black mark, I mean, in the sense, if you have people who, I think they'd be foolish in this day and age not to research your lawyers before you hire them. You know, if they Google her, it's going to pop up. It's not going to look good. Depending on what comes out at hearings like this, like, she might get a little tripped up with the fact that she was, going through some mental health issues. She was on multiple antidepressants. Was it affecting her ability to be able to handle the case? I mean, those kind of things can get picked up by disciplinary boards, and they'll say, we need to have a look at this. And there's other reasons that can pop up that will cause the disciplinary committee to say, all right, look, we're aware of this because you testified to it in court. We weren't aware of it prior to, but we're going to have to take a look at it. So, yeah, I mean, there could be ramifications. It's definitely not a good look for your career in terms of ineffective, but it really depends on what it is. I mean, there's a lot of different ways that you could be ineffective. but it just kind of her meekness and her inability to kind of just stand up to her. Like I'm used to practicing with an absolute badass. Like Allison does not give a fuck. She doesn't give a shit if a judge calls her sweet. Like none of that has ever affected her because she doesn't care. And I forget that everybody's not Allison. You know, Allison never feels intimidated in any room, and she's always the shortest person in the room. She doesn't give a fuck because she knows her shit. No one's intimidating Allison. And I forget, like I'm accustomed to that. I'm accustomed to being with her. So, you know, when I see an attorney like this, who's kind of leaning into, I'm a female attorney. The men treat us like shit, which is true. That is true. It's true. It's awful. I mean, it's gotten better, obviously, as more and more women have gone to law school. It's gotten better, but still, when you're dealing with old white men, you're going to have those built-in biases from way back in the day. You know, but they don't make them like Allie. You know, she's a one of a kinder. But I'm looking at this gal and I'm like, man, she's just getting pushed around emotionally to the extent where it's affecting her ability to be able to represent her client properly. And it's scary. It's a scary proposition. You know, I credit her for sitting on the stand and being like honest about it. I mean, they may have, Stephanie, and it's a good question. And Allie and I talk about this all the time. Like on your direct appeals, it's pretty rare for them to bring up ineffective in a sense that they're going full bore into an IAC claim being the reason that the person didn't get a fair trial on direct appeal. A lot of times you see it in these post-conviction petitions. That's usually where this lands, because it's at that point where people go beyond, and I'm talking about people when I'm talking about like post-conviction lawyers will go beyond just the issues at trial, and they'll start digging in because it's desperate times call for desperate measures. They'll start digging into what the attorney did or didn't do the further you get into the process, because the things that you have at your disposal in terms of issues are narrowing down as the appellate courts chop them down and say, well, this isn't a thing. Like this error that you think is an error was harmless. So you then have to really kind of start looking, okay, well, did the lawyer fuck up? I think she is, Rita. I think that she is. I get the sense. I mean, you can imagine. And this gal's been practicing for a while. I looked her up online, and she's been in the business for a long time. It's not fun when you're sitting up on a witness stand getting grilled about how poorly you did your job for the world to see. If you can imagine, whatever you do for your job, imagine if they decided to say, hey, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to rent a courthouse out. We're going to go get like a big streamer to start streaming it. And we're going to grill you about how shitty you are at your job for the world to see. So, I mean, she's in an uncomfortable position, but like I said, she's going to fall on the sword, and she has been. I feel that she's been honest about some of her deficiencies, but so I just wanted to take that aside because I saw some chatter that it was kind of, you guys thought this was getting long in the tooth, but it's important. It's important. This is important shit.
Behind you.
She most likely had been in that area.
Do you remember seeing, I'm going to project Exhibit 5 on the screen behind you. Do you remember seeing this map of John Walker's?
I think so.
All right. Do you remember discussing it with John Walker before his testimony?
Not, I don't have a clear memory of it, no.
Were you drinking alcohol when you remember discussing?
I think so.
All right. Do you remember discussing it with John Walker before his testimony?
Not, I don't have a clear memory of it, no.
Were you drinking alcohol when you met with Marshall Walker?
I don't think so, but I can't say for sure.
Did you drink alcohol the nights after court?
No, I didn't have any alcohol during trial. I don't think so.
What was your understanding of the significance of determining the route Marshall Walker surmised Miss Bobo's body and cell phone went on?
Well, he had come up with streets, and I think he had worked with Terry Dicus and AT&T, and they had come up with streets that they thought was most likely that Holly had been taken on and driven, and that her phone had stopped in an area where her body was eventually found, but her phone had pinged in that area.
You remember what time?
What?
You remember what time the phone was stagnant?
About 8:30, but I don't have a clear memory.
And I don't believe we have printed Exhibit 5. Could the witness be passed? Do we have it?
Four. 6.
Is it up there?
Oh.
You see it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Ms. Thompson, do you understand the significance of the direction of travel from the Swan Johnson Road being clockwise up to the no activity where her remains were found?
I think I did.
What was it?
Well, that she was traveling north and a little west of her home, and that, and I drove those roads myself, and that she was not where Zach Adams' phone was.
Do you remember, did you believe there was significance in her death occurring between 8:26 and 8:56 where her remains were found?
Yes, I believe there was significance there.
In your opinion, what was the significance?
That she had been taken there, whatever happened to her had happened there, and that she was killed there and left there. And that then the person that took her, Terry Britt, as he was driving back, he was throwing things out of his car window. He drove back a different way, and he was throwing things out of his car window that had belonged to Holly.
And the last ping of Holly's phone was at 9:25 where the lunchbox and other things were found. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you understand the importance of qualifying Mr. Walker, Marshall Walker, as an expert?
Yes. I mean, I thought it was important that he testified to that.
And what were the words you attempted to qualify him as?
I don't remember.
You remember attempting to qualify him?
Objection, Your Honor, deleted.
All right, objection sustained.
I remember we tried to get him,
All right, hold on. The question that was asked was objected to, sustained. So you can ask another question.
I remember trying to ask him,
You can,
I'm sorry.
ask your question. The question that was asked, the objection was sustained.
What do you
I'm
remember?
allowed to answer that question. You can ask another question.
What do you remember?
I remember trying to have him testify about these cell phone records and not being able to get his testimony in.
Did you ask Judge McGinley to tender him as a tracking 2G expert?
Probably not.
Objection, Your Honor, deleting.
All right, I'm going to allow this question. Objection overruled.
Did you?
Probably not.
Why not?
I don't know. Maybe I didn't understand that that's what his expertise was in, is tracking 2G phones.
Did you go over with Marshall Walker his qualifications?
I think I did.
Did you make a proffer of evidence?
Probably did not.
At the site where Marshall Walker said there was no activity, there was a .380 casing from a pistol round found.
Okay.
Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember that. I don't remember that was from a pistol. I remember it was a .380 round found there.
Okay.
And again, Your Honor, for the record, it was a casing, not a round.
Casing. Correct. Apologize. Do you understand what a casing is?
It's the shell that's over the bullet that in a automatic spits out.
Did you, at the time of trial, understand what the diameter of a .380 bullet is?
No.
Did you think it was important?
Yes.
What did you do to find the diameter?
Well, I had some other people on the case with me. David Hopkins knew a lot about guns, and I was listening to what David said.
Mm-hmm.
Did anybody in your team suggest scientific ways to measure these rounds?
Oh my God.
Yes, well, we had some discussion about whether or not a 32 could make the hole in Holly's head. And I think we looked for an expert. We're not able to find somebody that would say a 32 would not make a hole that big in Holly's head.
You remember Dr. Ross's testimony?
Vaguely.
Okay. Says it anything, you remember 0.36 or below?
Yes.
Were you aware that the .380 was below in size 0.36?
No.
You were present when General Nichols, at her closing argument, told the jury 0.38 is excluded.
I was present. Yes.
You did not object.
No, I did not object.
Is it your understanding that a prosecutor can misstate evidence to a jury?
No, they cannot misstate evidence.
If they do, what do you do as defense?
You object, saying they're mischaracterizing evidence from trial.
Did you object?
I didn't understand the bullets enough to know that I should have objected. So no, I did not object.
Do you understand the significance of a casing next to the remains?
Yes.
What is the significance?
The significance is that's most likely the bullet that killed Holly Bobo is right there next to her remains.
You never put Dylan Adams' interview into evidence.
No, I did not.
Your Honor, if the court would indulge to seal the portion of the next bit of testimony.
All right, good time to take a break then.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bates has alluded to the fact that when we address, put your board down so these folks can see. Mr. Bates will be asking questions about testimony that was previously sealed by other judges, and this court's going to honor that sealing. So I'm going to ask that you step outside the courtroom for this next bit of questioning. When that is completed, I'll put you back in the courtroom. So we're going to recess for 15 minutes. Also, the cameras will have to be off, as well as microphones. So we're going to recess for 15 minutes.
All right.
All right, we have some blooping time. We have quite a bit, actually. I was doing a lot of yapping. But I want to go through real quick. For those of you who are not familiar with Holly Bobo case, let's just go through kind of the factual background of the case a little bit. I think it will pique your interest if you know a little bit more about the crime, the victim, what happened, who was charged, what happened at trial. I think all those things will help flesh things out for you guys. So let me just pull up. I had done some research. So I'll go kind of start with the factual background, and then we'll work our way through it. I'll keep an eye on it. I don't know how long that testimony is going to be going on with respect to whatever had been previously sealed, and with the judge honoring the fact that it was sealed. I don't know why it was sealed. If it was one of the witnesses, one has a diminished capacity, one of the actual key witnesses in the case, but we'll get to that. All right, so here's kind of the background. All right, so on April, actually, I want to pull up a picture of, let me find a picture of Holly. She's a beautiful girl. Prime of her life. Okay. Pull this over here to give you an idea who the victim is. Throw this guy up there. So these are all various pictures of Holly. You could see she was lovely, lovely girl. Nursing student. Really sad. All right, so here's the factual background. So on April 13th of 2011, she's 20 years old. She's a nursing student. She disappears from her family home in Darden, Tennessee. And her day went like this. She woke up at 4:30 in the morning to study for a test, a big test that she was having that day. And then she had a phone call with her boyfriend, Drew Scott, who I imagine is that kid right there. Oh, that's her brother. Let's see if they got a picture of Drew Scott here anywhere. Wow. See, there's Zach there. I don't know where the hell Drew Scott is. We'll Google him. So she has a phone call with Drew at around 7:30 in the morning. Shortly before 8, her brother Clint, this is her brother, this guy here. This guy. So that's Clint. He hears their dogs barking and he sees Holly with a man in camouflage. And he believes that it was Drew initially. Now, the neighbor hears Holly scream, and then she alerts Holly's mother, Karen, who happens to be at work. So she calls Karen at work and says, "Hey, I think I just heard Holly screaming." So that's 2011. She vanishes off the face of the earth. Her remains are not found until September 7th of 2014. So there were guys out there hunting for ginseng, the root, in remote woods in northern Decatur County, and they come upon a skull with a gunshot wound consistent with the 32 caliber. They find 7 ribs and 10 teeth. That's it. I mean, Holly's body had been out there for over 3 years. So DNA testing yielded that it was a 21.8 billion to 1 odds that it was Holly. So it was definitely Holly. Various personal items were also found. Her lunchbox, which for whatever reason makes me really sad, just to think that she had her little lunchbox ready, and it's just sad. Her cell phone and a culvert and a SIM card. So the investigation then becomes the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation's most exhaustive and expensive in the history of their agency. Okay, so this is what got Zach Adams, who's in court today, convicted at trial. Okay, so from the onset, just know there was no physical, no DNA evidence, nothing forensic that connected Adams to Holly at all. Okay, the prosecution relied entirely on the testimony of a guy named Jason Autry. Okay, now we've heard his name coming up throughout this hearing. So Jason Autry at trial gives a graphic, detailed account claiming that he served as a lookout while Zach shot Holly under a bridge near a river. He described hearing, oh, wait. Oh, you guys see Gloria? Hi, Gloria. All right. So he claims that while he's under the bridge, that while Zach's under the bridge, that he hears a boom, boom, boom echoing under the bridge. And he says that they then wrapped Holly in a blanket, placed her in the bed of the pickup truck, and that the trial judge at trial actually said these words, which is crazy. That the trial judge, as to Autry's, and I don't know in what context he said this. If he said this in front of the jury, I'll fall off this ball and you'll just see my feet. I don't know when he says it, but it's a quote. He said, as to Autry's testimony, that it's some of the most credible, persuasive testimony that I've ever heard given in a courtroom. So there's that. So you got the judge, who's not this judge, different trial judge, who's saying that shit. I don't know if he said it to the press. I would hope to God he didn't say it in front of the jury. I mean, that in and of itself would be enough for a mistrial or a new trial, in my estimation. You cannot have a judge saying that kind of shit in front of a jury. So then the other person that was involved in this case in terms of the investigation. So you've got, first of all, Jason Autry, and then you have Dylan Adams, who is Zach's brother. So the Dylan Adams shit is crazy. Crazy. Okay, so Dylan is initially arrested on unrelated weapons charges in March of 2014. So again, remember, it's important to remember the facts. Holly goes missing April 13th of 2011, and then her remains are found in September of 2014. So now they found her remains. They know she's deceased. They found her skull with a 32 caliber. It looks to be a 32 caliber bullet wound in the skull. Okay, so they have that. So this case that's gone cold has started to heat back up. Okay, so Dylan gets arrested, and he is placed as part of his plea deal in the home of a retired Memphis cop named Dennis Benjamin for 5 weeks. Okay, this is a federal case. Okay, and it's different in federal criminal cases. You don't make bond. Like, we've covered some federal stuff with you guys. You got to basically convince the court that you've got a place to stay, that you've got somebody who's going to basically make sure that you make it to court, make sure that you do all the things that you need to do. And if the judge is satisfied with all that, doesn't think that you're a flight risk or what's up?
What year did you say the kid was arrested?
Who?
Dylan.
I'm going through it all right now.
I know, but didn't you say March of 2014? That's before they found the body.
Wait, what it's unrelated. You're not listening. It
Okay,
has
I wanted
nothing to do
make
with
sure
this.
you knew it was before they found the body.
It was a case that had nothing to do with Holly Bobo. Allison's coming in and double checking my work. Are you want to jump on there?
No.
Remember, we're going on with Jimmy tonight. You got to prepare yourself mentally
Well, I gotta-
for the newlywed game. It's happening. 6 o'clock Central, 7 Eastern, over at Jimmy's house. Shut that door so it quits creaking, please. All right. So again, Allison didn't hear it, so maybe you guys didn't hear it. So he's arrested on something completely unrelated, on federal gun charges having nothing to do with Holly Bobo's case. But so he's placed in this home as part of his conditions of release, in this home of this retired Memphis cop. 5 weeks in, this former cop, calls 911 claiming that Dylan wants to confess to the Holly Bobo murder. And Dylan says that he saw that Holly was alive at Zach's house, sitting in a green chair, wearing a pink shirt. Said that Zach claimed to have a videotape of him essaying Holly, which was never found. And he described Zach as wearing camouflage shorts, black sleeveless shirt, and green Crocs. Hold on, I have to cough. Yeah, I'm fighting this cold. It's kind of brutal. I thought I had kicked it, but it's pretty persistent. All right, so you've got two things going on. You've got Dylan Adams' statements, and you've got Jason Autry's testimony. So Jason is the star witness. Dylan's made these statements, and I'm going to get back to Dylan in a minute. So then you've got various jailhouse informants and acquaintances. So they then bring in multiple witnesses who were all jailhouse snitches, claiming that Zach had made incriminating statements. Okay. You've got his girlfriend at the time, Zach's girlfriend at the time, Rebecca Earp, testifying that Zach threatened to, quote, tie me up just like he did Holly Bobo, and nobody would ever see me again. So she says that he says that to her. And then witnesses claim that Zach said that, quote, was saying no body, no gun, no crime, and bragged about what he did. So they got a bunch of hearsay of people saying that Zach's saying crazy shit. So that gets introduced to trial. And then here's the circumstantial evidence they had. They said that there was a white truck similar to Zach's that was seen rapidly leaving the Bobo home that morning. And then this thing, in terms of the weight that it really should have and the weight that it probably actually did have, which are two completely different things. I can imagine, because when I read it, I was like, whoa, I mean, it's kind of a fucked up thing to have on your Facebook. So there's this Facebook post by Zach the day that Holly disappeared that says, quote, you never was, you stupid whore, end quote, in a photo in camo with the caption, quote, who am I looking for? So they show that post that happened to be on his Facebook page the day that Holly Bobo went missing. So the verdict, after it comes back, he's guilty on all 8 counts, including first-degree murder, especially the aggravated kidnapping, the aggravated SA, and he is sentenced to life without the possibility of parole plus 50 years. So these are the grounds for the post-conviction relief, okay, which we're going through right now. So Jason Autry, who was the star witness, recants. This is the primary ground. So in December of 2023, Autry recants his entire testimony to a forensic neuropsychologist named Dr. Katie Spurko. Okay. He admits that he fabricated the story after his lawyer told him that he was 95% certain of a conviction. So you have to imagine he's sitting in the room with his lawyer. And, this guy's like, well, what are our chances here? And the lawyer's like, well, you're pretty much fucked. I'm going to go with the 95% chance that you're going to get convicted on this thing. So at that point, he's like, well, what can we do? And he says, well, we could talk to him. We could try to make a deal. You could flip, get a deal, pin it on him. So he says that what he did in terms of coming up with this narrative that this judge had said was the most compelling testimony he'd ever heard. He said that he had just recreated his day and that he added Holly to it while he was reviewing discovery in his jail cell. So he's sitting in his jail cell. His lawyer had dropped his discovery off in terms of the evidence that they had in the case. He's going through it, and he just cooks up this story. So he ends up synchronizing his testimony with the available evidence and the cell phone data from the discovery that he's looking at. So a video obtained in 2024 shows that Autry explicitly recants, saying, I made it all up. So what he ended up doing, which will make sense as to why he testified and was the star witness, he ends up pleading to lesser charges and was released in 2020 after serving only 8 years. So that's a sweetheart deal in comparison to what Zach was sentenced to. So there's the recantation. Then you have the newly discovered evidence. Now, we heard a little bit about this in terms of Bates, the lawyer that's handling the case for Zach right now, getting into this ATM stuff. Okay, so this is going to give you context as to what that's about. So there is newly discovered evidence, and it's this ATM video evidence. So there's bank surveillance video from Parsons, Tennessee, timestamped at 11:12 a.m. on April 13th of 2011. And it shows Dylan Adams, who again is Zach's brother, in his Chevrolet Silverado making a transaction. Now, this is during the window when Autry testified that they were at the river. The three of them, Autry, Dylan, and his brother, Zach, who's in court right now, were all down at the river unaliving Holly Bobo. So you got a problem there, right? They now have him on video at a bank at the same time that he says that they were down at the river and Zach's killing Holly. So the defense argues this proves both Zach and Dylan were not involved. Additional video shows Dylan at a gas station 45 minutes later with Zach in the truck. Then you've got new cell phone data. A 2G expert testified that Zach's phone and Holly's phone were in completely different sectors at similar times the morning of April 13th. Cell phone tower pings don't match the path that Holly's phone followed, and defense presented mapping showing inconsistent location data. You've also got prosecutorial misconduct and Brady violations. So the state allegedly failed to disclose the ATM footage during the original trial, despite having it since 2015. The defense claims this is exculpatory evidence, and that it should have been disclosed, and it absolutely should have. I can't think of any situation wherein they've got video of Dylan Adams, who's claiming that he was with his brother at the time that this took place, and that time happens to have him caught on video making an ATM transaction. You guys think that that's exculpatory? You think that should have been turned over to the defense? I think so. I think so. So you've also got former TBI agent Valerie Trout testifying about her concerns with the investigation practices. Okay, and I think Trout may have been on the stand yesterday, and Dennis Benjamin, who I think was on the stand yesterday, and that's when they shut the courtroom down to allow him to testify. Why they did that, no one knows. So, but there were questions raised about why private investigator Dennis Benjamin was paid by the TBI to work the case. That's interesting, right? So in March, you've got Zach, or no, you've got his brother Dylan getting arrested in March of 2014 on this federal case. And the deal that's worked out is that he happens to go stay with this guy, this very guy, Dennis Benjamin, who happened to be paid by TBI to work the case. 5 weeks later, Dylan's ready to confess. So the next thing is the coerced confession of Dylan Adams. Dylan, who's intellectually disabled, again, was arrested on those federal gun charges, and those resulted in a lengthy sentence for him. And so the prosecutor arranged a no jail plea deal on condition that Dylan live with stranger Dennis Benjamin, the retired cop. So that's part of the plea deal, the no jail plea deal to get out of these gun charges. It's like, all right, here's part of the deal. You got to live with this dude. I've never heard of anything like it. So then after 5 weeks, like I just said, Benjamin calls with the confession, saying that Dylan wants to confess. Dylan's mother claims that there was extensive coercion during the interrogation. Dylan testified at the current hearing that he told Benjamin what he wanted to hear, just to, quote, get him off my back, end quote. Dylan's confession didn't match the evidence. Dylan now testifies that both he and Zach had nothing to do with this. Then we got the IAC, which is the ineffective assistance of counsel, and there's claims that Jennifer Thompson and her co-counsel provided inadequate representation. Testimony revealed that the two lead defense attorneys were not on speaking terms. Ugh. Court conditions described as adversarial, and the allegation that the trial judge was watching sports. As you can hear, football announcers audible and the judge scrambling with his iPad. Must have been a big game going on. I mean, I don't know what day that the trial was happening, where there was some college football on. Vols were probably playing, old Rocky Top. There's also issues with investigative misconduct, because there was an alternate suspect, a guy named Terry Britt, who was a convicted sex offender who lived near the Bobo home. And the initial lead investigator, Terry Dykes, strongly suspected Britt based on his proximity to the crime scene, that he was known to have been stalking multiple blonde, blue-eyed women, that his cell phone records had him near the Bobo home, and that 8 women had accused him of stalking. I mean, and then Clint, the brother, identified Britt's voice as being similar to what he heard. Now that's tough, but it's something. So Dykes, the TBI guy, was removed from the case and put on desk duty in 2012 for tunnel vision on Britt. So former TBI agent Valerie Trout testifies about wiretaps and the monitoring of Britt as a serious suspect. So they're showing that there was another person that they were looking at hard. All right. And that when Dickus was kind of tunneled in on Britt, that they took him off and put him on the desk. And then you got Valerie Trout saying that, look, we like this guy. We liked him a lot for this. Then Trout testifies that internal politics ended up affecting the case, and that Supervisor Jack Van Hooser, and that's Hooser, Hoser or Hooser, was hostile and adversarial towards the Bobo family. And the talk of dropping the case because Jack couldn't control Karen Bobo, who is Holly's mom. So other issues are that the TBI agent Brent Booth, described by Trout as being sloppy and who didn't review documents properly and didn't interview people properly and didn't document his interviews properly. And then Trout testified that Booth was fearful of losing his job and would, and that ultimately swayed whatever he said, that he had that thing hanging over his head in terms of him getting shit canned, and that was swaying the way that he was operating in terms of the investigation on this case. There's additional conflicts. There's a palm print on Holly's car that doesn't match any of the defendants. None of the men matched Clint's description of the assailant. Okay, and then Holly's receipt and papers found near Shane Austin's home. Austin, and we'll get into who he is, died by suicide in 2015. Okay, so where it's currently at right now is that Zach testified for the first time yesterday and claiming that he was with his brother, Dylan, and this guy, Shane Austin, who died by suicide in 2015, buying drugs that morning and had no connection to Holly. This is where it blows my mind. So they're not able to establish any connection that they knew Holly, that they had ever talked to Holly, that they were anywhere near Holly at all, except that Holly's mom, Karen, was his 4th grade teacher. So the hearing is continuing on today, obviously. So the next thing I kind of wanted to know, and like Allie and I were talking about, we're like, well, what put them on these guys at all? Like, how did these guys become suspects? So early on, Terry Dickus testified that Zach Adams, Dylan Adams, Jason Autry, and Shane Austin came under suspicion early. And that was because Holly's mother's Karen Bobo, who had taught them in grade school, had said that they were brought up by people that know that they're just bad people, like into drugs. So Holly's mom brings up these kids from her 4th grade class years ago. I mean, these guys were all adults at the time that this thing went down. And she's going back to when these kids were in her 4th grade class. That's what puts them on the radar of TBI, which is insane to me. However, Dickus, the cop, the TBI investigator, ruled them out early because Shane Austin had passed a polygraph, their alibis checked out, and the cell phone records put Zach Adams and Holly Bobo several miles apart during the critical timeline. The investigation focused heavily on Terry Britt, the convicted SO, instead, and the case went cold for nearly 3 years with no arrest. And then you have the breakthrough. And that happens when Dylan gets arrested on the federal gun charges, and he ends up coming up with this story. So, you know, he gets that no plea or the no jail plea deal with the stipulation that he's got to live with this cop, this former cop, Dennis Benjamin. And then 5 weeks later, Benjamin's calling 911 saying, hey, guess what? This Dylan guy wants to confess to the Holly Bobo murder. So in that confession, it implicates Zach, Jason Autry, and Dylan himself. And you know, you have to remember Dylan has learning disabilities and a low IQ, and he always attended special schools for children with learning disabilities throughout his entire life. So that's kind of where it's at. That is exactly where this thing lays right now. So this sounds like a railroad job of the highest order. That's what it sounds like to me. This sounds like they wanted to get this thing They want to get this case closed. They found these 3 patsies. They squeezed Dylan. He makes her, Jason Autry, he makes that statement. You got Dylan making his statements. And it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. All right, so let's see here. They should be back, hopefully. Let's see. So that's kind of the long and the short of it. What I'd really like to do, if we have a good amount of time at lunch, is actually go through the actual petition itself. Let me see. Let me see if I can find the court feed. All right, let me see if they can. All right, I think we're live. All right, so I'll pull it up. Okay, let me pull this guy up. All right, so yeah, this should be coming back. Like, so right at this point in time, they're doing some questioning of Jennifer Thompson, his former lawyer, regarding statements made that were sealed at some point. And I don't know why they were sealed, but they were. And the judge is abiding by that being sealed. So he had the cameras turned off and he had everybody that was in the courtroom step out of the courtroom. So that's where we're at right there. So let's see. I'm going to go through some of the supers. I threw them up on screen, but I want to give you all the love. Julie Jensen, 1602, member for 4 months. Can we rewatch all of this week's testimony? Absolutely. I'll figure out when to do it. Maybe I'll do a rare Saturday live to get caught up, because I'd like to get caught up over the weekend at some point. And I know you guys have to know that I'm simply not available on Sunday because of the Bears. Oh my God. Hold on. All right, sorry about that. Yeah, so I'll figure out when we're going to do that. I'll probably do it at like 1.5 if we're going to do it tomorrow, just so we can get through the whole day. But yeah, like I'm all in on this one. I'm all in on this one. And I heard yesterday it was crazy. So Dr. Jen and Toxic, for the griff, fam. Thank you. Appreciate the dono, $5. You're on the wheel. Julie Jensen, you're on the wheel. Love watching you and Allie. I hope she's doing well today. She's all right. It comes and goes. The pain, sometimes it's tolerable. Sometimes she's kind of in agony, but you know, she powers through like always. Thank you. And you're on the wheel. Meg P put Amanda's name on the wheel instead of me. Done. How many Amandas do we know which Amanda? Do we have multiple Amandas? I know there's Amanda or the. She's always in here. Just let me know which Amanda, because I know I've seen a few Amandas in here. And thank you for your dono. Put Spitfire. Spitfire needs a shirt for sure. All right. So Megan's on the wheel. Thank you for that. We appreciate that. Not so Zen Jen. Thank God it's Friday. Put me on the wheel. Done. How's Allie doing? Give you that update. She'll float around. I go down there. I set up her little recliner because it's more comfortable, and she'll pass out occasionally. I put her little ice machine thing on, and she'll fall asleep gently. The sleeping's been tough for her, for sure. Thank you for asking, though. And thank you for your dono. And you're on the wheel. Definitely. John, this woman is a poster child for ineffective. I mean, it would seem that way. I would agree with you there. She's been rough. It's rough. It's scary. It's scary to know. But, this isn't like some isolated incident. There's bad lawyers everywhere. And I don't know that she was a bad lawyer. She just handled this case poorly. She was allowing external factors to really affect her ability to be able to effectively represent her client, which is a shame, you know. Holly, thank you for sharing your passion and knowledge of the law. Please show your support by smashing the like and subscribe buttons. Holly, thank you. You are on the wheel. And yes, I agree. Hit that like and subscribe button. They did that already. So no, what? What do you mean? How would I do that? Allie was checking in on me, making sure I wasn't fucking up. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. But yeah, like, share, and subscribe helps the channel. Holly Johnson, again, I think you shared your nasty cold with me. I'm sorry. It is. It's pretty persistent. It's it's a head cold thing. It's pretty annoying, to be honest with you. I keep having to. That's why I'm doing a lot of mute talking today, because I keep trying to put the cough button on, mute the mic while I'm hacking, so as not to disgust you guys. But you're on the wheel again. John, you're on the wheel. She is in the blame everyone but myself phase. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. And thank you for that, John. You're on the wheel. KLBOG, you were on the wheel. Look up at the people, damn it. I hope Allie's starting to feel better. She is. I think it's getting better day by day. And 10 for 10 for the Buried podcast. Thank you. Thank you very much. I have thoughts about Amaranti, as do I, which I clearly talk about quite a bit on the podcast. So, yeah, I appreciate that, though. Everybody should be listening to Buried. If you're not, I don't know why. I really don't know why. Gigi of 9, member for 1 month. My hearing aids are Bluetooth, so I can hear it all. Love that. That's cool. I've got a buddy that's got those Bluetooth hearing aids, and he loves them, swears by them, wears them to concerts. He can turn his shit up and down. Thinks they're amazing. Gigi, do you, Bob? That's why we love you. Aw, thanks, Gigi. Smooches back to you. Luciferi, or is it Luciferi? Am I butchering it, Lucy, or Lucci? I think if it was Lucci, it would be Lucci. I think if it's Lucci, I'm going to go with Lucy. Lucy Fair or Fair, one of the two. I don't know what a wheel spin is, but I'm in. You are in. You are in. And I explained it to you. I'm going to throw everybody's name up that donos today, whether it's Venmo, whatever form, fashion you donate, PayPal, Venmo, any of the Cash App type things. All those folks are in, and then obviously supers as well. So you're on the wheel, and then I put all your names in, we spin it, and whoever wins, whoever it lands on, gets to go into the merch store, pick our t-shirt. And I was just discussing with Mandy last night, hopefully we're going to have some updated merch like in the next few days in the merch store, including I want to get a holiday shirt of some kind out there. So I'm working my brain to figure out something that's cute and holiday related. So look for that as well. And thank you so much. KLB, OG, new member. Oh, family hug. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And Toto Brown, member for 3 months, loving the Buried podcast. Keeps getting better. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's like the thing that I always talk about with that, like the first episode was the first time I had ever done a podcast. So like my nerves were there. It was weird. It was a weird thing. You would think, being a trial lawyer, I was never nervous in court. I mean, going in to a trial, you have the nerves, but once the trial starts and you're in it, you're not worried about it. You don't think about any of that shit. The nerves go away. Closing arguments, people's lives in the lines. I was never like nervous. And like first time I got behind the mic, man, I was like, it was crazy. But yeah, I got better at it as it progressed. And it's very well written. It's very well researched. And the investigation we did is telling you, it's one of the best podcasts ever made. I'll die on that hill. Tell me one that's better. But you have to listen to it. You got to listen to it. We're only about halfway through. I think 15 just dropped. I think 16 is dropping on Saturday. So we're almost to the halfway point of that thing being completely out there. If you're not listening, I just don't know why. If you like our channel, if you like me, and it's different. It's different. It's scripted. I wrote it. It's an amazing thing. It's just an amazing podcast. Pose Raven, $5 holla. Thanks for always educating us. Love Buried, and love the fact that it's an organic process. It was very much a real-time investigation. I look forward to each episode to see what you've uncovered. Thank you, Pose. Appreciate that. Decline, and you're on the wheel, by the way, Avi. Decline, I'm a little bit behind, so if this has already been asked, my apologies. Is she still practicing? And I'm assuming you're talking about Jennifer Thompson. From all accounts, it looks like she is. It looks like she is still practicing. So thank you for that. And you're on the wheel, Decline. Zimmy gifted 1 DD podcast membership. Thank you, Zimmy. Oh, family hug to whoever the beneficiary of that was. And then Kim, CNMT, member for 6 months. 6 months already, right? Thank you, DD fam, for all that you do. Thank you, Kim. We love you over here. Weird Debbie. Thank you, Bob, for covering this. Thank you, Weird Debbie, and you're on the wheel. Love it. Jody Butler, new member. Oh, family hug. Love giving family hugs. I could do it like unencumbered when Allie's not here. Actually, Allie's like, she's come all the way around. She loves the family hugs. How can you not love a family hug? I don't understand it. Never got it. Let's see. I'm going to say that's K Rista, right? I'm going to go with it. 1, thoughts and prayers for Al's speedy and complete recovery. Yes, yes. 2, everybody hit the like button and listen to Buried. Yes, yes. And as a Tennessean, I appreciate you covering this. And Drummond. Yeah, we're all in on Drummond too. It's another one. It's got some really weird shit going on. Deserves our attention, so we're gonna give it the attention it deserves. And in this case, man, like I was saying, Yellow Jacket was like, are you looking at this Zach Adams case at all? And I'm like, I know about it. And she's like, it's coming up for the hearing. And I'm like, is it going to be streamed? And we're like, we don't know. And then I saw Kathy Russin yesterday that they had the pool camera in, but for whatever reason, they weren't streaming it. And I'm hitting her up on Twitter. I'm like, why aren't you guys streaming this? It seems pretty interesting. It seems like this guy actually might be innocent. And so thankfully today, I came to find out it was up. So I made the split decision to stream with y'all, and I'm glad that I did. And I'm glad that you're here. I appreciate it. And thank you. Okay, you're on the wheel. Dawn Gator 72. Thanks for everything you guys do. Thank you, Dawn. And you're on the wheel. Appreciate that. H&H, History and Homicide. Lovely member, lovely mod, gifting 5 DD podcast memberships. And you, my dear, are on the wheel. Thank you so much for your generosity. Jody Phillips, you, my dear, are also on the wheel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jody Butler, you were on the wheel. Thank you for gifting 5 more DD podcast memberships. We appreciate that. We love when you build the family. That's what you guys are doing. Whenever you gift those memberships, just makes the family just a little bit bigger, which we love so much because we love you guys so much. You're such an amazing community. Like I always see it. I always see people that are new to the community, and then I just let y'all take it from there. You know, I'm just in the background yapping. Y'all are the heroes. Best chat in the land. Been saying it for as long as I came up with that phrase because it's true. I'll put our chat up against any chat out there. I was saying it last night, the intelligence level, the humor, just the compassion. You guys have it all. You really do. You're just an amazing group of people and so grateful, truly. Under Your Scars, you were on the wheel. $5 Canadian. Cheers. Cheers to you, Under. Appreciate you always. Serenity, RPH, running low on funds. Well, that makes it even more wonderful that you dug deep. Now I'm really rooting for you to win, Serenity, because you're scraping the pocket lint out to give until it hurts, and I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And secretly, not so secretly, I'm rooting for you to win the wheel. I'd love to see you in a t-shirt walking around wherever you live, sporting that DD merch. Thank you for covering this in your insight and review. Thank you so much, Serenity. Appreciate you so much. I have questions. This is some bullshit. Put me on the wheel. All right, real happy as a local. I greatly appreciate y'all covering this. Been trying because to get more eyes on this for months. Thank you. I'm interested, real happy as a local. Like I said, my PI is a local down there. My former PI, Steve Yankee, big sweet teddy bear. Guy's like 6'5", probably like 280. Big lumbering guy. He's got a huge red beard. He's bald. He always wears like a hat. But the guy's sweet as pie. Like he was our PI forever. He's an amazing dude. We love Steve still. I still talk to him all the time. And he says it's torn down there in your neck of the woods as to, whether these guys did it or not. And somebody had asked in chat, I think it was Team Brittany, like where are the Bobos at on this thing? Which I want to know. It's a legitimate question. I want to know where the Bobos are at. I mean, if Karen's the one who kind of threw these guys' names out there and like put them on the radar based on her dislike of them from 4th grade, I'm curious to know, like, if when all this shit starts coming out, if they're like, did my daughter really get justice? I mean, I assume that Karen does not want the wrong people in prison, people that didn't do this in prison, right? That's not justice. So I'd be curious to know. Let us know in chat, real. I'd like to know what the kind of the temperature is down there. And you're on the wheel, by the way. Fun size 5. You were on the wheel as someone who's had 4 shoulder cuff replacements. Oh my God. Poor thing. Tell Allie to get the TENS unit. It's better than pain meds and helps so much. What is it? What is the TENS unit? We've got like this machine that I fill up with ice and put the water in, and it's got a tube and it runs into this pad that we strap on her shoulder. Is that different? Let me know. Let me know. If there's anything that I can do to relieve my woman's pain, I will do it. I like free shirt. True crime addicted. Appreciate you. Thank you. Afton, 15 minutes left. Of what? What do you mean? 15 minutes of what? Oh, you mean on the goal. Thank you for that. I was like, wait, they're cutting this thing off early today. All right. Thank you. I mean, if y'all don't know after the fact, because it doesn't allow me to put any more than 3 hours on there. That's it. So that's the longest I can go on a goal. But if you guys are donoing, I'm obviously going to count it. Thank you. Appreciate that, Afton. You were on the wheel. Fly Butter 8. You were on the wheel. Love you guys. Love you back. Love you back. Appreciate you. And here's an OG for you. The Orlando sober hipster. Been loving you a long time, girl. Bob, will you be covering the Anna Kepner case? She's from my hometown, and our community is reeling and grieving this horrific story. I don't even know anything about it. I don't know what state's it out of. Let me know, hipster, because I want to know. I'll check it out. Anna Kepner. Yeah, I don't know anything about it. But I always like when people are like, hey, take a peek at this case. I mean, I'm pretty easy to get sucked into all kinds of cases. But yeah, I'd be interested to see what it's all about. And of course, you're on the wheel. Debbie, aka Lolly, you're on the wheel. Love y'all so much and appreciate all you do. And how do you gift memberships? Because I can't figure it out. So it depends on if you're in the phone or if you're on a computer. If you're on a computer, it's relatively simple. You just go in, and down at the bottom, you'll see that little, it looks like a dollar bill. You just click on that thing. You can do supers, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifting memberships. So that's how you do it. If you're on your phone, I think it's basically the same thing. I can't tell from my end because I'm the channel owner. So like my view looks different than yours. Like if somebody can help in terms of what it looks like from somebody's phone, maybe to help Debbie out, I'd appreciate that. But you're on the wheel. You're on the wheel, and hopefully chat will help you figure it out. Jody Butler, meant every word I said in my email. Glad I'm able to give back a little. Keep being you, Bob, and send my love to Allie. Yeah. Was you, Jody, I'm assuming that your email was the one that just like had me in tears. It was so wonderful. I so appreciated it. I read it. I don't know if you were here on the live when I read it, but I read it out loud because it was that moving to me. So thank you for that. If you guys don't think that I look at everything that you guys say, just know that I do. Even if I'm slow on responding, it's just because I have so much shit in so many different areas. Like I forget, like people hit me up because I've got people in my Instagram DMs. I've got people on Facebook Messenger. I've got people in my Twitter DMs. I got people emailing me. It's a lot, and it's really hard to keep track of where, like, because, people will say shit where I'm like, oh, like, I really want to follow up with this, and like, there was somebody that was, what was that? What's that weird cult? The twins. What's that cult with the twins? Like a twin flame. So like I had somebody reach out to me that was like sucked into that cult and they want to come on the show and tell their family story. And I'm like, yes, 100% yes. So it's like, I want to make sure that they know that I definitely want to do that. And like, I'm really shitty because I'll forget where they reached out to me, which one of the places. And, so I try to get back to everybody. So that's one of those things that I definitely want to have them on, because that's a story that I think would be really interesting for us all to hear, and especially because I always want to ask questions of people that get sucked into cults. It's fascinating to me, the psychology behind that. It's wild, and I want to hear that story. So my point being that I read every word that you guys send to me always, and it always makes me feel wonderful. Unless you're telling me I suck, then that doesn't make me feel quite as wonderful, but I still feel kind of wonderful. I mean, you figure if somebody is taking the time to, like, yeah, you know what, this dude like bugs the shit out of me so much that I'm literally going to take time out of my day to write him an email or a message to let him know just how much he irritates me. I mean, it's an impact, right? It's an impact. So even though it's not a good one, and you were on the wheel, of course, Jody, thank you. And then Sharissa Gagnon. Did I butcher that, Sharissa? Gagnon, I think that's right. Loving Buried, Bob. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you. Thank you. And everybody that's listening to Buried, I know I say this all the time, and I'm just constantly pounding you over the head with it. Please, whatever you're listening to it on, unless they don't have ratings and reviews, and I know there's some podcatchers that don't, but I know that Apple does. I know that Audible does. I know that Spotify does. If you're listening, if you could just click that 5-star at the very least, goes such a long, like, you guys have been so amazing, because if you'll remember back when we decided to first drop Buried and I put it out there, I was out here begging you guys, listen to it, rate, review, blah, blah, blah. And then all the trolls, all the people that can't stand me because I think that Richard Allen's innocent, they went on and they like drove the ratings down. And it was down at like a 4.6, which is insulting, frankly, for people that aren't even listening. They're not rating it honestly. They're rating it because they're pissed at me because I have a different opinion on a case than they do. And you guys, like the heroes that you are, flooded it and got it all the way back up to on Apple Pods up to 4.9, which is right around where it should be. So I thank you guys, and that's all you, because there's nothing I can do in terms of being able to pull off the shitty reviews. I mean, you can kind of appeal them these days, but Apple's still like, well, we're not trying to censor people. I'm like, but it's bullshit. So thank you for that. I appreciate that, Teresa. Kai, member for 11 months. We love you, Kai, so much.
Are you sure you're live?
Yeah, I'm live.
Did the judge say he was taking a 10-minute break?
No, but then they were doing testimony that was sealed.
Oh.
Come on, girl. You were drifting. You were down there. I
didn't-
seen you. I seen you asleep in the chair, trying to wake up like she was paying attention. What? I saw you sleeping. How could you know? That's some delicious iced coffee. All right. See, she sounds like she's in better spot. I think the shoulder pain's not as bad today, which is a good thing. Let's see, t-shirt idea. Your Honor, it's giving guilty. It's not bad. It's not bad. Thank you. And you, Indoorsy Monkey. That is a cute, is that a little monkey like picture? Thing's adorable. Well, thank you. And you're on the wheel. I'll see if it passes Mandy's muster. She's the arbiter of what turns into merch. So, I leave it with her final decision. So I'm gonna, like, she's probably like, I don't, is she still even here? Like, she'll be backstage with me. Oh, she's not even backstage. She gone. She gone. Is Mandy still in chat? And then Blessed, Texas Lolly, member for 6 months. Thank you. I'll try from the phone. I'm having issues. Keep plugging away. I don't know if anybody was telling you in chat like how to do it. I don't. It's weird because Apple and YouTube don't always play well together. Yeah. Yep. Stephanie is saying most every true crime podcast has covered this case before the shenanigans, for those who haven't heard of it. Yeah, probably given a lot of bad intel. I'd be curious to see what the prosecutors had to say about this. Prosecutors podcast. Guilty. There's guilty. Everybody's guilty. They never get it wrong. Yeah, Britt had no alibi. All right, so we're caught up on Soups. Let me see. All right, I was looking for. Yes, she does. I'm with you. Surprise. Let's go with the pronunciation of Dick for Dickus. Yeah, I agree. If the shoe fits. Yeah, and just to confirm, I am live, not missing anything. I'm as anxious to see this as anybody else. Like this one I love. It does make me want to go back to Todd. The old Todd Mullins or Mullis. I think is it Mullins or Mullis? I want to say it's Todd Mullis. That case, the corn rake case. That thing's still pending. Judge still hasn't decided what to do on that. Serenity. Looking forward to the newlywed game tonight. Me too. Can't wait. Jimmy hit me up. He's like, hey, do you have like dry erase boards, like little ones? I'm like, I'll find. I think we have them in a game. Some game we have has them in there. So it's gonna be fun. Might be a little racy, knowing Jimmy. Should be a good time. And that's 6 over at Jimmy's house. Auntie Deb, it's the spot tonight. Be there, be square. Let's see what else we got here. Jerry says, I'm biased simply because my brother-in-law went through Knoxville PD Academy, and Blount County law enforcement were great to work with as a news reporter. I mean, that's what there's a lot of great cops out in this world. You know what I mean? Just because they're shitbag cops doesn't mean they're all shitbags. They can't all be bad. They can't all be bad. Just the odds won't allow for it. There's definitely great cops out there, you know? And then there's the bad ones. And the bad ones, you just feel it. You just feel it when they're bad so deeply because it impacts lives so profoundly. Lisa says, I have a friend that lives there and knows Autry and the Bobos. What's the word on the street? What you hearing? We need some boots on the ground down there. Vanessa says, Bob, I'm going to review your podcast and post it to my website, but I'm waiting to hear the whole thing. Fair. As long as you do. And tell everyone you know. That's the big part. Spread the word. I need you all. Oh, yeah. Chaos Inspired Creations. When you see Jennifer Nicholson, who was the other prosecutor. I Googled a picture. Well, I Googled her. I seen it. I know what you're saying. She looks like a stern woman. Who was the brute in Matilda that ran the school? The fuck's her name? She's such a great character. I'm sure you guys know. We were talking about her recently. Whatever her name is, it's right there on the tip of my tongue. I just can't spit it out. Yes, we do. You talking about for the squeaky door? It's really my alarm that people are coming into my room. Like my kids just walk into my room unannounced all the time. So it's really my secret alarm to let me know that they're coming in. There's nowhere in my house that's off limits for my people. They just come and go as they please. I know what you meant. WD-40. Let's see. Okay, so after today, there's testimony December 29th and 30th. Then, all right, so today there's another break. Wow, awesome. Thank you for that, Indiana girl. So there you go, y'all. So today, then they'll break until after Christmas. So between Christmas and New Year, and then the 7th and 8th. Wow. That's a really good tip. Thank you. Stomach flu. Sorry to hear it. That's shitty. Oh boy. All right, let's see. I'm waiting to see if Real Happy threw us some boots on the ground shit down there. See what's up. Yep, those are coming. The I Love Due Process shirt is 100% coming. 100%. That's been sitting on the burner. Like Mandy made that graphic, I don't know how long ago. Forever and ever. The only thing that we need to do is figure out how to get DD on it. Like the point of having DD merch is that you're repping DD. So we want it to be either cute, funny, interesting, but it's got to rep the brand, right? I mean, that's the whole point of it. So that was the only holdup, and I'm still waiting for Mandy to incorporate Defense Diaries somewhere in that particular shirt that we're going to put out with I Heart Due Process. I mean, I think we could probably just put it in the heart, the DD, and then do the thing on the back, kind of the circle up in the back. Yeah. If you guys, we remastered the tape sound. It's a whole different listening experience. Like if you listen to it the first time, because it was that thing where we put it out and we just knew what the quality of tapes was, and Darren continually worked, and then we brought it out remastered after we brought it out, but then we were able to remaster it again, and it's just night and day, and it's a different experience. It's like having the tapes to where you can hear them, and again, there's portions. Gacy was a mumbly guy, so there's just shit that you're never going to like. That's never getting clear. It's always going to sound like like that. What did you say? Oh, okay. But yeah, no, to me, when I listen to it, and Allie and I are listening it with y'all, because I hadn't heard it since I originally put it out. I hadn't even revisited it, and it's just, I just, it's weird to sit there and kind of like brag on your own shit. Like the other day I was tweeting, I'm like, I'm like, I'm just gonna go ahead and say it because it's true that it's one of the best podcasts ever made. Because it is, just is. Like when you hear the whole, if you listen to the whole thing from front to back and you look at it in its totality and just try to kind of wrap your mind around what we did with that thing, not only do you have like never before heard tapes of a lawyer and his client who happened to be one of the most horrific people to ever walk this planet, but just tapes that you never hear from defense attorneys and their attorney or and their client preparing for trial. Like that's just such a small part of it. But then the interviewing of all the old cops, what we end up uncovering, getting lead prosecutor to do his entire closing argument when we get to the trial phase. It's different. It's just a different podcast. It's like, it's crazy to me. Like but I made the choice to bring it out as an independent, meaning that I wasn't going to sell the concept to iHeart or Wondery because I didn't want them to have creative control. I really didn't. Yeah, there was somebody, I read a review on Apple. They were like, oh, they called me the narrator, despite the fact that it's like I say my name constantly in there and my father's name. They're like the narrator when he goes on these tangents, which I'm assuming they're talking about. It's your favorite time. It's my favorite time. They're like are completely unnecessary. They still gave it 4 stars, but they're like, I don't like that. I'm like, oh well, too bad. That's just like that's part of the kitsch to it. It's like I just make different shit. Like I'm just not a wiki reader. It's not my thing. I write all my own scripts. So, did Allie get family hugs one day? Where was I? How did I miss that? It makes me sad and happy, both. All right, let's see. Autodoc asked, did the guy who recanted his accusation of Zach, in this case, take responsibility for anything himself? No, he just put it all on him. I mean, he put himself at the scene. He was basically the getaway driver or the lookout. So, Samantha, welcome to the party. Welcome to the party. It is true. Best chat in the land. There's no question about it. It's not even close. I've been in a lot of chats. I go hang out on my friends' channels all the time. You'll see me. People are always like, it's always DD or Defense Diaries podcast. That's always me. Allie has her own handle. Like people are like, is this Bob or Allie? I'm like, it's always me. Allie's got her own shit. She's got her own handle. I mean, she had to do it because when we were on here initially, before she was all in, she just, she would type Allie in parentheticals if she was answering a question in chat. But then she decided to spread her wings, create her own little profile there. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, I was just going through sober. Don't forget to send me something on the Anna Kepner case so I could take a peek at it. All right. Oh, here you go. Indiana girl. Family still absolutely believes they got the right guys. That is so frustrating. That is so frustrating. All right. What are these? What are TENS units? What are they? The TENS. Oh my God. People are raving about the TENS units. I'll just have to Google it. Love the TENS units. What about the goal? What about it? Oh, 27. How much time's left? The goal ended. It's all right. We made it. We made it. We made it all the way. Oh yeah, I got a couple more. Kathy, I wanted to thank you. I live in Nashville. Thanks for streaming this hearing. Thank you for your $10 Venmo. Appreciate that. At Freedom Ring, thank you for your $10 Venmo. Can I get on the wheel? Absolutely. You're absolutely on the wheel. And thank you for excellent content. Thank you. And hope Allie gets better soon. Me too. Appreciate all of those things. Thank you very much. All right, let's see. I think I'm getting closer to the bottom. Kepner. Oh, what? Wait, is Kepler and Kepner? Okay, they're the same person. What do you mean cruise ship victim? Like Amy Bradley style? Ooh, cruise ships. Hmm. Yeah, Lisa, you're super late. You're super late. And this is a good one. This is a good one. DD, you can order a TENS unit online and maybe stores in your area have one, medical store or even a pharmacy. It's not the ice jug you're talking about. Heck, I still have 2 of those too. So what is it? What does it do? Like give little shocks? Something like that? I'll Google it. I'll see what the hell, because you guys aren't explaining what it is. The cruise ship victim, stepbrothers, person. What? Yeah, I missed it. What happened? She disappear off the ship, or was she found deceased on the ship? Inquiring minds want to know. Karen from Germany is in the house. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Love to see you over from across the pond. Yes, listen to Karen. Leave some of your DNA on the like button, y'all. Let's go. Oh, what's up, Dixie? Welcome. Oh, wait, here, I have to mute it. Somebody complained about hearing the ice in my cup. Okay, so here you go. Loretta's giving me some deets. TENS floods the nerves with signals so they can't transmit pain signals. Wow. And it works? I mean, it seems like you guys are swearing by it. Are they expensive? Let me look at this. I'm looking this thing up right now. Y'all got me. If I can relieve Allie's pain with a TENS unit, I'm on it, ordering it right now. Okay. All right. Let's see. TENS unit for homes. Okay. So you got these little pads. Is there a particular brand that you guys recommend? Oh, they're very reasonable. Ooh, this one's for shoulder recovery. Wow. Wow. All right, you guys, tell me, those of you that have the TENS units, tell me what brand you have, because there's many brands. I see one here that is, it's called an iStim. There's Bellafew, TENS 7000, and I can't read what the fuck that name says. Avon, Tenker, there's a lot of them. Companies be coming out with the TENS machines. Yeah, so I want to use your guys' recommendations on which particular units you have. Let me know. Go into the bottom of the chat, see what y'all are saying. Aw, thanks, Persephone. I'm going to order one right now while we're doing this live and surprise Allie with it. You can relieve yourself with it, Bob. Trust me. Try the pure romance. Oh, it's that kind of machine. Double duty. Thanks, DB. All right. So the TENS 7000, I've seen a couple people say that. My husband was the TENS 3000. Low grade Walmart. Both are good. TENS 7000. TENS 7000. TENS 3000. TENS 7. So is TENS 7000 like the company? But I'm seeing that one, so I know which one you guys are talking about. All right. I'm going to go with that TENS 7000. Yeah, seeing a lot of the TENS 7000. Yes, exactly. Harry Potter's. All right, so that's good enough for me. It's good enough for me, y'all. All right, let's see. Okay. Oh, Black Friday deal. Wow. Wow. Okay, let's see. So yeah, the 10,7,000, that's the one that I'm looking at. That one is really inexpensive. That one's $38 only. I don't know if they're calling it like, I mean, should I be worried that it's the cheapest? Does that old axiom, you get what you pay for, apply here, y'all? Tell me. Oh, so you can get that shit at, I could probably just go over to Walgreens and not have to wait for the Amazon guy. Oh, God, yeah, you're at the beginning. Yeah. Yeah, it was quite a way to start the morning with the defense attorney saying, "Oh, yeah, I thought my client was guilty." Wow. Disappointing. Oh, thanks, sober. I will peep it. I will peep it. It's like that Amy Bradley case, right? It's crazy. I don't know what's up with that. I was trying to get the brother on. Oh, which reminds me, the 25th, speaking of buried, on the 25th, I think at 3:30 Central Time, and I'm like, I've asked Mandy to get this thumbnail done way ahead of time so I can promote it earlier than typically how I promote, which is like today was 2 minutes before I went live. How's that for good promotion? But Michael Chernus, the actor who played Gacy in The Devil in Disguise, is joining us. Super honored. I'm really excited. If you've ever seen Severance, Michael was in that. If you IMDb him, dude's an awesome actor. I thought he crushed the Gacy role. I'm really looking forward to that. So, he hit me up on Insta, or I hit him up, one of the two. We followed each other after I'd interviewed him on Tony's show. And I'm really, really looking forward to that. I think it's going to be great. Wait, are we paused? No, I'm not paused. Well, maybe I am. Fuck. It said live. Oh shit, you guys are gonna be pissed. Oopsie. God damn it, the live thing was there. I probably paused it when it said live. All right. So we're back up. Wow. I'm just a hot mouth. All right, we got blooping time though. That's good. Thank you, DB.
Transcript of the proceedings will need for the witness. We'll be referring to it.
I came up here and asked you that 20 minutes ago. 20 minutes ago, people. I came up here and I said, babe, didn't he say it was a 10-minute break? And he said, yeah. And then he was doing some under seal shit. You sure it's live? Yeah, it's live. That's what happened.
Is that how it went?
Yes.
Sounds pretty accurate. Sounds pretty accurate.
My 10s unit.
I forgot. I wanted to surprise you with that. I forgot you were watching down there.
And, you look at the chat. Somebody sent some other stuff too.
What do you mean? Relating to tens units?
Well, and other things.
All the things? All right. Sorry, guys. Sorry.
Address something relative to an application of the rules of evidence. The court's interpretation of 804 and the unavailability of the witness, the requirement for cross-examination is when the state would attempt to introduce a statement against instance. In this case, not the defense.
Correct.
So one thing, closed caption are not available. I can't turn them on in case you're wondering. And why doesn't this judge have his mic on? I want to hear what he's saying. It's hard for me. You guys probably can't hear shit because I can barely hear it.
So I'm not sure how that, but I'll give you an opportunity to respond if you wish.
Well, I'll defer to Your Honor's more recent research than mine, but the state's position is consistent that it wouldn't qualify as a statement against interest. It would have to meet both of those prongs and that statement was self-serving and was not a statement against interest.
That's a part of that rule as well, but there potentially were parts of that interview that could be taken as statements against interest. And the point of this was that she never attempted to.
And I'm gonna clarify that with the witness as well.
Staying off our
It's not gonna be, or
issue. All right.
Ms. Thompson, do you believe any part of Dylan Adams' September 2014 statements were true regarding who raped, abducted, and killed Holly Bobo?
Well, they weren't made in September 2014, right?
The recorded statement.
The recorded statement was made back in early January or February or so of 2014.
Jeff Jackson, Brent Booth interview.
Yes. Do I believe it was what?
True.
No, none of it was true.
Could you have asserted a video if the statements were not asserted for the truth of the matter?
Yes, because I'm not putting it in to prove that what he saw was true and that Holly was at Zach's house. I would be putting it in to show that he said the words.
Was there connection to the future proof in this case?
Yes, because now Jason Autry was saying words that were going to get Jason out of trouble.
Did you ever cross-examine the TBI officers and ask this question? When did you realize Dylan Adams' statement was not true?
No.
Did you ask the jury how they would feel awaiting the death penalty on a statement that wasn't true?
No.
Do you think it was relevant for why Mr. Autry engaged his proffer in 2017?
Yes. I think Mr. Autry decided he could come up with a better story than Dylan.
Transcript, page 1624, and it's small print. Hopefully you can.
Oh, my.
Can you see the page numbers?
Barely.
Only Eagle. Love
Okay,
it.
which page did you say?
Start with 1,570.
Oh, 15.
So hard.
1,570.
Okay.
1570.
Hang on. Is that at the end of a volume?
Should be the beginning of volume 38
Okay.
or volume 11, day 6. May I approach you on it?
You might can so find this.
I think I'm here. 1570. Yes.
Okay. And who is being the examined witness?
Brent Booth.
And who is in charge of cross-examination?
I was.
And now, can you go to the end of his direct on page 1624?
Hmm.
Yes.
Question by General Hagerman. Was there pressure to solve this case? Answer, self-imposed. Yeah. There's pressure. That's my friends and neighbor. You don't get in this line of work for the money. I don't do what I do for the money. I do what I do because I love people. I fix things. I am a hands-on kind of guy. Take charge and fix things. What's solving this case mean? Does it mean just picking somebody? No, because there's all this pressure being self-imposed. No, I would never do that. We never would do something like that. We pride ourselves on doing the right
Is
thing.
there a question for Ms. Thompson here?
Yes, yes. If I can get to it. We pride ourselves on doing the right thing and always the right way. We make mistakes in this one, yeah. One I'll take with me the rest of my life. That's all, excuse me. But I got the right person. I didn't charge the wrong. Then you objected, line 23. Objection, Your Honor. I object. We're giving opinion testimony right now. I object to that. Then General Hageman, I think it's enough. I'm not going to ask any further. Thank you, Agent Booth. And the court said cross. All right. Do you remember this part of the trial?
Yes.
Do you believe Agent Booth opened the door to whether he did things the right way?
Yes.
At the time, you had the recording of Agent Booth and Victor Dinsmore just several months before, correct?
Yes.
You did not hit him with that on cross-examination, did you?
No, I didn't.
You did not hit him with the Dylan Adams interview that he could have authenticated because he was there.
No, I didn't.
You agree he could have authenticated it?
Yes.
You could have gone through Jeff Jackson's behavior against Dylan to get a statement the state said they don't believe.
Yes.
Why not?
I don't know. I think I was overwhelmed at that point. I think that I didn't, we didn't know who was coming to testify. I should have.
Then you need to withdraw, lady. You're overwhelmed. And this is at trial. Oh my God. This is terrifying. I am literally terrified. Holy shit.
But I should have. And I think that I didn't, we didn't know who was coming to testify. I should have also in advance, not just the night before, but in advance should have sat down and gone over these things and really thought out how I could get this material in.
Oh my God.
I don't know why I didn't do it.
Yeah.
I can't explain it.
Do you think that was competent counsel?
No, I think I should have put it in. I think that the fact that the TBI was willing to go with one lie when it really didn't meet the facts, and then they were willing to go with Jason Autry's lie, which didn't meet the facts, would have been telling.
You think?
The jury never heard any of the Dylan stuff, did they?
No.
They had no idea there was a 4-hour interview that the state traveled on for how many years?
2014, 15, 16, so 3 years.
You didn't ask Agent Booth if he felt he coerced Victor Dinsmore, did you?
No, I did not.
Did you ask Agent Booth whether Victor Dinsmore told you what kind of gun it was?
No, I did not. I don't think this is working.
It's working. I heard you tap it.
Do you understand the importance of the timeline of that morning as it relates to a window for a white truck to be hidden at Victor Dinsmore's?
Yes.
What is it?
Well, it's going to take them 30 minutes to get back to from the river to Shane Austin's house
On what alleged route?
on really any route, unless it was the interstate, and Jason said they didn't take the interstate.
What was the importance of not taking the interstate?
Well, because they didn't want somebody to see the dead body in the back.
If they took the interstate, what would the significance be?
Well, they would have gotten back faster. They might have gotten back in less than 30 minutes.
Would they have had a body in the back?
Yes.
You think they would have driven the interstate with the body?
speculation.
Yeah, she fucked it up.
Objection sustained.
Oh God.
Did you,
He asked the question, and what would have been the significance if they had driven on the highway, right? Because you're obviously worried about over the road, like semis, trucks, those guys sitting way up there. They're going to see a dead body sitting in the back of the pickup, right? So he asked the question, what would have been the significance had they taken the highway? And she would have said, well, obviously they didn't have a body in there because they wouldn't be on the highway otherwise. And she fucked it up.
you
Still fucking up.
you had your investigator run the routes from the alleged spot Zach and Jason were at the river.
Yes.
And do you remember the belief that there was enough time to get from the river along Autry's route back to where they were at Austin's house at the time frame they provided?
Before 11 o'clock,
Yes, ma'am.
because Jason had to go eat
Yes.
lunch with his girlfriend at 11. I don't think there was enough time. No.
What route do you think they actually took?
Well, they didn't go. There's no real route. They didn't do it.
There you go. There you go.
Do you
All right. We are not like Karen Reed today is a status. Okay. And a status hearing just means that the judge is just checking in. Jackson's going to let him know that they filed suit under a different case number. It's not in that case. I imagine that hearing is going to take about 7 minutes. We're not covering it during the hearing itself. I'll take a peek at it, what it is after the fact. This is way more interesting than a Karen Reed status hearing. So there is 0% chance I'm ditching this to go to Karen Reed it too. But I'll take a peek at it, like I said, after the fact. It's a status. Like there's nothing of substance happening, and it's a civil case. It's just the judge keeping the case on track, seeing what's going on with it.
understand at some point this, you understand where the cell records put Jason, Dylan, Zach, and Shane in Parsons that morning?
Yes.
What time?
11:20.
Okay.
I'm guessing. I can't quite remember.
Do you understand what was your understanding of the state's timeline when a truck was hidden at Victor Dinsmore's?
I don't know what the state's timeline was. I'm guessing from Victor Dinsmore's trial testimony, the state saying they did it before they went to Parsons.
Did you explore when there was time to do that?
No, I didn't. I should have.
Did you discuss with the jury this timeline that the state was bound by?
No,
Why not?
I don't know.
Do you remember having discussions with your internal team, Mr. Simmons, your background investigators?
Simmons didn't discuss any of it at all with me during the trial, I don't think. The investigators, I don't remember specifically. I remember showing that they couldn't get there within the 30 minutes that Jason said, or it would take them over 30 minutes. And so that Jason's timeline was off. I don't specifically remember putting the truck being hidden at Victor Dinsmore's, moving tires, getting it in there, and then going to Parsons by 11. I don't think I specifically remembered that or put that together.
Did you emphasize to the jury the cell records from 10:49 beyond?
No,
Why not?
I don't know.
You remember, do you remember Jennifer Nichols's examination of Victor Dinsmore?
I've recently reviewed it.
If you could go to page 1536.
1,536.
I apologize. It's going to be sooner than that. 1,490. 1,505. Final answer. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there. I haven't
right.
reviewed it yet.
Line 17, question to Victor Dinsmore. And while they're on the property, did Zach make statements to you about speaking to your wife or going to your wife's house and putting a car in your shop? Answer, no. He did not say anything. No. At any time did he tell you that? No. Then it continues 1506, but you don't recall him mentioning it there on the property. No, I don't remember him saying anything. I was trying to get them out of there before Mr. and Miss Doug or Dottie showed up. You recall, of course, being interviewed by law enforcement several years after this happened, correct? Answer, correct. And in that statement, just a minute, in that statement, if you told and then there's some objections, it continues on 1507. Question line 3. So my question is, did you make the statement to TBI agent Trout that Zach Adams hit his grandfather's white Nissan post-abduction? Yes. Do you remember this?
Yes. I mean, first of all, it's terrible. She's leaving him terribly. He's asked and answered and said he didn't remember. I mean, the objections I should have made to that, but
Did you
it's
have
hearsay.
Did you have Valerie Trout's statement, IR statement?
I probably did, but I don't remember.
Did you have Valerie Trout under subpoena?
No, I did not.
Are you aware of Rule 803.26?
That prior inconsistent statement?
Yes.
Yes, I reviewed it last night.
Okay. A statement otherwise admissible under 613B if all the following conditions are met. The declarant must testify at the trial or hearing and be subject to cross-examination concerning the statement.
No, she's testifying, she's familiar with it.
Was that met?
Yes.
Were the other conditions met?
Yes.
Why did you not then go to your computer and show the jury the Brent Booth, Victor Dinsmore conversation at that point?
I don't know.
Was there any strategy involved in not showing that to the jury?
No.
Anything that you think that was hurtful to Zach, you didn't want to present?
No.
Victor Dinsmore prior had said that at the fight in the afternoon of April 13, 2011, what did Victor Dinsmore said they were arguing about? Do you remember?
I get confused. Did he say that they were arguing about who was going to hit that, or he'd let Shane hit that?
Was it your understanding Mr. Dinsmore was referring to a future event against Miss Bobo?
Yes.
In this recorded statement, do you remember what Brent Booth said Miss Holly's condition was at the time they were arrived that afternoon?
I think he said she was dead.
Does that make Victor's statement make sense?
No.
Why didn't you present it to the jury?
Gosh, I don't know, Mr. Bates. I think, at the time, I should have had this all prepared out in the beginning. I didn't realize how much everybody was going to lie. I thought that I would be able to use the cross-examination of their prior inconsistent statements against them. And I thought that they would just admit that they'd made these prior inconsistent statements. But everybody just lied about it and said they didn't remember. Usually in a case like this, the state goes over the witness's prior statements so the witness will testify consistently. But in this case, witness after witness was saying, no, I didn't review my prior statements. So the state hadn't gone over it with them to review their statements, and they came in not remembering, some of them not even remembering they had given statements.
Victor Dinsmore's cross-examination, page 1554. Line 16. Now, you also talked to Brent Booth about the gun that you disposed of that you got from Jason Autry, didn't you? That I had my wife dispose of. I got it from Shane. Your wife disposed of it because you suggested she dispose it, didn't you? Yes, I did. At first, you told Brent Booth also that it was a .357 or a .38, didn't you? Answer, yeah, I wasn't really sure what it was. Had you listened to the second recording of Brent Booth and Mr. Dinsmore when you cross-examined?
Yes.
What do you remember what Mr. Dinsmore said to Mr. Booth regarding the gun?
Not off the top of my head.
Your Honor, I'm going to play from the May 18th video recorded. Exhibit 64, the May 19th. We go to what did we say? 17. Your question on page 1554 was a .357 or a .38.
Yes.
Why did you phrase it that way?
I'm sure that's because that's what he had previously told law enforcement.
I'm going to play beginning at minute 7:02 of exhibit 64.
She was going to the doctor in Huntington, so I told her to go up the river, on the way down through there. She didn't because there was too much traffic, came back, and that's when she pulled off onto a holiday road.
So I was just gonna keep it and hide it somewhere around, and I thought, no, I'm not doing that.
She was gonna take it out of that boat that I had on it, I put on it my property, fill the dirt, push it out, pull it in. She was gonna dig a little and put it in there. I kind of wish she would have been able to, it'd be definitely sitting right there still, so.
So you pulled off to Holiday Road
And she,
right there in the water.
and she laid it down, I know what she did. She laid it down, she didn't want prints on it, and I heard my talk, she laid it down in the water, and she took this brush and stuff over on top of it, so she's done.
Why did Jamie not know that you knew you were in?
There might be a bottom, we don't know.
And remember that?
I
I remember you sitting there and telling me to get rid of that gun and make up a body on it. It came from A-Train.
Because A-Train has hands on it. And I remember when I told you guys about the other gun was just a junky little piece of shit 32, and I took it myself and threw that in my cousin's home. Okay, because I was afraid he'd fly.
Pause here.
And I didn't want to keep the pistol around.
Did you emphasize with Mr. Dinsmore, he had already thrown a 32 revolver away?
No,
Did you emphasize when he made this statement in relation to when the gun was found?
no,
Do you know how many days before this statement was made?
no, but it was made before the gun was found.
Do you know how many days?
No. A few weeks, a few days.
We're now going to go to minute 604 of this same exhibit.
Revolver, or Shane, and A-Train, or Shane trading you a
I
revolver.
remember Shane, I remember now that Shane traded me a black 38 revolver. It was just a regular revolver, but it was when he switched the cylinder back 357. He came to me and wanted to get some pills for it, and I said, I can't remember how many I gave him. I think I gave him some one time, the next time I got some, I paid him off, for the pistol. But then we started talking, and we remember when Jamie Darnell moved in, was when mom and dad threw him out.
One gun, 38 revolver,
Yes,
interchangeable 357.
yes.
You made it seem like he mentioned possibly two guns. Was that a good question?
No,
Did you ever ask how is it that at one point Autry and Dinsmore both gave a 357 as the murder weapon? And then they both said at trial it was a 32 revolver. Did you ever connect that to the jury?
no, I didn't.
Why not?
I don't know.
You continually say you don't know.
Fuck, that's so annoying.
Well, sitting here today, I do not know.
Would a competent, effective attorney had made these mistakes?
No,
There you go.
You had poured your life into this case. What's going on? What was going on at this time?
I think at this time I wasn't prepared for trial. I thought we were going to get a continuance. I even thought when we showed up for trial on the day of trial in September that the other attorneys were going to ask for a continuance. I had been chasing all these other leads that they had dumped on us in May and July. And I was looking up like all these other witnesses. So instead of sitting down and doing my prep on the witnesses that were going to be the really tough ones that I should have done, I was trying to figure out who these unknown people were that were on the witness list. I was still reading through IRs, trying to find the white truck. And so I wasn't prepared. And I had nobody in that trial. I did witness after witness after witness. If you watch, the state breaks theirs up among 4 different attorneys, and they take turns. Nobody goes twice in a row, or not very many times do they go twice in a row. I was going time after time after time, day after day. And I just wasn't prepared to ask good, hard cross-examination questions.
Keep going.
Well, I mean, I am a good attorney and I did know the facts of the case. But just the way that it set up and it came to trial, it was a cluster.
On page 1542, you asked Mr. Dinsmore, page 1542. Line 4. So I'm not understanding. When did you and your wife talk, before or after Brent Booth came to talk to you May 18th, 2017? Answer. We talked before, after. We talked last night. We talked on the way to court this morning. When did you and your wife talk about the fact that the white Nissan truck was parked in your shop? Answer. Before Brent came up. Question. Before Brent? Answer. Yeah.
So I did a very bad job when I went back and reviewed. I did a very bad job of pointing out that there was no break in that interview from the time he said there was no way that white truck was in my garage to the time that he said, oh yeah, now I remember it was in my garage. There was no break for him to talk to his wife.
Did you
I didn't make that clear to the jury.
Did you ask for a recess and say the state has an obligation to correct perjured testimony?
No, and they had an obligation to correct it.
Did you ask for a mistrial?
No.
Did you ask for a mistrial at closing argument when General Nichols said the white truck was put at Victor Densmore?
No.
Why not?
Just for those that may not be aware, if you're wondering who's on the stand, I've got a ticker. You'll see it's moving along the bottom of the screen there. On the stand, Jennifer Thompson, Zach Adams, trial attorney. I try to keep up to date with that. She's been the only witness we've seen all day, but sometimes people are like, who is this? We usually try to be pretty good about letting you know that information, and it's always going to be in that particular location. Scrolling along the bottom.
I don't know. I had asked for a mistrial before, and the judge had just belittled me so much. I just didn't want another opportunity for the judge to belittle me in front of the jury. I mean, he treated me like a second grader.
Oh, it's not about you, bitch. What the fuck is wrong with you? This woman, I don't know what was going on with her. I don't know if it was no. This woman had no business trying that case.
Over the evidence materials, when I said it was hearsay.
So as I'm watching downstairs, I'm shocked. Like you were just shocked, but that's the best answer she can give for this, for the purpose that there was no legal strategy, no legal anything. It was like her feelings and her fear, which is a pretty damn good answer when you're trying to judge the reasons a lawyer failed to act.
Well, yeah, because they're not going to be able to fall on trial strategy for sure. Yeah, I mean, but like that doesn't change the fact that this guy's been in prison for a long time based on her shit.
Yeah, but
she just sat there and said she wasn't prepped for trial. She wasn't ready. I mean, Allie and I had a case where we had two trials that were happening within a day of each other. They were supposed to start, and we had two judges in two different counties telling us to pound sand. Well, we're not continuing it. We're not continuing it. We don't give a shit. And I went in and I'm like,
if you make us go forward, we will not be prepared.
Right.
And we will not be able to provide effective assistance of counsel.
we told them flat on the record.
You just fucked me. Like judges don't like when you do that. You stick it to them like that. But
Right.
Bob and I, no bones about it.
I wasn't about to be this woman.
Right.
And Allie wasn't about to be this woman. So
Bye.
And the state said it's not. He treated me like a second grader. Over the evidence materials, when I said it was hearsay and the state said it's not hearsay, they're not offering it for the truth. And I asked for corrective instruction to the jury. He gave the jury a little mini lesson about hearsay. And he said, every law student knows this. So every time I objected to things, he was so belittling to me that I thought I just got punished enough that I stopped making as many objections as I should have. And all kinds of hearsay came in and all kinds of irrelevant material came in, and I should have objected to it.
When Brent Booth says, we got it right, you objected to his opinion.
Yes.
At the time of your objection, did you know that he had sworn to the Judge McGinley there was probable cause that Terry Britt committed the crime.
Yes, I knew that.
You had search warrants.
Yes, I knew that.
Why didn't you say, okay, you want to give your opinion? Here's your prior opinion.
Gosh, I should have. I don't know why I didn't say that.
You had Terry Britt on a wiretap being told there might be a wire in this house.
So with the search warrants, I mean, I did bring up the fact that he had done hundreds of search warrants, and I did ask Brent Booth about that, but I should have gone through them each one and said, you know, you at one point said it was the Bobo family, and you at one point said it was Terry Britt, and all the different search warrants he had done for all the different people that he had sworn on oath that they were guilty. I should have been much more organized and laid things down like that in a solid. I should have just gone through one by one, solid, organized. At one point said it was Terry Britt.
I have to listen to this again. I just have to hear. I have to hear or see if I actually heard what I thought I heard her say.
With the search warrants, I mean, I did bring up the fact that he had done hundreds of search warrants, and I did ask Brent Booth about that, but I should have gone through them each one and said, you know, you at one point said it was the Bobo family, and you at one point said it was Terry Britt, and all the different search warrants he had done for all the different people that he had sworn on oath that they were guilty. I should have been much more organized and laid things down like that in a solid. I should have just gone through one by one and just shown how the state had changed their theory of the case so many times.
You think?
But, you know, it was hot in the courtroom. First of all, it was very hot those weeks.
Fucking God. I can't with this one. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm dying to know what do you think of it was hot in the courtroom? I'm trying to yell to Allison. What is happening? I don't understand how this woman is still barred to practice law.
The jury was sweating. The judge kept saying, let's speed it along. Let's move it along. Let's get going. And,
you ever make this point? Sheila Kilzer has a phone call. It reshapes the investigation, culminates in death penalty being requested after Dylan provides a 4-hour statement that's not true. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we're supposed to trust this last round of TBI's effort. Did you ever make that point?
not clearly, no.
Did you ever ask any state agent, tell me where the cell phone and the body was separated of Miss Bobo?
No.
Did you ever do the timeline of Jason Autry showing up at Shane Austin's house 20 to 30 minutes after the phone call at 8:52 and ask if Dylan's there with his shirt off the entire time, how is he taking the cell phone along the route that ends at Gooch Creek?
You know, I thought our cell phone expert was going to make that point, but clearly the expert didn't make those points to the jury clear enough for the jury to believe it.
Did you have a demonstrative aid, however crudely designed?
No.
The expert doesn't get to just pontificate. You got to ask questions, right?
Yes.
Did you ask questions to go through the rest of the morning to say, the state wants you to believe at 8:52, they have no idea what to do with the body after pulling off a crime that has escaped investigation. So they have to bring in Autry to drive to the river only to just come back. And at that point, they say, well, that didn't work. Let's go to Sonic. Leave the body at Shane's house knowing the satellite installer's coming. Did you ever work through this with the jury?
No,
Did you ever say for years TBI thought Holly was alive for several days?
no,
Did you subpoena the prosecutors and say, what are you going to give Jason Autry for this testimony?
no,
You asked for it in your Brady motion, didn't you?
yes. Mike Scholl had told me what Jason expected to get.
What was it?
Little or no additional time past his federal sentence, which is what he got.
Did you ask Mr. Autry how many years are you willing to receive for your testimony?
No,
Mr. Autry repeatedly, when confronted with something, he would say, if your records show that,
reflect, yes.
if your records reflect that. Did you ever ask, who told you to say that?
No,
Did you ever ask Mr. Autry, what was it like sitting through waiting trial for a death penalty case you didn't do?
no, I didn't ask him that on trial.
There were statements Zach made, correct?
Yes, there were statements that Zach made.
Did you talk with him about Zach? Did you talk with Zach about them?
No, Jim Simmons, I think, talked with Zach about the statements.
Did Zach tell you he wanted to testify?
I don't remember that.
What? She doesn't remember if her client wanted
Do
to
you
testify.
remember talking to the news after the verdict?
Not exactly. I remember that I walked outside and made some statements to the reporters, which was really about the first time I'd made any statements.
Did you ever prepare Zach to testify?
No,
Why not?
well, because there were some accusations that Zach had tried to rape his stepsister. And I thought if we got him on the stand, those accusations were going to come in.
Did you discuss it with Zach?
No,
Do you ever allow your clients to testify?
not usually.
How many clients have you allowed to testify?
Oh, maybe just one.
How many trials?
Many.
How can you make a decision as to the wisdom of the client testifying if you don't see how he does in preparing him?
Well, I guess I made the decision based on the fact that these accusations, which I did not believe, were out there, and I didn't want them to
Oh
come
my
in.
God. What the fuck is she talking about?
That's the only reason.
Is this like 404B shit?
Well, also, Zach was a little methy.
Oh my God.
Even still then, he's not the man he is today.
Yes, it is.
You had been advised in these proceedings that there was shared in discovery a video from the ATM machine
No.
in the post-conviction proceeding.
Oh, yes. I've now know that the state knew that there was a video of the ATM machine.
And did I Did I ask you to follow the file path that was provided in a motion by General Boyano to find us?
Yes. Yes.
And-
So on my Pegasus hard drive that I have, that was several $1,000s. I pulled it out, fired it up, and went through the process and followed the path that you said it would be to open up the video.
Were you able to open the file path from BP 413?
No, I could not get it open.
And did you take a screenshot of what your computer had? You can look at the document been passed.
I guess I did.
And did you send it to me?
I guess I did. But recently, I mean, I did it just very recently too.
Let me ask this. Would it help you remember when you possibly sent this if you saw the email to my office?
Yes.
I'm going to pass the witness this. Just look at it and then provide it back to the court officer, please.
No. I mean, I think she's
Yes.
still practicing.
All right, provide it back to the court officer. And what date was the email?
April 25th, maybe 2025.
And what's the date on the install this first to view on the far right?
Oh. April 3rd, maybe.
Okay. And is this what you,
Yes, this
All
is the screenshot of it.
Your Honor, I move to enter this next numbered exhibit.
No. But I recently also got,
Go ahead.
Yeah. You recently what?
I recently, just days ago, got out the hard drive again, turned it on, fired it up, and tried to open the file on the Mac. It wouldn't open on the Mac, but then I made a copy of it to a thumb drive, took it over to my computer, installed the software on my hard drive like it says to install the software. The software went on and still couldn't open the files.
It was labeled, what is it labeled on this?
V8 or something like that.
But what's the individual date, the individual number?
I don't know. I lost my copy. Hang on. Gosh, this is not a good copy.
What are the letters by the number?
BP, so it's labeled BP, BP 4-15.
And in the file path, what is it labeled that it's from?
I can't tell,
Okay.
but I think it looked like it was video from the BP store.
If it was, did you ever, I mean, it's like that. Did you ever see the file path ATM?
No. There was some bank footage that they provided, and I did go through the bank footage and try to watch it and see if I could see Zach coming through an ATM, but I didn't. It didn't clearly show the ATM, and I didn't see Zach come through.
What? You could look behind you.
Which exhibit is it?
Exhibit 8, Your Honor. Do you remember seeing this video, Ms. Thompson?
This video right here doesn't seem to show anything.
Okay. Do you remember seeing it? Hold on one second. Do you remember watching this video?
Not specifically.
Okay.
Is it the video from the bank?
I can't answer questions.
It seems like it's a video from the bank where it's showing the road and showing cars driving up to the bank teller window.
Oh my God.
Holy shit!
Did you change computers or hardware at any time leading up to your representation?
No, I had a Windows computer in my office.
So in March and April of 2017, when you attempt, or 2025, this year, when you attempted to open, is it because you had a new computer, a new system?
Well, I did get a switch over to Windows computer years ago.
Okay. And if you could turn around. Do you ever remember seeing, prior to these post-conviction proceedings, this photo?
No.
Do you,
Which is a still shot of that exhibit, we marked it as a long exhibit what?
101.
101.
if you had the timestamp of 11/12 of that photo, would you have used it in a jury trial regarding the timeline the state sought the jury to believe?
Yes, that's an alibi, partial alibi for the time that the state says he was committing the murders.
Did you have photos of that Silverado from being impounded by the state?
Yes.
You testified you were competent and diligent as an attorney in 2014,
Yes.
2015,
Yes.
2016,
Yes.
2017.
I think 2017 things began to change.
Were you competent and effective at the trial in September of 2017?
I don't think so. I think that I was still trying very hard, but I think there was so much material, and I was the only one working with it. I was the only one doing the trial, and even if I had wanted to pull something up and play something for the jury, it would have been a monumentous task for me to find it in the discovery. One of the things that the state did is they would come up and they would present the witness with a piece of paper and say, here's this. And I would say, what is that she's handing him? And she said, well, she got it in the discovery, Your Honor. Well, I got 4 terabytes the first day. The first day they gave me discovery, I got 4 terabytes. And then they kept adding on and on and on to that. So I wasn't able to pull things in trial and show them. I was barely able to cross-examine witnesses. And it's not because I wasn't trying or I wasn't a good attorney. It was because the situation that I was plopped down into, and with the judge being so rough on me and the state being so ugly to me, it just.
I wish so much Allison was on this live. This gal here sniveling and whining about everybody being mean to her is, I've never heard anything like it. I mean, judges feed us shit sandwiches constantly. The state rarely plays nice. That's the job. That's par for the course. The exception is when the judge is just an absolute delight to a defense attorney. That's rare. Like, this woman claims to be a good attorney and has tried all kinds of cases. The fact that she's sitting up there, and look, you know, I don't know how much of this is her maybe potentially fluffing it a bit in terms of trying to help, but it sounds like it's all accurate. It sounds like that this is what was going on with her in terms of her mindset at the time that she's trying to try this case for her client. You know, she's allowing the judge's demeanor and the fact that the prosecutor's a mean bitch to affect her ability to be able to defend her client properly. And we can't allow that. We can't allow that. This is a perfect example of how we always talk about, in order for a fair trial to take place, you need not only a competent prosecutor, but you also need competent defense counsel and a competent judge in order to ensure that the defendant is getting a fair trial. This is a perfect example. And just so you all know, the ineffective assistance part of this is merely a piece. There's way more going on here in terms of whether or not he's going to get a new trial, in terms of new evidence. She's just one part of it. There's more to be had. And like I said, we're going to go back, because Law and Crime didn't have this streaming yesterday, but they've put it up now. We're going to go back and watch it for sure.
And with the judge being so rough on me and the state being so ugly to me, it just made it impossible for me to be my normal zealous self.
Ms. Thompson, do you agree that a competent attorney has to get past sometimes the state's mean to you?
Right, that sounds kind of babyish, but the state was so ugly when I would make objections, and so ugly in front of the jury, I was worried that they were poisoning the jury against me.
Oh my God.
You knew this was a voluminous case in 24 when you received discovery.
Sure.
You knew you were going to a dense trial.
Yes.
You knew the important witnesses, did you not?
I did.
Did you?
One of the
She just fucked it all by.
Jason
giving me a
Autry
trial
testified
strategy.
that he remembered in
This is our trial
2017
strategy.
driving and seeing a
Hey,
man.
her being,
Remember that?
wait,
Yes.
Did you?
her fucking being picked on and
That
not
would've been
objecting
fine,
is not
but then
trial
she
strategy.
added the words, they were so ugly in front of the jury that I thought it might poison the jury.
Okay,
So
wrong.
take out all
I hear
of
what you're
the
saying.
hysterics and leave it at, I limited my objections because I was afraid it would look bad in front of the jury. Trial strategy.
Fortunately for Zach Adams, there's so much more than just that.
I know, but still, that was the worst thing she could have said.
You remember you had an IR?
I knew we'd had an IR to that effect.
Did you bring it to the jury's attention?
No,
Why not?
I don't know.
Oh,
You knew Victor Dinsmore was an important witness.
Yes,
You knew Rebecca Earp.
yes,
Did you remember Rebecca Earp was threatened with prosecution?
yes. And they threatened that they would take her baby
Angela, I did a background right at the first break. So if you rewind and see the first break, I go through a breakdown of the case.
away from her if she didn't tell the truth.
Did you ever tell the judge right before the continuance, Judge, I'm upping my dosage of antidepressants?
No. And when I said the state was mean to me, I mean, that's not, people being mean to me is not a reason, but over time, just the continuous, when they threatened to put me in jail is really when things kind of changed.
Why didn't you withdraw then?
Well,
Judge, they're trying to put me in jail.
because I thought if I withdrew, they were,
Indiana girl, I believe it. Too fucking bad. Then you're not cut out to be a defense attorney. That's my point. I have judges blowing hot all the time on us. Like Allie and I have told the story about the one trial where the judge is literally threatening to turn us into the ARDC because we dare question a cop's integrity. No, that's not a viable exclusive. I don't give a shit how mean they were to her. You know what that should have caused her is to fucking bristle up. I mean, you can't be a shrinking violet in a court of law if you're defending somebody's life and liberty. I'm sorry. You can't do that. You're not cut out for it. You need to hang up your shingle, hang up your lawyer hat, and move on, or go to fucking do contract law. You're not built for being in a courtroom. It's adversarial. By nature, it is an adversarial process. And some people are assholes. It's that simple. I'm sure everything that she says is true. It doesn't matter. It's not a valid excuse. It's just not.
judge was just going to put on some other attorney that would come in and plead Zach guilty. And I knew Zach was not guilty.
You thought you were the only attorney that could help Zach.
I thought Judge McGinley was not going to appoint a fiery attorney to represent Zach. And I believe that's true.
Were you a fiery attorney to the jury?
Not at that point.
In hindsight, do you think this should have been your first death penalty case?
Well, I think the death penalty didn't come into it much.
You don't think it impacted jury selection?
I think Jim Simmons had so much experience in death penalty that he was able to handle the death penalty part, and death penalty really didn't play into it much. Jim was doing the mitigation and the sentencing.
Do you think the death penalty affects jury selection?
Yes, you get a much tougher jury when you do death penalty selection.
It's been alleged that nobody
Creed
discovered as much as you did.
Where's Creed been? Good to see you, Creed.
You have maintained Zach is innocent.
Yes.
Do you think
Fair.
if you had done a better job, the verdict would be the same?
I think so, because I think the way that we picked the jury and the way the judge was handling the
Oh
case,
my God.
I don't think the judge was going to let Zach get a not guilty. I think the judge was going to do what he needed to do in order to see that there was a conviction in that case.
It would hurt you professionally if it were your fault, right?
I'm not sure it would hurt me more than this testimony is hurting me.
It took you how many years to do the motion for new trial?
Several.
Why?
Because I just didn't, well, one, it took a long time to get the transcript. And then after the transcript, I just hated looking at the case. It just was so ugly. I just didn't want to go over that part again.
Did you have gone through and watched your trial from 2017?
Yes.
How was your cross-examination of important witnesses?
Well, Victor Dinsmore and Jason Autry was poor. In the past, when somebody lies and makes up stories, I've been able to go through their story very slowly and show all the lies. I mean, they get twisted up in their story. But Jason didn't get twisted up. He stuck with it. And so what I ended up doing was just nailing down, just confirming and reaffirming Jason's story instead of showing that he was lying. He was lying.
Oh my God.
Did it ever cross your mind to call Mr. Scholl as an attorney or somebody from the state to discuss their plans for Mr. Autry?
No.
Senator Witness, Your Honor.
Wow.
Yes, sir. Are you asking me if I need a break?
Well, no,
Are you
I'm
telling me?
saying I was going to
Yes, sir.
unless, I think it's gonna be disputed.
It will not.
That's why I don't think so. All right. All right, we're gonna recess until 1:15. We'll start cross-examination. Ms. Thompson.
Okay.
We're recessed.
All right.
Well, guess who doesn't have to wait for jack shit? This guy and y'all. My huge clusterfuck of having it paused for all that time put us right just about when they should be coming back. They should be coming back any moment. All right, I'm live. It's up. That did kill my opportunity to be able to go through the petitions. We'll find time for it. We'll find time for it though. Yeah, I am very curious to watch the trial. Y'all said it's on Law and Crime. No, it's played. It's going. See, when I tap on it, that's where I fuck up. That pauses it. All right, yeah, we're live. Just wow. I'm I'm really struggling listening to her. You know, and like the last thing she said, that thing where she said, you know, does her performance or does her ineffectiveness, had you been competent, do you think that the verdict would have been different? And she says no, because the judge had it out for my client. I mean, come on, lady. That's not the right answer. It's not the right answer. Because now you're putting the judge on blast. I don't know what Bradbury, the current judge, I don't know if he knows the old judge. I don't know if the old judge is still on the bench. Maybe y'all that are down in that area know if the trial judge is still on the bench. You know, now she's put it on the judge, who apparently was watching football games on his iPad during the trial, because you could hear the announcers apparently. So, I mean, maybe there's something to it, but judges are typically pretty apprehensive about shitting on fellow judges. It's wow, man. Like I don't know. There you go. There you go.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
So I recommend cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson, when you were retained to represent Zachary Adams, how many jury trials had you had?
I don't know, a dozen.
A dozen? Of what grade of felony?
High felonies. I don't think I had any low felony jury trials.
Mainly in the Davidson County area?
Yes.
All right.
And what was your typical weekly caseload of open cases?
I probably had 30 cases open at the time.
Okay. You had a solo practice, is that correct?
That's right.
And you had opened that practice in what year?
1998.
Before that, you worked as a computer programmer, is that correct?
Before law school, I did.
Before law school. For how many years?
Maybe 6.
Okay. So you worked in the professional world and then went to law school.
Right.
All right. Graduated with high honors, law
Yes.
school, correct? And I'm going to show you on the screen there something, if you could turn around, see if you recognize it. Is that your website?
Looks like it.
All right. Is that a fairly recent new website?
Looks like it, yes.
Okay. And when you scroll down, it says your professional activities. You're a member of many organizations, correct?
Yes.
Board member, correct?
Yes,
In fact, voted super lawyer by your peers.
I was.
Serve on the criminal justice panel for the federal courts. Is that correct?
I do.
All right. You still do, or you did?
I do. I still do.
That's an elite group of defense attorneys, correct?
It is.
It's a lengthy application. It's correct?
Yes, you have to have lots of experience.
20 pages of information to fill out, and then you have to be approved by the federal bench. Is that correct?
Yes,
And how long have you served on the CJA panel?
over 20 years.
And you were named member of the year of the CJA panel, right?
Panel attorney of the year. Yes, I was.
You clerked for criminal court judge Gary Wade,
Yes, I did.
tactile board member, correct?
Yes, I was.
On your website, under notable cases, there's 3 listed. The first one being State of Tennessee versus Zachary Adams. Correct?
Yes.
Those other 2 cases, are they criminal cases as well?
Yes, it's 4 cases.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right, 4 cases, and they're all criminal cases.
Yes.
All right. When did you create that website or have it created?
Probably 2024.
Okay. I'm going to ask document be passed to you. Well, actually 2. I'll save some time here. A 1-pager and a that for her and for the judge. Thank you, ma'am. You could look at the 1-pager first and tell me if you recognize it.
Also did that remark for identification, 1-page CV, and as 134.
Thank you.
Yes. I recognize that.
What is that?
It's my CV.
All right. And the second document that I handed you, the 2-pager. You recognize that?
Yes.
All right. And what is that?
It's an engagement letter between me and Zach Adams.
All right. Again, I'd ask that the exhibit 134 be moved into evidence.
And 135,
And 135. Yes, sir.
mark the engagement letters, exhibit 135.
Thank you. Was this a form engagement letter that you used on all cases?
I modify it depending on the case.
Thompson Law Firm will represent you in the matter of State versus Zachary Adams. The amount of the fee retainer is $50,000. Was that a flat fee that you were going to be paid, or
What-
did? Go ahead.
I think my retainer says that if we get to near the end of the fee and there's still work to be left done, I can request additional retainer.
Additional money.
Yes.
Correct. When setting legal fees, the Thompson Law Firm considers many factors. Some of the factors are as follows: the complexity of your case, the time, other clients, and other opportunities that the Thompson Law Firm must decline to take your case, the expertise and experience of the Thompson Law Firm in representing clients in matters of this nature, and the firm's best estimate of the amount of time which will be expended to represent you. Once counsel begins any work on the matter, the legal fee retainer will not be refundable and is considered earned when paid. And I'm assuming since this is signed and you began work it was paid
Yes,
and you began working on behalf of the defendant, Zach Adams.
yes.
Did you go back to the family at any point for additional funds when that money ran out?
Not for me, no.
Okay. At some point, you got Judge McGinley to appoint you, correct?
Yes.
Is that typical for a lawyer that's been retained outside of the court system by a defendant to then be appointed by the court to be paid by state dollars?
Yes.
That is typical.
Yes.
You've had that happen many times in your practice.
I didn't say many times, but it happens that if a person is first retained and then they get involved in a matter that becomes much more complex or death penalty case, they'll be appointed.
Okay. And in this case, the death notice probably played a factor in that. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember when you were appointed by the court?
I don't remember.
When you agreed and executed this document, at the time, you had experience.
Yes.
You'd been in courtrooms before.
Yes.
You'd talked in front of juries.
Yes.
You'd handled motions in front of judges.
Yes.
You knew your way around.
Yes.
And you were confident in your
Yes.
ability.
Yes.
Who's Brad McLean? You remember who Brad McLean is?
He's another attorney that does criminal defense work.
All right. Do you remember telling him at one point, I do great with juries. I can win this case. I will tear his ass up on cross-examination. Excuse my language.
No, I don't remember saying that.
Okay. Did you talk to him about this case?
Yes, at some point I did.
Was he one of the lawyers that you tried to recruit to help you?
Yes.
Do you remember telling him you've tried lots of cases with Jim Simmons? I love him.
Yes.
You do remember saying that?
Yeah, I love Jim Simmons.
Okay. All right. And you all had tried cases together.
We had tried several cases together. I don't know what a lot is. We had tried several cases together. Yes.
And if I said a lot, I didn't mean to, but you had tried cases together.
Correct.
All right. How many? Do you have any idea?
2 or 3.
All right. What were they, murder cases?
Probably child sex offense cases. Sex offense cases, probably.
Okay. You testified on direct examination that around 2017, you started to question your, I guess, ability. Is that fair?
I don't know if I was really questioning my ability. I think around 2017, I became more complacent and didn't fight things. I wasn't objecting to things like I should have been.
Okay. When Mike Scholl shared with you that Jason Autry was going to testify for the state of Tennessee, you all had a conversation about that, right? He called you.
Yes.
He told you, he called the other attorneys.
Yes.
Do you remember asking Mike Scholl, when I walk my client out of the courtroom, will your client have any time to serve? Remember asking him that?
No, not specifically, no.
Okay. That sounds pretty confident, doesn't it?
Sounds pretty confident.
Do you always have that level of confidence when you go into trial?
I wouldn't say on every case. It depends on the facts of the case.
Okay. You billed, once you got appointed by Judge McGinley to be paid by the state of Tennessee, explain to the court how that works. You do the work and then you submit the billing, correct?
Right. You do the work and then you have to submit the billing within 180 days from the day of the work.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
All right. Did you have a system set up in which you did that on a fairly regular basis?
Yes.
All right. And I think you testified earlier that you did work that you didn't even bother submitting to the state.
Yes.
All right. And then at some point you started growing the team. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes.
Brought on Jim Simmons.
Yes.
You brought on Jerry Gonzalez.
Yes. He came in late spring, early summer.
All right. You brought on experts.
Yes.
You attempted to reach out to other defense attorneys to help you, correct?
Yes.
Some of the experts that you had a computer expert, correct?
Yes,
A neuropharmacologist expert,
yes,
Dr. Pam Auble,
yes.
an instinctual trauma response expert. What is that?
I don't remember,
But you had one of those.
I guess. I don't
You-
remember that.
You had a cell phone expert.
Yes,
You had a gun expert.
yes,
You had a mitigation expert.
yes,
You had a memory expert,
yes.
a confession expert.
Now, these are people that we may have talked to. I'm not sure that they were ever fully engaged and paid money to, but these are people that we were talking to.
That you worked with, that you shared information with,
Yes,
all in the name of representing Zach Adams,
yes.
not on other cases.
No, this case.
Right. A memory expert,
Yes,
a confession expert,
yes.
a sound expert,
That I don't know.
a false confession expert,
Well, that would have been the same as the confession expert.
all right, a jury expert,
Yes.
a death penalty expert,
I don't know who that would have been, except for just Jim Simmons.
and a media expert.
No, we didn't have a media expert.
You didn't talk to anybody about how to handle the media situation around this case?
I don't remember that I did.
Okay. You also had two public investigation firms or private investigation firms
Yes, we did.
working for you, AK and SAI,
Yes.
correct? How long were they on the case?
Probably from near the beginning.
You know-
AK probably came on a year into it, a year later.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
AK probably came on after a year or so.
All right.
But Danny Mulligan and SAI came on right away.
And they would do the work and then you would submit to the state reimbursement for their work, or did you pay them out of your pocket?
Submitted to the state for reimbursement.
AK Investigations made $114,000 on this case. Were you aware of that?
I don't know the sum, no.
But you would have submitted the paperwork for it.
I would have submitted the paperwork, yes.
SAI made $37,000 on this case,
Again, I wouldn't know what the total was.
but you would have submitted it.
No, Simmons submitted this paperwork for
Okay.
SAI.
But through the same system and in the name of the representation of Zach Adams.
Yes.
Okay. And you billed the state for $210,000.
I don't remember the final number.
Okay. I'm going to pass you the document. One for the judge and one for me. Thank you.
I always love the irony of a prosecutor, some stick up her ass prosecutor
You may or
trying to
may
make
not
this woman
recognize what I've
sound
just handed
competent.
you.
I
Please.
don't recognize it, no.
All right. This is prepared by the comptroller's office. And it breaks down the billing that you sent to the state of Tennessee.
Okay.
I have here, Your Honor, if I may approach the witness. If you'll flip through Mr. Boyana's iPad here, see if you recognize those documents.
These are billing materials that I submitted to the court.
Do you know how many pages they are?
No, I don't.
Would the number 600 surprise you?
Yes, it would surprise me.
It would surprise you. Okay. Is your signature on those documents?
Yes, I'm sure it's on these documents.
We'll look for it.
So anytime you did work, it got reflected in a bill and submitted to the state. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask that the comptroller document be marked for ID only purposes.
All right, this will be marked for ID 136.
Here, take this. Take this.
And then we have a flash drive for the billing records, if those could be the next numbered exhibit.
Exhibit 137 will be the building records. Ms. Thompson for her representation, Mr. Adams.
You ready? Thank you. So you testified, I believe, earlier that you as a team did not meet regularly. You and Mr. Simmons and Mr. Gonzalez and these 14 consultants and experts that I've just listed, you didn't meet regularly. Is that your testimony?
No, I think I was testifying that all the defense attorney teams didn't meet regularly. As the case grew on and was towards the end of the case, we were not meeting regularly with Jim Simmons. I did have regular meetings with my investigators.
All right. And when you say regular, what does that mean?
I don't know, once a week, once every few weeks.
All right. Did you put together a focus group at one point?
Oh, I did it not a formal one, no.
Well, what's the difference?
Well, I gathered up some people and had them come to the motel where I was staying and come into the little breakfast area and sat and talked to them.
About what?
About possible theories of the case, different facts of the case, things like that.
How did you select the people?
I just kind of went out and asked people that I knew or people that knew people that I knew and asked them if they'd be willing to come over to the motel.
The motel here in town?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do this on one of your trips here on a court hearing?
Yes.
This wasn't during trial.
No.
This was, how far in advance of trial did you do this?
I don't know. Maybe that summer sometime.
And which of the other attorneys or team did you have with you?
I think Paul Bruno might have been there, but I can't remember now.
What did you share with them?
I can't remember now.
Well, I mean, you gather these people, it sounds like just off the street, you bring them into a hotel lobby and they're doing you a favor. They're giving you their time. Was this on a Saturday, on a Sunday?
I can't remember.
Okay. How long did you spend with them?
Oh, maybe an hour or so.
Had they all heard of the case?
I think so.
Okay. What did you tell them?
I don't remember now. I honestly just don't remember what I said to them. I told them about the case.
Had the body been found when you did
Yes,
this?
the body was found early on before I got the discovery.
Okay. Had Jason Autry decided to join Team America when you did this?
Team America. Had he gone to the dark side? Is that what you're asking?
I asked you if Jason Autry had decided to testify for the state of Tennessee when you put together the focus group.
Yes, I think he had already decided to testify.
Okay. And so had you talked to Mike Scholl when you put together the focus group and knew what Jason Autry was going to say?
Yes.
Had you talked with Matt Maddox and knew that Dylan Adams, you knew Dylan Adams had given a statement, right?
Yes.
You had it.
Yes.
Had you interviewed any witnesses?
Yes.
How many witnesses do you think you interviewed throughout the course of your representation of the defendant?
Me and the investigators, or just me personally?
You and anybody who would gather information and report it back to you.
I think we talked to lots and lots of witnesses.
50, hundreds?
Probably 30 or 40.
30 or 40? Okay. So you gather this focus group in the hotel lobby. What do you say to them? You say, I'm Jennifer Thompson. I represent Zach Adams, and I'm going to throw out a scenario for you. I don't know. What did you do?
I don't remember.
You really have no memory of this?
I really have no memory of it. It was just a very casual thing. It came over. I said, will you come by on this night or whatever night it was? They came by and I talked to them about different facts and said, does this fact
What
make
facts? What facts?
I don't remember the specific facts of the case. I remember I would say, does this fact make you think he's more or less guilty? Does this fact make you think he's more or less guilty? How much does this fact bother you?
Didn't they all sign non-disclosure agreements?
Probably.
Did you take information that the defendant had shared with you and share it with that group?
No.
Well, then, were you reading IRs to them?
I don't really remember. I was just talking about the facts of the case. Zach Adams didn't have much to share with me about the case because he didn't know anything about it.
Right. Why did you do that? What were you trying to accomplish in putting together the focus group?
Trying to figure out what kind of theme and theory we could go with for the trial.
What kind of theme and theory? So did you talk about Terry Britt?
Yes.
You remember talking about Terry?
I don't specifically remember talking about Terry Britt. I'm sure that I would have brought him up because he was an important part of my case.
Okay. When you finished the focus group, did it change the way you approached the case?
I can't remember now.
Okay. You mentioned that the defendant was not really saying much. In fact, do you remember telling Brad McLean, I get along fine with Zach Adams. He's not engaged in the case. He doesn't say anything. You remember that?
No, but that's probably how he was acting at the time. He was kind of methy.
It's kind of methy. You're smiling when you say that. Is that
fucking
kind
funny?
of methy?
Yeah.
You mean he was still on meth even though he was in prison?
No, I mean, his brain was still affected by meth and he wasn't thinking like he does today.
Gotcha. Okay. Who's Marjorie Fargo?
I think she was the jury expert.
Okay. Do you remember telling her he has no short-term memory because of all the drugs he's done?
I don't remember specifically saying that.
Did you put together any other focus groups besides the one you don't remember?
I remember the focus group. I just don't specifically remember what we said.
Okay. You solicited help from NACDL, correct? The National Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers?
From people in NACDL.
Yes, but contacts that you had within NACDL.
Yes, I did.
You solicited help from law schools for
Yes, I did.
interns? At one point, you were trying to get a large firm to hop on board with you, correct? Remember that?
Yes, I'm not sure if that was for the trial or for appeal.
When you needed resources, who holds the purse strings on an appointed case?
The judge.
The judge. So when you needed money, you had to ask Judge McGinley, correct?
Yes.
Was it something you had to put in writing
Yes.
every time?
Yes.
Okay. But you don't have to share it with the state, correct?
No.
It's all done under seal.
Yes.
Do you have any idea how many sealed requests for resources you made?
No.
Do you remember what you requested money for?
Some of the things I remember,
Like,
jury consultant, Marjorie Fargo.
were they paid by the hour?
I think the AOC does it where they mostly pay people by the hour and they don't pay people by the case. That's how I remember things.
All right. Do you remember a trip to Green Hills Mall to the Apple store
I've been to Green Hills Mall lots of times.
on this case?
I don't specifically remember going to Green Hills Mall on this case.
Purchasing $3,500 worth of Apple equipment? Do you remember that?
Was I buying hard drives?
I don't
Can't
know.
remember.
I'm going to pass you a receipt. Or have it passed to you, rather. Thank you. There's one for the judge, too.
Good point.
Do you recognize this?
I don't recognize it, but I can see what it is.
Did you purchase those things for the Zach Adams defense on December 31st of 2016?
Yes, I guess I did.
And what were they?
I think it's a hard drive and then the plugs for the hard drives, cables for the hard drives.
MacBook.
The cable to put the Mac computer onto a TV screen or video screen like this one. I think ways to hook a printer up to a USB cable. So these are adapters for that.
Did you know how to use all this equipment that you were buying? Or
Yes.
did you? You did?
Yes.
Okay. You gotta have this. Ask
Exhibit
the-
137.
Thank you.
Judge, the flash drive, I think is 137.
My apologies, 138. The building records, 136.
Did Judge McGinley ever deny a monetary resource request that you made?
Now, I think Jim Simmons made most of those requests, but I'm not aware that he did.
All right. Did you file motions in the representation of Zach Adams?
I did.
You know how many?
No.
And again, you filed motions that we can see that are public record, and then you filed motions that were under seal, correct?
I think most of the motions that were under seal were for funds.
Okay. All right. Do you recognize what's just been handed to you?
No.
Take a moment, look through it. Does it look familiar?
But it doesn't look familiar. I recognize what it is.
What is it?
It is a listing of all the pleadings that were filed in this case.
All right. And is it both the ex parte and the non-ex parte?
Yeah, so for the ex parte motions, it just says sealed envelope.
Yes. All right. Your Honor, I'd ask that be marked as the next numbered exhibit.
Marked at exhibit 139.
How many discovery review sessions did you have? You've talked about the one where Jennifer Nichols wanted you to look through everything. You didn't want to look through everything. Then you did want to, that, I guess that was the first one. Is that correct?
No, I don't, I think you're mischaracterizing what I said about the discovery examination in the Middle District of Tennessee.
Okay. Where was it?
It was in the Middle District of Tennessee
Where in the Middle District of
at
Tennessee?
the TBI headquarters.
Okay. And all the defense attorneys were there. You were there.
Yes.
Was that the only evidence viewing session that you attended in the Middle District of Tennessee?
We might have gone back for one more time.
All right. Did you ever go by yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever go to an area other than the Middle District of Tennessee to view evidence?
Yes.
Where?
I went to Jackson and to Memphis.
All right. And did you go alone or with every co-defendant's attorney?
I went to Jackson alone. I went to Memphis with other co-defendants' attorneys, and I may have gone to Jackson with other co-defendants' attorneys. I may have gone to Jackson twice. I don't remember.
Okay. At some point, did you sit down with some of the state's experts? Did you ever talk to the state's experts, the medical examiner, the cell phone expert?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
And you talked with them? Was the state there?
I'm not sure if the state was there when we talked to the medical examiner. I don't think the state was there.
All right.
I think I can't remember if the state was present or nearby when we talked to the cell phone expert.
All right. Then the cell phone expert offered to help you, didn't he?
I don't think he offered to help me. He offered to explain things to me, explain his report to me.
And let you ask him questions?
Yes.
And in fact, you asked him some questions about Terry Britt's cell phone. Remember that?
I don't remember that specifically.
Okay. These motions that are part of the exhibit we just handed in, were all of those heard? Do you know?
I don't remember any motions not being heard.
Okay. Did you attend all of those motion hearings, or were there times that you couldn't get there and Jim Simmons handled it?
No. Well, some of the motions for funding, I didn't go.
Okay.
But I attended all the motions of substance for the case.
The substantive motions. Okay. You were there, and if it was your motion, you're presenting it. If it was a state's motion, you're defending it.
Yes.
All right. And I'm assuming, like in all cases, some of your requests were granted and some of your requests were denied. Is that accurate?
Yes.
You testified that you met with the defendant throughout the course of this 10 times. Is that what you said?
I'm guesstimating 10 times.
Okay. He was in prison or in jail.
He was in jail, yes.
Right. And so you would travel there, right?
Yes.
Did you ever have access to him over the phone?
I didn't have access to him that the phone calls weren't being recorded, no.
Right. And when you met with him, did you talk about the facts?
Sometimes, yes.
All right. Sometimes what did you talk about?
You know, I don't have specific memories of what I talked about when I met with Zach Adams.
Okay.
We talked about the case.
Well, let me talk then maybe just in general terms. He was not the first client of yours that you talked to in a jail setting.
No.
Okay. What does that look like? Do you go in?
You
You're in a private room.
They take you to a room usually. Usually it's got an old table and a couple of old chairs in it. You sit down. Maybe it has a plug so you can plug in your computer and you can go over things.
All right. And did you plug in your computer and go over things with the defendant in this case?
I think so. I don't have specific memory of that.
Did you plug in your computer and go over facts of this case with other witnesses?
Which witness will you be referring to?
I don't know. What other witnesses did you talk to?
You know, right now I can't exactly remember what witnesses I talked to. I talked to Lisa Autry.
Okay. Did you
No, I
go
talked
over
to-
things with her?
I didn't plug in my computer. I sat and talked to her and tried to see what she would tell me.
Did you take notes?
No,
Did you use your recording pen?
no,
Did you use the other thing you said that was, I don't know, connected to your head or connected to something else, your recording device?
no.
Okay.
It's a GoPro. That's the name of the camera.
Okay. Did you use your GoPro?
I didn't use my GoPro. The investigator was there, and the investigator, I think, was taking notes.
Taking notes about what Lisa Autry said.
Yes.
When you met with the defendant, was an investigator there?
No,
Did you take notes with the defendant?
not much. No,
Not much or no?
I can't remember. I couldn't find any notes that I had taken during meetings with Zach Adams.
Well, when you typically meet, had you ever represented anybody before charged with murder in the first degree?
Yes.
Okay. How many people?
I don't know. Half dozen.
6 people. Okay. Were they incarcerated when you represented them?
Yes.
And when you met with them, did you take notes?
I would take notes. Yes.
But for Zach Adams, you can't remember if you did or not.
Well, Zach didn't know anything about the case. So if I'm telling him information, I don't need to take notes on what I'm telling him. And he didn't have any real information to give me about the case.
So he sat there in silence.
Well, we talked. We talked about what he wanted to do. We talked about what I thought the case was looking like.
Okay, let's stop right there. What very first time that you met with him, to be fair, would have been at the arraignment, right? The first time you met, or did you meet him before the arraignment?
I might have met with him before the arraignment.
Okay. And at that point, you didn't have any discovery, correct?
Right.
You knew about this case, what the whole world knew about this case, right? At the time?
Right.
What was being reported in the media?
Right.
You meet with him, you introduce yourself. Did you know him before this?
No.
You were hired because of his cousin in Atlanta, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you sit down and you meet with him on the death penalty's not been filed yet, the notice, correct?
No.
And you tell him you're his lawyer. Did you ask him questions?
Probably just to get to know each other questions, because at that time I didn't have the discovery, and I don't usually like my clients to commit to lies because it really puts a barrier between me and the client if they've lied to me a whole bunch and said they didn't do something. At that time I thought he was guilty, and so I really didn't want him to come out and tell me I didn't do this, and then have to come back later and say, okay, I really was involved. The evidence, there's DNA evidence that puts me there. So I probably didn't talk to him much about the case. We talked about what was going to happen in the case. I'd explained to him what a preliminary hearing, not a preliminary hearing, but what an arraignment would be, what the case would look like going forward, kind of how it would be handled.
So process.
The process.
Here's the process of what's going to happen.
Yes.
But you never asked him, where were you on April 13th, 2011? In that meeting.
I don't have a specific memory of that meeting.
Was it your practice to ask clients, where were you on the date of the murder that you're accused of?
After I got the discovery, it is my practice to ask clients that question, or to tell clients that the evidence shows that you were present. You know, there's videotape of you being present at the apartment. And so let's talk about that.
Okay. You said that when you first met with him, you thought he was guilty.
Yes.
You were basing that on what, media?
Because I didn't think the state would indict somebody that they had no evidence against.
Okay. So just the fact that he was indicted.
Yes.
You thought he was guilty, even though the laws of criminal justice say the exact opposite, that you're presumed innocent until proven guilty.
Well,
correct?
that's a presumption, and who has the burden of proof? That doesn't mean that the state has a habit of indicting innocent people.
Okay. So you thought because he was indicted, he was innocent, or guilty rather.
I thought there was going to be some proof that he was guilty. Yes.
Okay. We'll talk about it in a minute, but that was your presumption going into that meeting.
Yes.
Okay. So, and then you start getting discovery, correct?
Later that year. Yes.
Yes. All right. And you talked about how the format of the discovery was cumbersome and awkward and unorganized and all of those things. Did you leave it in that format, in that unorganized way, and just try to make the best of it?
Mostly, yes.
Okay. Did you have people on your staff looking through the discovery?
My paralegal did, yes.
Did
The investigators did, yes.
Did she change the organization of it, or did y'all just leave it in the unorganized mess that you got it from
We
the state?
mostly left it in the unorganized mess it was in.
Okay. Why?
Well, because I didn't want to go in and change the way I wanted to be able to have a copy of what the state gave to me.
Okay. Well, then what did you, all this equipment that you bought, what did you do with that?
Well, I copied it onto a fast hard drive because the hard drive that I bought at Office Max was so slow.
Okay. All right. And what you got from the state throughout the course of this case, or from the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation through the state, was exactly what the state of Tennessee got, right? Okay. You got
I
a
don't
mirror
know.
image of what they received.
That I don't know.
Okay. You also received discovery, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, you all also received discovery on each other's clients. In other words, I believe you got Jason Autry's information. You got Dylan Adams' information. They got your information. Is that correct?
That I don't know about.
You don't remember getting.
Well, I don't know what the other people got. So I
Did
can't-
you get it?
Did I get some information about them?
Yes.
Well, I got a copy of Dylan Adams' statement.
Right.
So that was later. I didn't get it initially.
What about jail calls
I got jail calls from Dylan Adams, yes, and I got jail calls.
from Jason Autry?
I don't remember Jason Autry, but I remember listening to jail calls from Dylan Adams.
Okay. All right. You get the discovery. Then do you have other conversations with your client?
I can't specifically remember what conversations I had with him.
What did he tell you?
Well, he told me that he didn't do this and that he wasn't there on that day. He didn't go near Holly's house on that day. He didn't go take her. He didn't rape her. And then he didn't even know the girl. He'd never seen her.
Okay. Did he tell you I was in Parsons at 11:12 in the morning?
Yes.
He did tell you that.
Yes. He told me that they had pulled out, that they had gone to get gas because they didn't have enough gas to get to Parsons. So they'd gone to get gas at the interstate. When he was there, he had seen his grandpa, and his grandpa said, that morning I saw them pull into the gas station because the grandpa was going by for work.
But the grandpa didn't testify to that at trial, did he?
I think he did.
Continue.
That the grandpa had seen them that morning and had written it down in his date book that he had seen Zach.
No.
Okay.
No, that was not a question.
I'm sorry. Please continue. This is what Zach's telling you, correct?
But then they were going to go get some Xanax bars. He'd gone by to pick up Shane. They were going to go get some Xanax bars from Shane's drug dealer.
Mm-hmm.
They had all piled into the truck. They'd gone into Parsons. They'd gone to the ATM to get money to pay the drug dealer from Shane's bank account. He said there should be a video of me.
Okay, stop right there. When did he tell you that?
Early on.
Okay, what's your definition of early on? 2014?
Yes.
2014, he tells you there should be video of me at the ATM.
Yes.
Okay.
And he said he'd also seen Tony Weber at the gas station at the BP. I think it was the BP. And that he had seen him there. And there should be proof that Tony Weber was at the gas station. And
there wasn't, was there?
Not that I could find.
Right. Okay. Go ahead.
Then they had gotten Xanax bars and gotten high.
Okay. Do you remember what time Holly was abducted?
She was abducted between about 7:45 and 7:50 on the morning of July 13th.
In the morning.
Not July 13th, April 13th.
April 13th.
Yes.
2011. When you talked to your client in these 10 encounters, did you talk about things that he'd said to law enforcement?
I think at some point we talked about all the different things he had said to law enforcement, but I don't have a specific memory of it.
Okay. Did you ask him why he was washing a mattress leaned up against the house?
I don't remember specifically what his answer would have been or if I asked him that.
Do you remember asking him why he was seen by law enforcement officers who were hiding in the woods to vacuum out a black pickup truck for an hour and a half? Remember asking him about that?
I don't specifically have a memory of that, no.
Do you remember asking him about the scratches on his arms that were seen?
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
He got the scratches on his arms when he ran through briars running from the police at Natchez Trace.
Okay, which proved to not be true, right?
No, I think that's true.
You think it's true,
Yes.
but there was testimony at the trial that it wasn't true, correct?
I think that Rebecca Earp testified that it wasn't, that he didn't have scratches on his arms, or I can't remember, maybe she did testify that he had scratches on his arms.
And the law enforcement officer that chased him
Said he didn't notice it.
I'm sorry, what?
Said he didn't notice it.
Right, okay. And then months after, he told law enforcement officers two different versions of where those scratches came from. One version was he got them from moving all of his marijuana plants. Do you remember that statement?
No,
So you didn't ask him about that?
I don't remember that statement.
Okay. This top document is already in evidence. It is sorry, Your Honor. 118. Who is Brian Smith?
He's the investigator for SAI.
Okay. I'm going to pass you this on top, and then behind it are about a 3-inch stack of IRs. Do you recognize what's on top? What's been previously marked as exhibit? What did I just say? 118?
I don't recognize it, no.
You've never seen that?
Well, I'm not saying I've never seen it. I don't recognize it at this point.
Okay. Well, take a minute, look at it.
Okay.
You recognize it?
I don't recognize it, but I can tell what it is.
Do you recognize the IRs?
I don't recognize the IR specifically. I recognize that they are IRs and they are labeled from this case.
Do the IRs that are listed in the Zach's original stupid mouth list correspond with the stack of IRs that I just handed you?
They seem to.
All
The
right.
first few correspond. Wait a minute. Yeah, they seem to be corresponding.
All right, Your Honor, I'd ask that that collectively be marked as the next exhibit. The stack, the top document's already in evidence.
All right, so exhibit 140 is a compilation of all the IRs that are referenced within exhibit 118. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's pass it to Mr. Mason. We'll take a look at it. please.
Yes, sir.
Is the witness going to be testifying about them?
No, sir.
Okay. We'll keep looking at that. If you have an objection, I'll let you make it later.
That's fine, Your Honor. Under Rule 1006, if it's a summary, the contents of the item summarized need not be introduced. So it seems like it's, Judge McGinley carrying the coals to Newcastle. It's unnecessary.
Well, how's the court going to reference it in this case? I certainly don't have any.
That's the point of the 1006 summary. If it's accurate, if they say it's accurate, you don't need the originals.
That's not a summary, though. That's a checklist. Exhibit 118 is just a listing. It
I
doesn't
see.
summarize what the statements are.
I see. I know the court's had the court's had a very helpful understanding of the IRs. I just asked, are they seeking to introduce the IRs for the truth of the matter?
Yes, I'm seeking to introduce these because they were produced by her team under the heading of original list regarding Zach's stupid mouth. And it's all the IRs that support that statement for the lawyers to review from the investigators that were hired.
Mr. Bates,
Then that,
every IR that's been presented has been admitted.
correct.
I'm confused as to why we wouldn't want these IRs. Investigative reports.
Yes, sir.
That's correct. That's fine, Your Honor. Good.
Right, I'm gonna let it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll mark these again. It's a collective exhibit of many IRs.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 140, and it is the IR represented exhibit 186, listed in exhibit.
Did you have at your disposal the IRs in which your client interacted with law enforcement in the early days, weeks, and months of this investigation?
I think so.
Did you review those with him?
I don't specifically have a memory of that, no.
Did you review the IRs?
Yes.
Okay. Ask that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 IRs. 2005, 19, 18. These are all just 25, 18, 28, 16, 15, and 2018. Be passed to you, and I apologize, Your Honor, I don't have extra copies of those. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Did you review those?
I'm sure I did. I don't have independent memory of it.
All right. Your Honor, I'd ask that those be marked as the next numbered collective exhibit.
41, 7 IRs, collective exhibit. Give some sort of descriptive. What are these about?
These are the defendant's interactions with IRs reflecting the defendant's interaction with law enforcement.
You say, Mr. Bates?
Yes, Your Honor.
And if this could be passed back to the witness, I'm sorry. Assuming these are still in the order that I hope they are, is the very first one IR 2005,
Yes.
April 16th, 2011.
I don't see April 16th, 2011 on here
Why do I
anywhere.
have the dates wrong? But is that the right IR number?
It's 2005.
All right. Is it Warren Rainey?
Yes.
Okay. Is the next number IR 1919 from April 23rd, 2011?
Yes.
And is it from Matt Ross with the FBI?
Yes.
Does it reference the scratches?
Yes.
Okay. And then IR 199, 525, 1650, 1828, and 2018. Is that correct?
Those are all the different IR numbers?
Yes, sir.
They're all about that one item.
Those are all the different numbers that she's holding.
Give me all 7 again, so I can just,
Yes, sir. You got the first two,
2005, 1919.
then IR 199,
All right.
525, 1650, 1828, 2018.
I don't have 2018. Hang on. They're not in the right order. Okay.
You don't have it?
I found it.
Okay. Do you know when Zach Adams told law enforcement for the first time that he was at the bank,
No.
at the ATM?
No.
Well, surely, did you find something in the file where he said that?
Well, I don't now remember it. I mean, if you're asking me, I don't remember if I found it in the file, and I don't remember when he would have told law enforcement.
Okay. Did you talk to any of those law enforcement officers?
I did not know.
Did you have people talk to them on your behalf?
I think so.
And those would have been your investigators?
Yes.
How early on would you have started having conversations with the defendant about whether or not he was going to testify in his trial?
Late,
What does that mean?
like probably much closer to trial time, not this early on.
And what would you use to have that conversation with him?
I would probably use a lot of his past statements and his convictions to have the conversation with him.
So the things filed in the 609, is that what you're referring to? The 609 motion or notice?
What's the 609 motion?
The notice that would have been filed by the state of Tennessee, putting him on notice of his prior convictions, that if he chooses to testify, they would use those in cross-examination.
So yes, I would have used that. And I would have used his prior inconsistent statements. But I don't think we really had,
Which prior inconsistent statement?
I don't think we really had conversations about whether or not he was going to testify.
So you just wait for him to answer Judge McGinley's question? You're as surprised as everybody else in the courtroom?
No,
Did you talk to your client about whether or not he was going to testify?
yes, but I think I talked to him about it in a negative form. Like, I don't think you should testify. I don't think we sat down and had a discussion about what would it be like if you testified.
And surely he said to you, oh, no, I'm testifying.
I don't remember that.
He didn't tell you that?
I don't have any memory of that.
Who got his mother and his cousin from Atlanta up here to talk to him
When?
about testifying?
I don't know.
Did they talk to him about testifying?
I don't know. I don't have any memory of that.
So when Judge McGinley, at the end of the state's proof, when Judge McGinley turns to you and says, will there be any defense proof? What did you do?
Well, yes, we had defense proof.
You had witnesses you'd subpoenaed, right?
Yes.
How many?
I don't remember now.
What category did they fall into? You subpoenaed expert witnesses, right?
Yes.
You had a cell phone expert.
Yes.
I believe you had a gun expert.
Yes.
You put on Mr. Bell, didn't you, to say that white truck was parked at my property?
Yes.
That white truck could not have been used to move the dead body of Holly Bobo because it was parked on my land. You put him on, didn't you?
Yes.
He said all that. The jury heard it, right?
Yes.
You had him subpoenaed. You subpoenaed Terry Britt,
Yes.
but the state put him on.
Yes.
You subpoenaed Terry Dykus, a TBI agent.
Yes.
You subpoenaed a host of people.
Yes.
Okay. So at the end of all of your proof, and you put them all on, right? Except for Terry Britt.
Right.
Okay.
I think so.
What other experts did you put on?
Cell phone expert, the gun expert. I don't remember any other.
Yes, Kelly Miller. It's that bizarro world situation where you have a prosecutor arguing vehemently that she was effective. That's what's going on right now. This prosecutor's championing her representation of Zach Adams during his trial. Oh, the irony. Oh, the irony.
Experts. Okay. And did you put on alibi?
No.
Your defense was my client couldn't have done this because he was in Parsons. You didn't put on alibi?
I don't remember, Amy. I don't have a specific memory of that.
Well, who would the alibi have been?
Well, it would have, it wouldn't have been Shane and it wouldn't have been Dylan.
But you listed them as alibi witnesses in your response to the request for an alibi.
If we filed a response for request for alibi, then we filed it. I have no independent memory of that.
You listed his co-defendants, Shane Austin and Dylan Adams. You listed Rebecca Earp and you listed his grandfather, Dick Adams.
Okay.
Did you put his grandfather testify to the jury that between 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. on April 13th, 2011, Zach was helping me clean out the shed?
No.
Did his grandfather say that between 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. on April 13th, 2011, Zach was at work?
No.
Did his grandfather say anything about his whereabouts between 8 and 10 a.m. on April 13th, 2011?
At some point, I think his grandfather had seen him in a car.
What time?
It was after 10, I think.
Okay. Who testified and said, well, let me rephrase it. I was jumping around and I apologize for that. So you put on all your proof, put on all your witnesses, state cross-examines them all, and then the big moment, the judge looks at you and asks, is your client going to testify, right? And what did you say? I don't know, Judge, we haven't talked about it.
No, we had talked about it.
Or did you say, Your Honor, he's not? I can answer that for him. He is not.
I don't have an independent memory of it, but I think it's more likely that I said he is not going to testify.
And that was the end of the conversation?
Well, I think they do is it the Moman
Right,
exchange?
right.
So I think they did that.
They did that. And by that, you mean Judge McGinley put him under oath, right?
I don't have an independent memory of whether or not he put him on the stand. Amy, I just don't remember.
Well, you sat through Moman hearings before, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it your experience that judges swear the defendant in before they answer the questions about whether they want to exercise their constitutional rights to testify or not?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that Judge McGinley did not do that in this case?
No, I'm not trying to imply that, no, he didn't do that. I'm just saying I don't have an independent memory of that particular time.
Okay. And Judge McGinley asked him questions, correct?
I'm sure he did.
Did you at any time, did you believe he was answering those questions truthfully?
Yes.
That he did not want to testify?
I think he did not want to testify because I told him he shouldn't testify.
Well, did he say that to Judge McGinley? Your Honor, I'm being railroaded by my lawyer. I really want to take the stand, and she's telling me it's a bad idea. Did he ever say that?
No.
Did you ever say to the judge, I do things a little differently. I like to tell my clients, you really don't want to testify. Did you say that to Judge McGinley?
No.
He questioned him, and he answered the questions, correct?
Yes.
At any time, did he say, stop these proceedings, I want to testify?
No.
At any time during the course of your representation of him, did he argue with you when you said, I don't think it's a good idea for you to testify?
I don't think so, no. I mean, he didn't ever argue with me, no.
About anything?
Not really, no.
Okay. Do you recall where he would have met with his mother and his cousin to have the conversation about whether he was going to testify? Would the judge have allowed them to take a break and do that? Do you remember?
All right. Now, I don't know what kind of conversation she had with her client, but if you watch this channel, you obviously know that right sits entirely with the defendant. Lawyer doesn't get to choose jack shit when it comes to whether or not the defendant is going to take the stand in their own defense. That's entirely up to the defendant. That being said, the reality of the situation is that if your lawyers are advising you not to take the stand, it is extremely rare for a defendant not to take that advice. Extremely rare. That's just facts. So, this woman can shove it right up her ass with this bullshit. And I'm assuming that his counsel will get back into this. But that's the reality of the situation. If Allie and I are on a case that, where there's some question whether or not going in, we're thinking maybe our client's going to have to testify. We wait till the state's case is done, see where that thing lands, and then we have the conversations. It's not to say that we don't think about it prior to going to trial, but you have to wait and see how the state's case lands. Now it's another thing in entirely different situation. If it's, say, for instance, if it's a self-defense case wherein, your client really needs to get up there and for the most part, give their side of the story, tell them what happened. And especially if you're trying to show that they were reasonable in their beliefs in terms of the way that they operated in that particular day. But as a general proposition, where you have a case like this, where your lawyer is telling you, I'm more, because we already know she already testified that she was worried that somebody was going to come in and testify, which I don't even get. I'm going to have to go back and watch the trial where she says that she was concerned that if he took the stand, that they were going to put on some witness in rebuttal, or at some point, I'm assuming it was rebuttal, to say that Zach had attempted to essay his sister. How that was getting in, I don't know if there was any kind of 404B hearing or not. I don't know. Yeah, his stepsister. Thanks, DB. So, if that's going through her head, then that's what she's telling him. It's problematic. It doesn't matter if you have a different story, because they're going to make you look like shit if they're able to get that in, which I don't know that they would have been able to get that in. I mean, if she admitted, I don't think that she said that she didn't talk to him about it at all. I think she said she didn't prep him. So, if she said that she didn't talk to him at all, that's a big problem. When the judge addresses the defendant prior to their case in chief starting, or sometimes it's closer to the end, whenever it's about that time where the defendant would typically end up getting on the stand and testifying, like the judge is going to go through his rigmarole. He's going to ask the questions. Did you speak to your lawyer about this? You have this right to testify on your own behalf, and he goes through the whole colloquy. So, yeah, like, to me, none of the shit that she's saying makes a bit of difference. And the difference that we're talking about here is that we have a judge that's making this ruling. There's not a jury sitting in the box here. And if you're late to the game and you don't know what this is a post-conviction hearing. Zach Adams' attorney is trying to get him a new trial. That's what it's all about. Or get the conviction vacated, and then the state's going to do what they're going to do. Whether or not they decide to proceed on it with what appears to me to be gaping holes at this point in the state's case. I don't know if they'd go. I don't know if they'd go at him again. But this is the thing that bugs me about prosecutors. I mean, like this woman's gonna die on the Hill. She doesn't give a shit. You think that this woman gives a shit about the truth? Look at her. Just look at her face. Does that look like a woman who gives a shit about the truth of what happened here?
Yes, I think the judge would have. I wasn't there during this conversation with.
There's IRs about it.
Okay, well, I don't have specific memories of those.
Okay. Do you know when her phone was thrown out?
I don't know for sure. Do you have?
It was some kind of weird. I want to go back a hair. It looked like it skipped.
Second time was at the.
Do you know when Holly Bobo was last in possession of her phone?
No.
It did jump, right?
Do you
I
know
saw that.
Where Holly Bobo was shot?
Yes,
Where?
at the cell tower, right up there where her body was found.
Were you there?
No,
What do you base that on?
on my reading of the proof in this case,
That she was shot where her body was found.
yes,
That's your opinion.
that's my opinion.
Who testified to that at trial?
Nobody.
Do you know when her body was left there at the cell tower?
I think when the phone started moving again the second time, they had left Holly's body at the cell tower and he was driving back towards his home.
They shot her there and left her there.
He did.
Who's he?
Yeah, he who, Mr. Britt, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Was there any testimony to that at trial?
No.
Okay. How long after she was abducted was she murdered?
I think within an hour.
Were you there?
No.
How do you know that?
This is my theory.
Okay. Does anyone else have that theory?
I think that some of the investigators had that theory with me at the time.
Some of your investigators?
Yes.
Okay. And Johnny Walker had that opinion for a minute, didn't he?
Yes.
That she was, he made some statement, didn't he, that she was killed within the first hour of being abducted, right?
Yes.
And then he was asked about that by Mark Lewis and some others with TBI to say, where's this coming from? Do you remember?
Hey, for those of you like Indiana Girl, and I know that there's in Real Happy, I think if you guys watched the trial, how did they prove the essay? They didn't find her body for 3 years, right? How were they able to prove the assault? Can you guys let me know in the chat? I'm curious about that.
For this?
Well, I don't specifically remember.
And he admitted, you're right. I don't know that. Nobody knows that. He admitted that. You remember that?
I wasn't there during.
You're talking about from Autry and his brother. Those are the two. Those are the two that said it.
During this conversation with.
There's hours about it.
Okay. Well, I don't have specific memories of those.
Okay. Do you know when her phone was thrown out?
I don't know for sure.
Do you know when her SIM card was thrown out?
No.
Lunchbox?
I don't know for sure.
Okay. But you know she was shot at the cell tower.
My theory is she was shot at the cell tower. Then he began to drive back by a different route than he came. And that's the point when he started throwing stuff that was left in the car out the windows.
Okay. And you shared this theory with your client?
Probably.
Okay. And you would have gone over with your client incriminating statements that he made?
Yes.
Okay. Give us an example. What are some of the ones you remember being problematic?
I'm going to take you out and tie you up like I did Holly Bobo. I don't have the statements verbatim, but I'm going to do you like I did her, or I'm going to take you up and tie you out back like I did her. Things like that.
No body, no gun. Before her body was found, before we knew she was shot. Remember that
Sure.
one?
Sure.
Couldn't have picked a prettier bitch. Remember that one?
Yes.
Do you remember him threatening to kill his brother?
No.
You don't remember there being information, evidence. You don't remember him being indicted
Oh,
for trying to kill his brother.
for what happened at the courthouse, the O'Brien, or the courthouse where he said, you tell him if he doesn't, he told a guy that was sitting there allegedly, you tell him that if he doesn't straighten up, I'm going to put him in a hole next to her.
Yeah, that one.
I remember that.
But that didn't happen.
I think people had a lot of motivation to make up things that Zach said.
Okay. Did Judge McGinley instruct the jury on witness credibility?
I'm sure he did. I don't have independent memory of what jury instructions he read.
Did you go over videos with the defendant?
I don't have specific memory of going over videos with him.
Well, you've testified that you never saw the ATM video. So let's park that on the shelf for a minute. There were lots of other videos collected by TBI in the hours and days following Holly's Holly Bobo's disappearance, correct?
Right, like the M Farm video.
Okay. And you had all that, correct? And in fact, you received the ATM video in June of 2015, correct?
That I do not know. I mean, I have it on my hard drive now that Mr. Bates says is the ATM video, but I couldn't get it to open.
Okay, but you received it in June of 2015.
Okay.
No, I'm asking.
I don't
Does
have a
that sound
memory
correct?
specific. I do not have a specific memory of that.
Okay. I could have one moment. Yeah. How'd I do it? I'm gonna. And that's already in evidence, right? Okay. Can you find the exhibit number for me? Mr. Bates handed you a document earlier that was marked into evidence. And there we go. Thank you. What number is it? I believe it was. All right, I'll grab it.
What was it about?
Exhibit 128.
Visual evidence and master case law.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. And I'm going to exhibit 17. I ask that these be passed off. Can I pass these to the witness, Your Honor?
Exhibit 128?
And exhibit 17. Yes, sir. All right. You would take a look at those. The copy of the letter that I handed you from then Deputy District Attorney General Nichols, now Judge Nichols, dated June 15th, 2015. You recognize that?
Seems familiar.
Okay. And what is it?
It's a letter from Jennifer Nichols to the defense attorneys with documenting that she's providing discovery.
Okay. Your Honor, I ask that that be marked as the next numbered exhibit.
We'll mark exhibit 142.
What's the date of it? June 15th, 2015?
I think that was it, but I don't remember.
Okay. And if she could have that passed back to her, I'm sorry. It references in the first paragraph, well, it's a letter saying, please find attached here to one external hard drive and one disk, correct?
Yes.
Contained therein is discovery pursuant to Rule 16, as well as additional material provided. This is an index to TBI's investigative reports, IRs, contained on the disk. The IRs are numbered 1 through 2,986. The first IR refers to the initial complaint investigation and is dated April 14th, 2011. So what this is a letter reflecting that General Nichols was sending you all a hard drive and a disk that contained everything in those IRs, correct?
Yes.
All right. And if you could look at Exhibit 17, which is IR 1845. See it?
Yes.
You recognize it?
I don't specifically recognize it, but I can see what it is.
What is it?
is an IR listing. The following is a list of CDs, DVDs, and flash drives containing digital media obtained during the course of this investigation.
Okay. And contained in there is the ATM video, correct? And I understand you said you didn't see it. But that's one of the things it's referencing, correct?
Well, I still don't see it
You don't see what?
where it says there's an ATM video. Okay, I see now 48V8 BP/Com South Bank ATM, April 2011.
Okay, thank you. And a minute ago, or before the lunch break, you were shown Exhibit 128, which was a compilation of digital evidence sent to you, I believe. Do you have that, Maddie?
Yes, I have it.
You got that. All right. Exhibit 128, you would agree with me, is not a comprehensive list of all of the video evidence you received in this case.
I don't know that.
We'll take a moment and look at it. See if you see on Exhibit 128, I believe you just mentioned it, the Am Farm video.
I don't see the Am Farm video in here.
Right, but you had the Am Farm video, correct?
Yes.
So that exhibit can't be a comprehensive list of all of the video evidence that you were provided by the state of Tennessee in this case, correct?
So it would seem.
Okay, thank you. And I believe, have all of those documents been appropriately marked into evidence? All right, very good. And we're done with those for the time being. And you also testified earlier that Jim Simmons subpoenaed videos, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you had what the state of Tennessee provided you, plus what you were gathering on your own,
Well,
correct?
I don't think we got videos when he subpoenaed them. I think they came back and said there's nothing available.
Right. Because it was some years that had passed, right?
Yes.
This happened in 2011, and you're
Yes.
not brought on until 2014, correct?
Yes.
3 years have passed. All right. If we could have put on the screen the ATM video that you were looking at before we broke for lunch. This is still. The still. Yes. Who do you see in that?
All right, the witness is being shown exhibit 101.
Who's in there?
I can't tell.
Thank you. Do you know how many witness folders you made in preparation for trial?
No.
Over 200 made by you and your team. And you had a strategy, right? With all of this information, with these hundreds of thousands of pages of information, with endless hours of video, you had a strategy, correct?
I think we did.
And what was it?
Our strategy was to show that Terry Britt had committed the crime and not Zach Adams.
Right. Terry Britt did it. Some other dude did it, and his name is Terry Britt, right?
Sudi defense. Some
Right.
other dude did it.
And if that's, and you also had the alternate defense of, and our client didn't do it, correct?
Right.
Was mitigation information being gathered as well while you're also investigating the facts of the case?
Yes.
All right. And who was there a point person on that?
Yes.
Who was that?
AK Investigations came on as mitigation when Lee Nort Norton withdrew.
Okay, why did Lee Norton withdraw?
I don't know. She said she couldn't take it.
Couldn't take it?
Yeah, I don't know why she withdrew. I think she didn't like the case anymore and she withdrew.
Could it be because she knew, as she put in a memo, that your client was going to be found guilty and it was going to be very hard to keep him off death row?
I don't
Do you
know.
remember that?
No.
And that she said she would have to no longer work on this case because that bothered her so. Do you remember that?
No.
Did they put together mitigation reports for you? Your team?
Yes. But I think Jim looked at that more than I did.
Were you familiar with it?
No.
You never looked at it?
I can't say I never looked at it. I have no memory of looking at it now.
Well, do you have memory of there being concerns about mitigation proof?
No.
No memory of anybody bringing to your attention issues with mitigation proof?
No.
Do you remember your client shot his mother?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember that being something that they pointed out?
No, but I see that that's a very bad factor.
Okay. Do you remember them having concerns about the mitigation because of his criminal history?
I don't have any specific memories about concerns about the mitigation. It's not that I didn't know it at the time, but at this point, I have no specific memory of it.
Okay. Because I guess your role was different. Your role was guilt innocence and Mr. Simmons' role was the mitigation. Is that
Yes.
a fair assessment?
Fair.
Okay. Who's Crystal? Crystal and Danny.
Danny is one of the investigators.
I'm going to ask that this packet be passed to you, and there's a copy for the judge. See if you recognize this, Ms. Thompson. You recognize it?
No.
Who's JST?
It might have been Jim's daughter.
You've never seen this?
I don't have any memory of it.
We'll take a minute and look through it. Does it look like anything having to do with this case? Did you ever have conversations about any of these things with the team? Spoke with Joe Walker, stated Zach shot Cindy because she wouldn't give him money. Dick Adams, Frankie Cecil Adams. I mean, are any of these names ringing a bell?
I think Frankie Adams was Zach Adams' uncle.
Is the information in this document ringing a bell with you?
Some of it is, some of it's not.
Do you question the veracity of this document that I passed you?
No.
Was Jim Simmons' daughter, I believe her name is Miss Tarkington, right?
Yes.
She was on the team.
Yes.
Did she gather information?
I'm sure she did.
Did she bring that information back to the team?
I'm sure she did.
Well, you were on the team, correct?
Right.
Okay. So did you ever have any conversations with her?
I don't remember having a conversation with her about this.
About anything?
Yes, I had conversations with her about
Okay.
things.
And Crystal is who?
I don't know who Crystal is.
Who's Danny?
Danny's the investigator.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, I'd ask that this be marked for identification at this time.
No objection for identification.
For identification, we'll mark it, give it
Did you ever ask your client about some of the mitigation concerns, about the shooting of his mother?
I didn't ask him about mitigation concerns, no.
Okay. Did you go over his 609 with him?
I don't have a memory of that, no.
Okay. What about his 404?
I don't specifically remember going over 404 with Zach.
Okay. You testified earlier that pretty early on, you had a plan regarding Terry Britt, right?
Yes.
When? Starting when?
Oh, I think starting sometime in the spring of 2015.
Did that ever change?
No.
He was a good target, right?
Yes.
Here's a sex offender that lives down the road.
Yes.
Right.
That had been stalking blonde hair, blue eyed girls.
Right.
In the same neighborhood.
Right.
Yes.
He was a good target to put this on.
Yes.
And you built a defense around that.
Yes.
With the added layer of our client didn't do it either. Correct?
Right.
Okay. You testified a moment ago about meetings that you all would have as a team, correct?
Yes.
Were they held in your office?
Yes.
All right. And who would typically attend?
My paralegal, 2 or 3 of the investigators. We had 3 investigators on the case, but I really think only 2 investigators were working diligently on the case.
Okay.
I think the third one, she was more the owner of the business, and I don't think she was really working on it. And sometimes Jim Simmons would come.
Okay. And did you all work from, did you just sit around and spitball, or did you have kind of an organized format to these meetings? What set the stage for us?
Well, I think it depended, and I don't have any specific memory of the meetings at this point.
Okay. I'm going to ask that a document titled Global Case Goals be passed to you, a document titled Global Task List in red be passed to you, and a document titled Global Task List 1 in blue be passed to you, and ask if you recognize those, and I have a copy for His Honor. Do you recognize those?
They look familiar.
I'd like you now to listen to an audio recording. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir. As the next 3 numbered exhibits. I'm sorry.
No, if I can get the order figured out.
Just make them a collective exhibit.
Whatever's easiest on the court and the court reporter.
Collective exhibit 144.
Just short.
This is all the. Judge, for the record, I'm going to start this audio at 13 minutes and 48 seconds.
All right.
Do you recognize?
Okay.
Do you recognize your voice yet, or is it
I
not
do.
played? Okay. Who else is there? Do you know?
Sounds like Jim Simmons.
Okay.
So all of that's been incorporated in what you're doing. Right. Okay, let's just, I want to make sure we all agree as to what we're going to focus on because we have such a short time frame. I think, Lee's also really made this impression and she had a lot of influence on me.
Is that Lee Norton?
We need to finish the Terry Britt investigation.
I'm sorry. That's Lee Norton that you're referencing?
Yes.
Okay.
I know that under almost all circumstances, you don't try to prove who did it. You try to just create doubt. But in this case, because this is such, it is a different case altogether. It's got so much notoriety. Zach is hated. Everybody in the whole area knows about this case. They've all been keeping track of it on topics. That we really need to show that somebody else did it. Just to show that Zach couldn't have done it, I don't think it's going to be enough. I think that the jury's not going to have a trial and not convict somebody. Somebody's going down for this. And they're not going to walk out of the courtroom unless they're confident they know who did this. Just a whole bunch of mystery and reasonable doubt is they've got to solve this case for the family. I really, really think there is good evidence that Terry Britt did do this. And Zach did not do this because he has alibi evidence that shows he was in another place at the time.
Stop it right there.
First, the thing on Facebook.
What evidence?
I can't remember now. I'm sure what we had talked about. His cell phone he was on Facebook at 8:30 in the morning.
Who testified to that?
Nobody testified. I did not put that proof in at trial.
Okay. Did the state put on Facebook proof?
They put on some Facebook proof, but not Facebook proof that he had been modifying his wall at 8:30 in the morning. But there was records in the discovery that I received that at 8:30 in the morning, he had modified his wall and said something like, "That bitch ain't all that," referring to Rebecca Earp. And it had been done from a landline telephone number at Zach's grandmother's house.
There was also evidence that he had been on his phone before 8:30 in the morning with Jason Autry, right?
Yes.
Okay. Hit play.
Hey, Aaron, here's your paper. Their office over there. First, the thing on Facebook and his phone records, plus they have receipts from what they were doing that morning. So we know.
Where are those receipts?
I think that we have the ATM records from things that they were doing.
That show what?
That show that they had been to Sonic and to the ATM.
But they weren't timestamped, right?
Timestamp, no.
So that's not really an alibi, is it?
No.
That it didn't go down this way. And so I just think in this case, we've got to finish the Terry Britt investigation. And the more we dig into this, the more we are going to find. And the more it's really, because this incorporates a lot of our goals. One, it makes the state look foolish and silly. Like they are absolutely incompetent and can't do stuff. It makes, it gives them someone to blame and someone to hang their hat on, so the jurors don't have to walk out knowing there's still a deeper mystery for the family. They get closure. And I really do think that this is the guy that did it. I mean, this also brings justice. Not that it's our job to bring justice, but it brings justice. And we can, and even if our guy confesses under oath to being the guilty person that did this, if we can show that that confession cannot be true because Terry Britt did it, the jury's not going to get hung up on some stupid shit he said to Ben Hendrickson.
We'll proceed to justice for jury.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah. So we agree?
Danny is our focus point on Britt.
Well, but do we agree that that's really the way to go, Jim?
I think we have to be careful not to convince ourselves that Britt did it, because right now we have a lot of smoke, but we don't have any concrete evidence that Britt did it. We don't have any DNA. He's got some sort of an alibi. I think we have to be careful going there, because it's easy for us to say that Britt did it, but what
They don't have any of this shit on Zach either.
Maybe it's just simple. It's not all of
we've got to complete the investigation, but right now what I think we have to do is make sure Dykes is on board.
Maybe it's kind of like not all of us getting that mind frame, so to speak. Like Danny's going to be focusing on that, but same time I agree. If we're gonna have to look at it as, hey, what if our guy did do it? Let's make sure we don't miss something here. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? Just make sure we don't
That's Brian Smith
So-
talking.
get blinds.
All right, I don't so much. Okay.
Tie ourselves here, but too focused on hung up on.
No, hang on. All right. And we would ask that that be marked, Your Honor, and we'll take care of the mechanics of that at the break.
Right. Exhibit 145, audio recording. Strategy meeting of Mr. Adams' attorneys.
What day was that audio recording on?
I don't know. We can't tell. What other audio recordings were there that disappeared?
There were multiple other audio recordings made with that same pin.
Where are they?
I have them stored on my Mac computer, my desktop. And I thought that I had them stored inside the Dropbox folder. They were not stored inside the Dropbox folder. And when the hard drive crashed, I lost it all. Everything in Dropbox was backed up, but the other things were not.
But everything else in the file of Zach Adams is fine.
It was
That's the only part
on a
that's
different
missing.
hard drive.
Just your
These-
your recorded conversations with your client and all the witnesses and co-defense, co-counsel, those are all lost.
Yes.
Did you have a file that was labeled Zach Adams didn't do this? And here's why.
I can't remember.
The documents that I've handed you, the global case goals, was this kind of a your manual, how you went about putting your case together and working the file and gathering and checking information? What is this?
Yes.
Okay. The blue document, global task list, Terry Britt did it. Self-explanatory, correct?
Yes.
This is what the team was working on to show that Terry Britt did this, right?
Right.
Was this the execution of the idea that Lee Norton planted in your head to finish the Terry Britt investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And so this document became the footprint or the manual for doing that, the blueprint. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then the red document, Zach Adams didn't do it. Correct?
Is that a question?
Yes, that's what this is.
This
red.
red document is that Zach Adams didn't do it? Yes.
And the same thing. You've got witnesses listed there and dates and information. And did you follow up on that?
I have no memory.
Did you gather information to show that your client didn't do it?
I have no specific memory of that.
You have no memory of finding any information that would prove your client's innocence.
I have no memory of what information we gathered and whether or not we gathered information based on this chart right here.
Okay. Well, put the chart aside. Do you have memory of gathering information to show your client could not have done this?
No. The problem is if it's hard to prove a negative. If somebody didn't do something, like if I say to you, you know my birthday, it's hard for you to prove that you don't know my birthday. I can say, you know my birthday, and I can say, because on my birthday, you sent me a card. So it's easy to offer proof that somebody did do something. But if it's negative, it's hard to find proof that somebody didn't do something.
Did you gather proof to show that Terry Britt did do it?
Well, yes, we went through and prepared what Terry Dykus had gotten together.
Mm-hmm.
We solidified that, but I don't think we found additional information that Terry Britt did it, because at that point I didn't have law investigation authority to go in
and all you have to do is convince one juror, right?
Yes.
How long did the jury deliberate?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Does 2 days sound right? They were out a long time, weren't they?
They were.
Would it surprise you to learn that your trial prep file alone was 9.8 gigabytes of information?
No.
11 hours that you spent compiling witness folders. Does that sound right?
Sure.
2,000 individual files on your client alone, correct?
Okay.
But not one file on anything that he told you. Is that your testimony today?
I don't have any memory of that. If it's not in there, then you would be telling me, because I don't specifically remember what's in the file and what's not in the file.
You subpoenaed over 80 people to trial. Does that sound about right?
Sounds right.
You had 4,500 individual files alone on Jason Autry. Remember that?
We had a lot of material on Jason Autry.
You mainly dealt with Mr. Hagerman, didn't you? Wasn't he kind of your point of contact within the Shelby County DA's office?
Who I specifically talked to?
Mhm.
I would have talked to Paul.
Paul Hagerman, right.
Yes.
Was he pleasant?
He was pleasant.
Okay. You testified that Miss Nichols wasn't pleasant to you, but Mr. Hagerman was, right?
Mr. Hagerman was pleasant.
Was there any time that you asked for something from the state of Tennessee or from the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation that they said no?
I think I asked them to sit down with me and show me what the discovery was. Tell me about the discovery.
You had the discovery.
But tell me what it was in there, what the different things meant and what the different parts meant. And I think they didn't want to do that.
Okay. Do investigative agencies and prosecutors' offices always do that with you?
Always do that? No, sometimes yes.
Okay. And was there ever any request for that you sent for discovery that was denied you?
No.
Okay. Do you know how many hours you billed for this case?
I don't have any specific memory. No.
Would the figure 2,870 surprise you?
No.
You kept the defendant off death row, didn't you?
Yes.
You and Mr. Simmons and Mr. Gonzalez. That wasn't an easy task, was it?
No. Every morning before trial, I would get here early and I would take his clothes downstairs that he was to wear. I would iron his shirt the night before. So I was ironing his shirts, or I took him to the cleaners here in town. I would go downstairs and he had these terribly dark circles under his eyes, and I would put makeup on him. I had bought special makeup just for him, and I would put makeup on him under his eyes to hide his dark circles.
Every day?
Every day I would do that.
And then after the verdict came back, you began talking with the state about the second phase, right?
Yes.
About taking the death penalty off the table, right?
Yes.
And you accomplished that, right?
Yes. At first they offered to take the death penalty off the table, but without any right of appeal.
And you even got them to change their minds on that, right?
Yes. I advised Zach that if he had gone through with the death penalty, he'd at least have 2 attorneys working for him on his appeal. But if they took death off of the table and took away his right to appeal, he would really be in a bad situation if he's saying he's not guilty. And so they agreed that they would do, and I think that's a lot of the Bobo family. I was very grateful for that. That they would take death penalty off the table. He would retain all his rights to appeal, and he could plead guilty. Not plead guilty, but they would sentence him to life. I think it's life without parole.
Right. You thanked the Bobo family after trial, right?
For taking the death penalty off the table. I mean, they were very gracious about that.
Right.
Yes.
But the state had to agree too, right?
Right.
Okay. And you even told Eva Pilgrim with 2020 how thankful you were to the Bobo family
Yes. I
for
don't
taking
think
the
it's
death penalty off the table.
It's not the Memphis DA's office that took the death penalty off the table. It was the Bobo family.
Say that again?
It's not the Memphis DA's office. It wasn't their idea to take death penalty off the table. I think it was the Bobo family that took it off the
That's
table.
your testimony.
Yes.
That the Bobo family stood before Judge McGinley and said, we're taking the death penalty off the table.
Well, the family has to agree to it, but I think that it was really coming from the Bobo family.
Family doesn't have to agree to it.
No, I
Correct?
said the DA has to agree to it. That's what I
Right.
meant to say.
You said the family.
I misspoke. The DA, of course, has to agree to anything.
And the
But-
4 assistant district attorneys assigned to this case agreed to it, right?
Yes.
They're the ones that went to the Bobos with the proposal, correct?
I don't know who went to whom with the proposal.
Did you go to the Bobos with the proposal?
No.
Okay. Each day after court, Mr. Hagerman would advise you and your co-counsel of who the witnesses for the next day would be, wouldn't he?
Sometimes.
Sometimes?
Not every day.
Okay.
Not every day. Sometimes they changed it. Sometimes they didn't tell us.
Well, sometimes things happen with witnesses, right?
I think they intentionally weren't giving us the
Okay.
people that were going to be testifying the next day or several days in advance.
Okay. So if Mr. Hagerman's recollection is that, with the exception of Jason Autry, and he made that clear that they were not going to tell you when Mr. Autry was going to testify, that they told you each day who to focus on and who not to worry about the next day. Because the list of witnesses was long, right?
The witness list was 200. That's why we had 200 witness files.
Right. Right. You cross-examined many witnesses, right?
Almost all except for 4, I think.
Almost all except for 4. All right. You remember Brian Vitt testifying?
What did he testify to?
He was the TWRA agent who was actually out mowing his lawn the day that Holly was abducted.
Yes, I remember him testifying.
Like Mr. Autry had said. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And he did testify at trial. And you cross-examined Mr. Autry at great length, correct?
Yes.
You brought out many aspects of what was troubling, inconsistent, concerning with his testimony and his credibility, correct?
I really wasn't able to break him from his lie. He really stuck with it.
Okay. But you questioned him extensively about inconsistencies and about his record and about his credibility and about what he was telling the jury, right?
I did.
Okay. And his story never changed, did it?
No.
And in fact, you pointed out to the jury that he had a federal immunity agreement, right?
Yes.
Right. And you also went into great length cross-examining Victor Densmore. You remember that?
Yes.
You cross-examined him about, was it the 3 different statements that he gave to law enforcement?
Yes.
Right? All of that was heard by the jury, correct?
After I've gone back and listened to it, it was not effective what I was doing.
Did you cross-examine Victor Densmore about his prior inconsistent statements?
Yes, but
Okay.
I couldn't get him to admit that he'd made prior inconsistent statements or not.
Well, are you
not
always
well.
able to get every witness to admit everything you want them to?
Usually,
Really?
yes.
Okay. And you also cross-examined Brent Booth extensively, right?
I did.
And you cross-examined witnesses about Dennis Benjamin, correct? About his relationship to Dylan Adams in this case. That all came out. The jury heard all that, correct?
Some of it, yes.
There was a hearing in front of Judge McGinley about the Luke Evans issue, correct? You
Yes.
wanted Luke Evans to come on the case. The state opposed it. We bring it to the court and we let the court decide. That's how this works, right?
Yes.
And was there testimony?
Yes.
Who testified?
Luke Evans.
Who cross-examined him?
I don't know.
Was it Ms. Nichols?
I don't have a memory of that.
Okay. The judge denied your request, correct?
Yes.
And you appealed that, right?
Yes.
And where did you appeal it to?
The Court of Criminal Appeals in the Western District, I believe.
And what did they say?
They said no.
They affirmed Judge McGinley.
They affirmed Judge McGinley.
Did you file a motion for new trial in this case?
Yes.
How many grounds?
I can't remember.
56? Does that sound right?
Okay.
The things that you have shown a light on here today, did you bring those out in your motion for new trial?
I don't remember. I just don't have any memory of this. This is all so many years ago, and I just don't remember specifically what was in my motion for new trial.
Did you work on the appeal?
I did.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you raise these issues in front of the Court of Criminal Appeals?
I don't remember how many of them I raised.
Were any of them granted?
No.
Were any of the grounds for the motion for new trial granted by Judge McGinley?
No.
Do you remember Marco Ross testifying? The
No.
medical examiner, I'm sorry.
The medical examiner?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And I'm sure he was on the stand for quite some time. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And do you remember his testimony? He was asked by, I believe, Mr. Christensen. Direct examined him. Do you remember Mr. Christensen?
Yes.
Okay. He direct examined him and said, well, actually, this is Dr. Ross answering. What a .32 caliber bullet is, by my understanding, has a measurement diameter of 0.32 inches. Do you remember this testimony?
I don't specifically remember it.
By converting to inches, the size of the defect in the back of the skull, that's about a 0.36 inch defect. You remember this? It's in the transcript. Do you remember this testimony?
Page number
1147.
I did go back and review his testimony before I came to testify today.
Okay, so you remember this.
I don't remember specifically question for question, but yes, I remember them talking about the diameter and the size of the bullet diameter converted to English, not from metric to English measurements.
1147. May I continue, Your Honor? By converting to inches, the size of the defect in the back of the skull, that's about 0.36 inch defect. So anything 0.36 or smaller could have caused that defect. So that would be consistent with a .32 caliber bullet causing that defect. This is Dr. Ross testifying in front of the jury.
Yes.
Okay. And then General Christensen follows it up with, so anything larger than a .36 would likely not have caused that wound.
Yes.
Remember General Christensen's question, and do you remember Dr. Ross's answer?
Yes.
He said, correct. Anything larger than .36 would likely not have caused that wound. You mentioned earlier today Ms. Nichols' closing argument. Do you know exactly what Ms. Nichols said to the jury?
I don't have any memory of exactly what she said.
0.38 was excluded because the defect was 0.36 or smaller. That's what she said. That's consistent with what Dr. Ross testified to, isn't it?
I don't have independent memory. I mean, you're telling me what he said. I don't specifically remember what numbers he testified to.
Do you take issue with the transcript and record of the trial of State versus Zach Adams?
No.
Do you agree with me that 0.38 is bigger than 0.36?
Yes.
You testified earlier how co-counsel made you feel. It wasn't a great working relationship. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say.
Opposing, not your opposing counsel.
Okay.
All right.
Same there.
Okay. It's fair to say this case was stressful
Yes.
for everybody involved.
Yes.
Starting with the morning of April 13th, 2011 in the Bobo family and continuing on until today, correct?
Yes.
And you testified about your concerns about the other defense attorneys, Matt Maddox and Paul Bruno and Michael Scholl and Robert Paris, and that they just weren't putting in the hours that you were, right?
I think I said that I didn't think they had shut down their practices. I didn't say weren't putting in the hours. I don't know what hours they were putting in. I said they hadn't shut down their practices and gotten rid of all their other cases. And I said, I didn't think they knew the discovery like I did.
And that's probably fair. I think the testimony in this court over the last several months is that nobody knew this file better than you did. Were you ordered to shut your practice down?
No.
You made that decision.
Yes.
You further testified before the lunch break that one of the reasons you didn't get off this case was that you were worried Judge McGinley would appoint an attorney that would plead Zach Adams guilty.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That's not how our criminal justice system works, though, right?
Of course it is. I mean, I don't know what you mean.
That a defense attorney can come in and plead somebody guilty without the client being there and being a part of that and being questioned by a judge.
Defense attorney has great influence over their client and whether or not they plead guilty.
Okay.
They don't have the final say, but they have great influence. And I think Zach could have been easily pressured into pleading guilty if I had been so inclined to
Just like they have great influence on whether or not they're going to testify.
push him on it.
Have you pressured anybody to plead guilty before?
I've had clients where they really needed to plead guilty, and I did really put a lot of pressure on them to plead guilty. It's ultimately their decision.
It's ultimately their decision. Have sometimes they made what you thought was the right decision?
Sometimes.
And sometimes they don't, right?
Sometimes they don't. Yes.
And you additionally said that you had concerns about Judge McGinley and that he was going to make sure, no matter what, that this case ended in a conviction. Isn't that what you said?
Yes, I think that's true.
Is that a backhanded accusation of jury tampering against Judge McGinley?
No, I think he was just going to make sure that the proof came in and that he guided the proof and that he...
You said an elected judge was going to do whatever he could to make sure someone got convicted. Is that your belief?
I think that...
How is this an issue? Why we doing this? Tell me what it's an issue here. For what purpose?
Her credibility, Your Honor. It's an outlandish statement.
And the court can take that into consideration.
All right. May I ask one follow-up question?
One follow-up question.
Did you report him?
No, and I never said that I thought he was going to influence the jury. I didn't mean it that way.
You still have the case of Zach Adams listed on your website.
Asked and answered.
You testified in front of Judge Bradbury that you did not provide constitutionally sufficient representation to Zach Adams in the final year of your representation of him. Is that right?
For 6 months, 8 months.
Did you report yourself to the Board of Professional Responsibility?
No.
Nothing further.
No, I can go longer. I can go.
Yes, sir. Look at this.
5 minutes?
5 minutes.
All right.
I don't know how much blooping we have. Yeah, so that's an odd thing that we just watched, which is not unusual for post-conviction petition hearings wherein ineffective assistance is one of the claims. You know, you're going to get that odd situation where you have a prosecuting attorney, and she was not the prosecuting attorney that handled the trial. But you have a prosecuting attorney that is essentially coming in and trying to prove to the judge that, in fact, she wasn't ineffective, that she was effective. So that's what you were seeing there. And, you know, she was going through her trial prep stuff, you know, how huge the files were, how much time she had spent building the files. And that's all well and good, but in terms of the things that she said that you can't take back, such as, I was under some mental distress in terms of being depressed. I was on multiple scripts for my depression. She didn't advise her client that was going on. To me, the biggest thing is when she testified that she wasn't prepared to go to trial. It's one thing to put together a file. It's another thing to know your case backward and forward. And I don't know if she did or she didn't. There's that part of it where judges understand, especially judges that hear post-conviction petitions and have hearings. They understand that there's probably going to be some element of, the defense attorney that handled the trial falling on the sword, so to speak, in terms of being willing to say that they weren't effective for various reasons in these hearings. So I think that judges typically give that consideration, that reality of the situation. So, like this particular hearing isn't going to rest solely on her testimony. There's a lot more that's up for debate here. We're going to go back, like I said, maybe tomorrow, watch the first day out of these 2 days, because correct me if I'm wrong. I think that there were some preceding days, even to to what happened yesterday. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I thought that there was some a few months ago, if I remember correctly, but I might be making that up. I don't know, but I'll figure it out. So all the other things in terms of the new evidence, the things that I was kind of going through, the alleged Brady violations, the cell phone data in terms of where that showed people being at the time that the state claims that this thing went down. So those things are all going to be taken into consideration. Then ultimately, the judge is going to have to decide. It was the thing when Allie poked her head in a bit and was talking about whether or not something's going to fall neatly into the category of trial strategy. That she did or didn't do certain things, and that wasn't ineffectiveness. It was a decision that the attorney made that they felt was in the best interest of their client at the time. Hindsight is always 2020. It's easy looking back on something and saying, oh man, I shouldn't have done that, or oh man, I should have done that. When you're in the heat of the battle, sometimes things can slip through the cracks. That's just facts for both sides. Trials are very difficult. If you don't have a team, she basically was solo, until she got co-counsel. I think towards probably the last, whatever it was, 12 months. But, it's, where I sit right now, not having seen yesterday's testimony yet, I am of the mindset that he didn't get a fair trial. I don't think she was ready for whatever reasons, whether it was her mental state, whether it was her feeling like she was being bullied by the judge and the prosecutor. The fact of the matter is that whatever combination of those things inhibited her ability to be able to perform as necessary in order to ensure that her client got a fair trial. I think she was hampered. I think that there were things, and there's going to be a redirect here. We're going to see a redirect. He's going to ask questions. He's going to clean things up. And I'm talking about Zach's attorney when we get back. So it's super interesting. No, it's super interesting. But when you you add the ineffective assistance claim in with the rest of the stuff that they're putting forth, it's significant. The fact that they've gotten here to this step where they're having this hearing is a big step. You know, most post-conviction petitions are denied. So, you know, getting to this point shows that it's got some teeth. You know, this wasn't dismissed outright in terms of just not having enough to even warrant this hearing. So, you know, they've made that first and most important hurdle. They cleared it, and now they're here doing this. And I'm dying to watch the rest of it. I'm not gonna lie. I might watch it without you all tonight, just because I'm super curious. Like, this one smells like one that the conviction should be overturned. He should get a new trial, to me, legitimately. You know, it's like this whole thing with the Autry testimony. You know, and for those of you that saw the trial, or DB, I don't know if you saw it or you didn't, but when does the judge make that comment? Like, where was that comment made about that testimony by Autry was some of the most credible seeming testimony that he'd ever seen in a court of law? You know, something to that effect, he says. Like, I'm curious as to when and where the judge said that, because it's, oh shit, see, I fucked up again. All right, let's go back. The wheel is ready, by the way. The wheel is just kind of hanging out there. It's ready to go. Loaded up. The winner gets a free t-shirt of their choice. It's exciting. Trial judge said it.
She ran all the way. I'm ready, Judge.
All right, Mr. Bates, are you ready?
Thank you. Witness be passed exhibit 46, please.
46.
46.
So the quote is, Yellow, that the trial judge called as to Autry's testimony. This is a quote: "Some of the most credible, persuasive testimony I've ever heard given in a courtroom." So I'm dying to know where that statement was made, because it's crazy. It's a crazy statement. It's one thing if it had been a bench trial. I'm assuming it wasn't a bench trial. I'm assuming it was a jury trial. If the judge is the finder of fact, then it's not insane that he said that, because he's the trier of fact. If it's a jury trial and he said that anywhere, even near the jury, that in and of itself, to me, is incredibly damaging. It's a huge, huge error. You can't have judges bolstering the witnesses.
Ms. Thompson, do you identify this exhibit 46?
No.
Okay. You ever seen it before?
Well, it looks like something that I might have gotten from a CLE or something, you know, the forms that you kind of fill in. So it looks like the theory of the case is innocence, strategy, to do, disprove confession, establish alibis, Brit. So it looks like something that I would have put together, somebody in my team put together for the case.
In the recorded meeting, you said words to the effect, it's not enough just to show Zach didn't do it. We need to establish Britt did.
I thought that in this case, because it was so highly charged, that yes, it was going to be important to show somebody else could have done it, not just that Zach didn't do it.
You had 3 goals of established alibis or to-dos: bank records / video, cell phones of Zach Autry Dillon, and text messages.
Yes.
In discovery, did you receive document I'm handing you, IR 2015?
Investigative report, before somebody asks. That's what IR stands for. On investigation
And
report.
page 2, final paragraph.
Austin's looking, we'll mark it exhibit 146. This is IR 2015.
Okay.
All right. Where R. Austin recalled Shane used Community South Bank at that time and gave agents the account number with the account. Also provided agents with a withdrawal slip of Shane's from this bank.
That's huge.
Why?
Because the state had the evidence that would have shown a timestamp on it, and the state didn't turn it over.
Can you look at exhibit 23? You recall that?
I don't specifically have a memory of it, no.
And you're looking at IR 2743.
Yes.
Is there any reason to believe you didn't have this at your disposal leading up to the trial?
No.
And if you look at the end where it shows withdrawals and other debits, POS purchase at MAPCO, Parsons, Tennessee, POS purchase at Shell Service Station Holiday, ATM withdrawal, Community South Parsons, Tennessee. It also has on the page before that $6.78 from Sonic, $9.84 at Shell Service Station. Do you see that?
Yes.
You had these at your disposal, did you not?
I guess I did. I don't see that they have a timestamp on them.
You had Shane Austin's cell record showing him at 11:16 in Parsons, correct?
Yes.
You, of the 3 established alibis, number 1, bank records. You never even had Joe Walker under subpoena, who issued a judicial subpoena to the bank to merely bring what he received. Did you?
This receipt right here says 04/11/11 on the back of it.
Right. The bank record shows there was also an ATM withdrawal on 4/11. Look through on page 5. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you have any excuse for not introducing this to the jury?
No, I don't think it shows. It's not quite the smoking gun.
You had the records that show that they were in Parsons.
Yes.
You had Joe Walker say that the other places were not covered by our videos.
Yes.
You could have subpoenaed Joe Walker to come to court and vouch for what he reported on September 30th, 2014, correct?
Yes.
Consistent, are these records consistent with your understanding of where Zach was, where Shane said he was, where Dylan said he was throughout your representation?
Yes.
And it never got to the jury, did it?
No.
Thousands of hours of work, right?
Yes.
Leading up to telling the jury your best evidence.
Yes.
Did you do it?
I suppose not. Not if I didn't. Well, yeah, I mean, this doesn't exactly say what time they were there. The phone records show that Shane's phone was in Parsons, but the bank records don't say what time they were at the bank. The ATM information would have been more helpful.
When an agent, the state of Tennessee says, this ATM transaction is not covered by our videos, do you trust them?
Yes.
Why? It's what they do for a living, right?
It's what they do for a living.
If we can't trust TBI, who can we trust?
That's right.
Zach was on Facebook at 8:39 a.m.
Yes.
Did that ever get to the jury?
No.
Why not?
I don't know. I should have put it in front of the jury.
There were multiple phone calls going on that morning, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever connect to the jury where Holly's phone and body was purported to be during this time?
I mean, I don't know what you mean by that, connect to the jury.
Explain to the jury. These phone calls are going on, ladies and gentlemen, while the state says Miss Bobo is being raped and killed.
No.
One of your to-dos in this exhibit was subpoena Facebook. And you had the document that shows he's on Facebook that morning.
Yes.
You argued that multiple people said different things that were not true. Correct?
Yes.
Do you remember what Brent Booth said? The phone call changed it all. Do you remember that at trial?
Yes.
And who made that phone call?
Dennis Benjamin called 911 saying that somebody had confessed to Holly Bobo's rape and kidnapping.
Do you remember who Sheila Kilzer was?
Not exactly.
Okay.
All right, so I have a question for chat for those of you who have been keeping up with Holly Bobo's case in this trial. My question is, in terms of the investigation into Zach and his brother and Autry, okay, at the time that Autry picks up the charges in March of 2014, which is before Holly's body is discovered, were these guys on the radar? Because what I'm trying to figure out is if in that plea negotiation for the Fed case, wherein part of that plea agreement is that he's going to have, and I'm talking about Autry has to go, or not Autry, but his brother has to go and live with this former Memphis cop, Dennis. Were these guys on the radar? Because I mean, to me, if it's a situation where they're saying, all right, look, like we like this dude, we like his brother for this Bobo case, here's what we want to do. We've engaged the services of this former Memphis cop who's a PI now. We want to submit him as the person that he will end up staying with in order to ensure that he comes to court when he needs to. All right, good. DB's answering here. So DB says yes. Somebody tipped them in, but they were working on Terry as a main suspect. And then when the lead for Terry slowed down, they went back and looked at the old tips. So DB, when does that happen in conjunction with this decision to put his brother with the cop for the 5 weeks, which leads to the thing that they're talking about right now? Do you get where I'm coming from? Like I want to know when the Brit shit dried up and they're like, all right, we got to go back through the tips, and somebody had tipped these guys in. They're looking at these dudes. Did they find these guys in the tips after the Brit thing had dried up prior to him pleading out in federal court is what I'm asking. Because that makes all the difference in the world. I mean, it's fucking nefarious if that happens after they've already put these guys back on the radar. Brits off their radar. These guys are now on. They come up with this plan. All right, look, we can squeeze this kid. We're going to put him in with this cop to live with a cop that he doesn't know. It's so incredibly bizarre. I've never even heard of some shit like that. And then we're going to use this cop to squeeze him, which is exactly what happened. This cop worked him for 5 fucking weeks while he's living with him. A kid who's mentally disabled. It's crazy. So that's what I'm wondering, like that exact sequence of how shit went down. Because I mean that's some nefarious shit if that's the way it went down. He moved in with Kathy Shank in 20. I know, but what I'm asking is, were they done with Brit at that point? Had they already gone back to the tips, and then they're like on these dudes? Meaning, did they purposefully put him with this guy to squeeze him because they were already on the radar and they needed to extract some kind of confession or statement from him? That's what I'm trying to figure out. It can't be happenstance, right? It can't be. It had to have been, no, not done with Brit. All right, so I'm going to get some conflicting info here, I can tell. Let's keep rolling.
You had look at this document. Do you remember seeing FBI documents in this case?
For the record, I was talking that entire time. I'm eating, so I turned the camera and the mic off. So what I was saying was DB answered my question. So Zach's already indicted. So it's a classic Allen move. They had shit evidence. They had no forensic linking of Zach or anybody else to Holly Bobo or the crime scene. So they needed the confession. They needed the statement. So this is the way they came about. All right. That tracks. Classic Rick Allen. Classic confession coercion. All right.
Yes.
The third paragraph. Lita Bowen. This statement says, 2 to 3 weeks ago, Darnell came to the Bowen home to watch television. The subject of Holly Bobo's disappearance came up. Darnell asked Bowen that if she knew who abducted Holly Bobo, would she provide this information to law enforcement? Bowen responded that she would do so to help the girl and her family. Darnell said he knew something about who abducted her. She told Darnell that if he told her the information, she would contact law enforcement. Next paragraph. Darnell then told Bowen that Victor Dinsmore had told him the day he abducted Holly Bobo and took her to Miss Dottie's. Do you remember seeing the FBI reports like this in discovery?
I don't remember this particular report, no. I'm sure it was provided to me. It has a stamp on the bottom. This is Bobo and has a date stamp number.
And you didn't think Victor Dinsmore did this crime at all?
No.
But you didn't use this to attack everything Victor Dinsmore said?
No, I did not.
You never issued a subpoena to Miss Bowen, did you?
No.
Your Honor, I moved to mark this into evidence.
No.
Exhibit 147.
I want to take you to the transcript. Of Dr. Ross. You have your transcript? His testimony began on page 1128, but I'll take you back to 1147. You admit, page 1128, Dr. Ross says, I'm former forensic pathologist and the deputy chief medical examiner at the West Tennessee Regional Forensic Center. You understand the difference between a pathologist and a ballistic expert.
Yes.
What is it?
Well, a pathologist can't give expert testimony about ballistics.
All right. Page 1147. Line 3, the witness says, well, what a .32 caliber bullet is, by my understanding, has a measurement diameter of 0.32 inches. By converting to inches, the size of the defect in the back of the skull, that's about a 0.36 inch defect. So anything 0.36 or smaller could have caused that defect. So that would be consistent with a .32 caliber bullet causing that defect. Did anybody on your team have a red flag go off and say a pathologist is saying what his understanding is of a .32 caliber bullet?
No.
Are you aware it's not .32?
No.
Do you, General Nichols, argue to the jury? Do you think she just randomly pulled out .38?
No.
What was she referring to?
The bullet that was found next to Holly Bobo's skull.
Do you agree it was your job to convince the jury that bullet was not excluded?
Yes.
Did you do it?
No.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Wait, I apologize. Can I check with co-counsel?
Hold on one second.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You put on proof that the defendant, your client, was in Parsons at 11:16 in the morning, right? That's what the cell phone records proved through your expert, Jonathan Reeves, right?
That his cell phone was there. Yes.
Right, but it's your theory today that he was with it.
Yes.
Right? Because he got up and he wanted to go get Xanax and they went to Parsons.
Yes.
So he was in Parsons with his phone at 11:16 in the morning.
Yes.
Right? The jury heard that. It showed you these still from the ATM video. How would you have admitted that into evidence without your client testifying?
I don't know.
Mr. Bates just handed you an IR regarding a conversation that law enforcement had with Shane Austin's parents in February of 2014. And you and Mr. Bates left the impression that what was turned over to TBI was a document that would prove the innocence of your client, correct?
That's how I read it today.
Would it surprise you to know, and we're going to throw it up on the screen there, you would agree with me that Holly Bobo was kidnapped, raped, and murdered on April 13th of 2011, correct?
Right.
Okay. When was the first time your client mentioned being at the ATM?
Oh, I don't know.
Would it surprise you to learn that he never said that to law enforcement?
I don't know.
Would it surprise you to learn that Shane Austin never mentioned to law enforcement that he was at the ATM in Parsons at 11:12 in the morning or whatever it was? They never mentioned it.
Okay. I mean, is there a question?
Would that surprise you?
To learn that they hadn't mentioned it?
Right.
No.
Do you know how law enforcement even found out about it?
Rita Austin, I'm guessing.
She called and said, we have reason to believe that our son took out some money at 11:12 on April 13th, 2011. Okay, great. We'll come talk to you. So they did. And the Austins provided, we need the remote, Your Honor. This receipt that's mentioned in here.
Yeah,
Comfortable about it. It's like, it's loose. It's not tight. It's super loose, actually. Yeah. So every time you turn the wall.
Is that this old house?
Help you a little bit?
Are you trying to get some set on your passport?
It's travel hands.
Oh, is it?
What's the date on that? Oh. I had it.
It looks like it's 11/11/14.
Not the date Holly Bobo was abducted, murdered, and raped, right?
No.
It was a receipt they gave the law enforcement so that they could perhaps use that account number to find the video that you received.
Actually, it might even be 02/26/2008.
Who knows? But it wasn't April 13th, 2011, was it?
It doesn't seem to have that on the receipt, no.
None of the bank records that you just looked at or the receipts have any timestamps on them, do they?
No.
You did cross-examine Jason Autry about his phone use. You went into great detail about catching him in the fact that he's testifying to the jury about what he and Zach Adams are doing to Holly Bobo, and he's making a phone call. You asked him about it. You drilled right down to it. Remember that?
Yes.
You did ask me about it.
Yes.
The Facebook records were in discovery. You had the Facebook records.
Yes.
And what they showed was a mobile posting at 8:30 in the morning, not someone sitting in front of the computer, correct?
No.
Your testimony is they did not.
Right. They showed that the post came from, I thought it came from
Who are you looking at to get your answer from?
I'm not looking at anybody. I just was lifting my head up trying to think of the word. I'm having some trouble with word finding.
Okay.
That the post came from a landline telephone.
That's your understanding.
That's my understanding.
Okay. And there wasn't a bullet found by Holly Bobo's skull, was there?
There was a casing.
And it wasn't by her skull. It was in the area. It was in the area.
I don't
Her
know.
body, the remains of her body were found in a ditch, correct?
Well, her skull wasn't found in a ditch.
Right. It was in a totally different place, right?
Yes. I mean, I went out there to the spot.
Right. It wasn't all just there neatly together.
No.
There was other ammunition found out there as well, too, wasn't there?
There were, I don't know if it's ammunition or case shells or bullets. I don't know what else was found out there, but there was
Things that
other
are-
things.
Things that are shot from guns
Yes.
also found out there, right?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Mr. Bates, pass the exhibit 17 and 7 to the witness.
Let's wrap it up.
I know, Your Honor.
17 and 7.
Ms. Thompson, very briefly, I've handed you Exhibit 17, IR 1845, author Mark Lewis. Do you see that?
17, yes.
Could you have issued a subpoena to Mr. Lewis to bring what is listed as item 48 V8 BP Community South Bank ATM April 2011 to the trial?
Yes.
Exhibit 7. This photo was the impound you see of the Chevrolet.
Yes.
Same Mark Lewis.
Yes.
You see that? You could have issued subpoenas to both of these, correct?
Yes.
And you did not.
No.
Final question. You were asked that Shane Austin did not keep his receipt from April 13th, 2011 of the ATM withdrawal. Right?
Right.
No, that's not.
Well, I don't think I was asked that question.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson.
Okay. They both agree.
Objection is sustained. So let's rephrase that question.
Right.
Mr. Mayor.
Nowhere in discovery was Shane Austin keeping a receipt from the ATM withdrawal from April 13, 2011, correct?
I don't think so.
Who did keep his receipts from April 13, 2011?
Terry Britt kept his receipts locked in a safe from
Nothing further.
April 13th, 2011.
All more questions?
No, sir.
Ms. Thompson, thank you for your testimony. Step down.
Thank you. Quite a few accoutrements here, Judge.
The judge did not look amused by her accoutrement.
All right, Mr. Bates, I believe that definitely concludes the proof of the day. So,
Yes, Your Honor. Can I advise the court if proof rests after today? I don't have anything else for today. The only thing I anticipate is attempting to prove up the ATM subpoenas I attached to my motion. I don't think it's in dispute.
the ATM subpoenas that were issued by a Ferguson that are entered as identification only.
Correct.
Number two, two-page, I don't know if it is elected exhibit or not. I'll let you discuss that with the state, if that's your only intention. Let me ask this, is there any objection to those being moved into evidence? You wanna see them first?
Yes, sir. I can't even remember what they look like.
Let's find, about when were they entered yesterday?
125 through.
Towards the end, well, it's at the very end of Judge Nichols' direct.
Judge, we're fine with moving, stipulating that it is a proper administrative subpoena from TBI as you move into evidence.
I thought they were already in the record, so yes,
Well,
that's fine.
You objected because you couldn't authenticate them, and so I moved them in for identification
Gotcha.
only.
Yes, sir.
And without objection now, Exhibit 125 is moved into evidence. That's it. Mr. Bates?
Petition arrest, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bates. Based on my calendar, let's make sure we're still all on the same page. We are scheduled to be back here December the 29th for 2 days. And if the state, let me ask this, the state think they can be done in 2 days?
Yes,
including closing.
probably.
Mr. Bates? If you do a closing, whatever time's remaining in those 2 days?
I don't know how much time will be remaining.
know.
I would anticipate requesting 1 hour for closing.
Well, I mean, I'll listen to an hour at 9 o'clock at night if we have to do it. I don't want to do it, but
Right.
if we can get done in those 2 days, that would be a great goal. Let's just leave it at that. If we can't, we have further time set aside in January.
Well, could the state at this point anticipates calling 6 witnesses? Would it be a better use of the court's time to do it all in January? And instead of coming back in December for proof and then coming back in January anyway for closing, or running into a problem where we don't get all the proof on, but we've got 3 days in January, correct?
I only have 2, the 7th.
Oh, okay. Okay, then scratch that.
We have set up an 8, 2 days.
Okay. We had 3 on our side, but that's all right.
We can look at another period. I mean, I had a trial the next week, and I know it screws everybody's calendars. The next week, which is the week of the 12th,
Currently-
13th through the 16th.
I currently have a murder trial in Hickman County that week.
All right, let's just leave
Yes,
what we
sir.
got.
Yes, sir.
The 29th and 30th, and I'm not opposed, I'll throw this out there, coming back on New Year's Eve on the 31st. So if it means we can get done, if we can't get done, I'm not forcing you in that decision now, okay? Just leaving that as a possibility.
Yes.
Right now, we're set for 8:30 on Monday, December the 29th. We will recess until that time.
Yes, sir.
All right. I've got lots to get here.
All right. All right. Let's go. Let's go. So the 29th, we'll be all caught up. We'll have watched everything that preceded this, I promise, before the 29th for closings. Frankly, I'd like to watch a trial at this point so I can see what's up. All right. Wheel of names. Let's go. There it is. Wheel of names. We got some late supers. I think Mellow, what is investigative report? It's an IR. Sticky doll. Family hug. Full throated. Bless you for turning off ads during the live. My pleasure. Thank you for your generosity. Appreciate that. Holly Joe Armstrong. I am behind, listening at 1.25. Hopefully I catch up. Hopefully you did. I think you did. There were some pretty long gaps. TLR, just want to say that I appreciate the work that you do educating us. Well, I appreciate you all listening. It means a lot to me. DSN, thank you so much for your constant support. And TJ, thanks, Bob and Allie. This is an interesting case to show. And I also love Buried. Yes, it's A++ work. Thank you so much. All right. So without further ado, and if you were a Venmoer, you're in here. You're in here. Now remember, what's going to happen is, and I'll show you afterwards real quick. Well, I'll show you real quick right now. Let me just put it in. So whoever wins, you've got to do a little work. Okay. And when you do, you've got to go to our store, which is on Bonfire, which I'm desperately trying to leave. I just don't love them. I just don't love them. I don't have love for them. But so this is our store over on Bonfire, and you're going to pick a shirt. We've got a lot of different shirt designs. You pick your shirt, you pick your color, you pick your size, you email us, and whatever shirt you pick, you'll receive at some point in time. when they see fit to making the t-shirt. Team Alley, it's always a good shirt. Just Facts is always a good shirt. So there's a lot to choose from in there. So you check that out. And then let's go back to the wheel. Okay. I'm excited. I always love the wheel. Can you guys see the wheel? It seems super teeny. Oh, there we go. There, it's a little bigger now. Now it's a little bigger. It's too big. Now it's a little too big. All right, you guys ready? Let's go. Boop. Round it goes. Where it stops, nobody knows. Our big winner is Gigi. Gigi, you won. Look at you. All right, Gigi, I'm going to take a picture of this. So my mods will throw up the email that you need to send it to. Okay. All right. I'm going to take a pic. Iceman's still waiting for his shirt. So I gotta get in their ass, see what's up. All right. GG. Winner, chicken dinner. Okay, beautiful. All right. So did they throw it up? Oh, here it is, GG. If you're in here. So it's a true crime podcast or true crime pod at gmail.com. So just pick out your shirt, your size, the color, and shoot it over to us. And then we're good to go. And we'll take it from there. And then it'll just show up at your door. All right. It's getting dark. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. I can't wait to dive into more of it. If I'm going to end up doing it tomorrow, which I might, I very, very well might just decide to stream this in the morning. I'll try to give you guys as much notice as possible, which is probably 5 minutes. And we'll dig in. We'll do it at 1.5. So it goes a little quicker. Maybe we can get through it in the morning. So everybody has their afternoon and evening to do fun things with their family, their friends, their kids, whatever. So let me know. Actually, maybe I'll put a poll up in community over in our community page, see if you guys are up for a Saturday stream. I know some people like Saturday streams. I know others don't. So I'll see where it lands. All right, mods, you guys are amazing. I love you all. Mandy, Tracy, I adore you. And to you guys, the faithful and the new, thank you a million times over. Before you leave, if you haven't already, please give it a like, subscribe to the channel, share it out. If you're a replay crew, leave a comment. All those things really help. And I just want you to remember one thing before I bid you a fond farewell for the evening. Until 6 o'clock my time, 7 o'clock Eastern, it's newlywed game time. I'll see you again over there. But just remember this, without y'all, I'm literally just an old man talking about a lot of cases. See you later.